Hello and welcome to DreamHack Dallas. We are on American soil as our players compete to get a place in Riyadh in August, where the best of the best will compete in the Esports World Cup. My name is FG, and of course, I'm not here alone. I am joined by some sensational guests. We'll come to a man first, a former pro, now a full-time entertainer. Mike LaBelle, welcome. How are you?
I'm feeling amazing. The vibes are immaculate. We have 256 competitors in action. And a lot of these guys, we haven't seen them play this year. So this is your make it or break it, your entire season defined.
This is going to be an absolutely amazing weekend. I'm also joined by Casey, my Man City Esports teammate. Now, you're normally traveling to the UK for these events. You've had a bit of a short journey here, haven't you?
No, much shorter. Normally it's like 8 hours to get over to London, but this was a nice little 2.5-hour flight here in Dallas. I've been to Dallas a few times. Very, very warm, but the vibes here are fantastic.
The vibes are sensational. Now, I had the pleasure of having vibes on the plane here with the man who's on the end, the man who comes to every single esports event. He's a TikTok sensation. Have you had a busy day today, Brandon?
After the long sleep last night, FG, after our interesting travel day, we're here in Dallas, as you said. 256 players here. It's a tournament we haven't seen before in this ecosystem. And look, 2 players go to the World Cup.
2 players. There are 2 spots available today for a place at the Esports World Cup. Let's just talk about what that means for a minute, Mike, because a lot of these players have spent their own money to get here. They've taken massive risks, and it's all for a spot at Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, on July the 3rd for the Esports World Cup.
And I don't know if we've seen this type of commitment. A lot of guys, if you're coming here, you're backing yourself. Or you've put together something with your partners. And of course, there's a lot of money on the line, but it's all about that qualification. First and second place, that's where the eye is for the prize, and you keep the dream alive.
Now let's play a little clip to explain everything that is the Esports World Cup. Let's also mention that it's not just the players who are competing here at DreamHack. There is an absolutely crazy opportunity for the clubs.
$60 million!
You've been seeing that a lot, right? What does it all mean, though? Here's my friend Alex Machine Richardson to help explain.
So, 60 mil, 20 tournaments, 8 weeks. You probably already know. But how does a club prove themselves to be the very best in the world? That is where the Esports World Cup Club Championship comes in. The Club Championship is where things really heat up. $20 million awarded to the top 16 clubs, with the newly crowned best club in the world awarded an astonishing $7 million.
Wait, so how does that actually work?
It's simple. We've got 20 tournaments. In each tournament, the top 8 teams get awarded points towards their club championship total. The higher you place, the more points you get. Now, these points are worth the same in all titles, so it is important to not put all of your eggs in one basket. But it's important to remember that the club champion needs to win at least one individual game tournament.
Nice, so we'll probably be seeing clubs trying to qualify across a range of games to have the best chance of getting their hands on $7 million.
Yeah, man, there's your incentive. More clubs, across more games, more competition.
And so the race begins. This summer, we will crown the best esports club in the world.
$7 million for the best esports club in the world. Mike, you were smiling all throughout that. What would you do with money like that?
I was thinking about it. I don't know where I'm going. I'm taking everyone around me on a trip, though. We're going as a group. We're squatting up. maybe for a couple months. It's going to be a long trip.
It is going to be a long trip indeed. Now, today there's a lot of players here, 256 to be precise. Brandon, let's talk to the people who are watching. Let's start with the qualified players, shall we? Because there is one man who's already qualified for the World Cup, and he is here today, and that's Mr. Mark 11. Why do you think he's involving himself in here? I
mean, look, there's $100,000 on the line, FG, but you're right to say there'll be players here that'll be thinking, why is he playing? Because he's potentially stopping others from getting in the way. But look, Mark, I spoke to Mark earlier. He said, look, I don't really care. I'm here to get practice in and earn money. But these are the players that have been invited. Remember, 8 players get invited to the Esports World Cup and 8 have to go through qualification. 2 of the players we find here in Dallas, from this list here, 256 players have bought tickets, have travelled from all around the world, mostly all from Europe to come to the US. And look, I think we're jumping in, as we said, to our Group 1 of players today, which have been playing this morning. There's only going to be, I believe, 24 players left in the tournament, so 40 players would have already been eliminated.
Yeah, it's been an early start for these players. A lot of travelling done as well. Casey, when you're travelling all around and the expectations are so high and you're potentially dipping into your own pocket to be here, doesn't that just show the magnitude of today?
Yeah, I mean, this event is massive. You're coming all the way from across the world. You don't want to be in that position where you're 2 games, you're out. You could come here for 2 hours and you are only playing for a fraction of the time that you were on that flight to get here. And so every single match matters, every single in-match minute matters, and I know that all these players are trying to do their absolute best and get one of those 2 spots to qualify.
Yeah, 2 spots, but if Mark 11 does get to the final, it'll be spot number 3, Mike.
And I was thinking about it a little bit. I mean, it's a ruthless competition, so I'm not even mad at Mark anymore. I thought about it earlier. I was saying maybe if I get knocked out by him, I'd be a little bit livid as a competitor, but at the end of the day, we all have enough friends. This is competition. He flew over here. He booked the ticket. He wants the tune-up. He wants a little more extra cash flow. Maybe he wants to send a message to the competition. I'm not mad at that.
It looks like he's going for a bit of a match fitness, but let's talk about the other competitors here then. So if we look at the prize pool, we spoke earlier about a lot of these players paying their own way here, Brandon. Realistically, 13th to 16th might just cover your flights and
honestly, I think you even need to be looking higher than that for some of the price of these players have had to play to get over and back and bring a coach, Mike. You need a top 8, really, don't you, to try and make evens?
I'd backdoor on that, especially when you talk about accommodations, hotels, Airbnbs, whatever else you've got lined up. Just as a collective, food, drinks, you name it. Maybe some celebration.
And of course, the top 2, $25,000, $15,000, but most importantly, the place at the Esports World Cup, Casey. It means so much to the players here.
No, it means so much because a lot of these players, this is their last chance to be competing for the rest of this year. Their league might be done. They might not have qualified for other competitions, but this is the last chance to get to Saudi Arabia and compete in that amazing Esports World Cup. And these next couple days are going to be ruthless because they all want those 2 spots.
We've definitely got a ruthless weekend ahead, but you're also looking at the pictures, the live pictures actually of the arena that we're in. A lot of players sat down, chilling out, getting ready, maybe having a bit of headspace before a game. There's not much space here, is there, Mike?
I'm good with that as well. This reminds me of some of the throwback days where you turned up. If it was your day, you made moves. If not, you went home early. It was an early weekend for you. The stage, you see them sitting across from each other. You're going to feel a stand-up, a yell, some passion, some ambition, a little bit of a reaction. I would tell my coach to yell with me. We're going to double down.
So we already know Mike's style in this, Brandon. He would be loud and he would get his coach to double down with him. What would your approach be?
Probably be on the plane back home to England. I'd have been knocked out by now. Remember, 2 losses, we have to say. 2 losses in this tournament and you're out. Like, that's how harsh it is. We've already said goodbye to players that have paid a lot of money to get here, that have already been eliminated. And as we kick off our big feature game soon, our second round of players come in. So we've got 64 more players in. Nicholas is involved. MS Tassari, I just saw him. He's flown all the way over from, of course, the Middle East to play in this. So, look, everyone's here. Everyone that wants to be here is here. 256 players.
Now, you're probably wondering who the first round of fixtures are that we're going to show you on the broadcast. And we're going to show you the featured matches right now on the screen for you. We've got some good matches here, haven't we, Mike?
No, absolutely. I mean, you can pick one. Here's some household names. You look at Danny Pitbull, of course. We got Stokes. You should be familiar with Dennis as well, his opponent. We got Manu Bashor. We know everything about him. We've told that story, that narrative, and he's earned that type of reputation. And the man's grown some facial hair, so now I'm even more intimidated than ever. Before he was a baby face, now he's got full facial hair.
I've got the twist up here as well, FG, and there's a lot of people asking about Stokes' game, so they'll be over the moon to see he's going to be one of our featured matchups today. But the Harvey Waters Redlat game, look, that's an EPL matchup. That is 2 players representing the Premier League clubs, but that one on the bottom as well. Yago, of course, did superbly well in the Liga FC Pro this year, and the current world champion. You have to say that the man who had the success out in Riyadh last year, he sits in the seat not that far from us.
Not that far, and aiming to get back there indeed, Casey. Casey, how do you see the first round of fixtures going?
I mean, there's a lot of very, very good matchups. I think we're at this stage where there's not going to be too many blowouts. The games are going to be a little bit closer. We're on the winning side right now. We will get to the lower bracket in the second round here. But, I mean, looking at this, I'm really excited about the Harvey Waters versus Red Light game as well, because if we're looking at Harvey Waters too, he beat Stingray and Jaden. So that's a lot of Premier League players that he is going through. But I'm excited about this feature as well. Stokes is going to be fun to watch.
Yeah, he is going to be fun to watch. Stokes actually got a couple of buys to get to the position he's in, Brandon, and he was over the moon when I spoke to him.
I think he's only played one game.
Yeah, he's
had buys throughout the tournament, which you're not going to complain about, are you?
Well, he definitely wasn't complaining when I spoke to him this morning. He's always in great spirits no matter where he is, Stokes. But Mike, as an ex-pro, do you want to have more games and warm yourself up, or are you happy with just getting the buy?
It's funny that we brought up Stokes here. We were talking before this. The last time we played in a format like this, we played against each other almost a decade ago in Vegas at a competition, and you felt the room, and I like that. You got everybody sitting down here. When something happens, it's going to shake a little bit. There's a lot of distraction as well, considering that we're at DreamHack and there's multiple competitions that build into the Esports World Cup. So I like the environment. What can I say? Maybe it just brings me back some years, and I like the throwback.
Well, maybe we might see Mike again.
Maybe I'm going on stage. I don't know. I might be going that way.
Trying to compete. But next to Stokes today is also Ethan Higgins, a man who's had such success on previous titles and this one too, Case. He's a great player himself.
Yeah, Ethan is fantastic. I think the FootWiz organization just does such a great job at signing amazing players, also coaches. I know that Denman is also in the room putting in the work as well, and so I'm excited to see the FootWiz team do well this weekend.
They do a lot, like Casey said, Brandon. Having the FootWiz team around you and also the relaxed feel of that organisation means a lot, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think especially obviously Mark's done so well last year. I think Denman plays a big part in that as well, of travelling with the boys, relaxing them up, and I think that's taken a bit of pressure off Dan as well behind the team. He doesn't have to travel around as much, and they just signed Chusita, I think, a couple of weeks ago. They're still splashing money, they're still investing into players, and look, they want to hedge their bets and get some more players on that plane to the Esports World Cup, because they've already got one there.
And we can see we just saw the live footage of the players on the stage. What's going through their mind right now, Mike?
They're probably tired of us talking about it, and they're ready to get into the action. The longer that you sit there, you start to build a little bit of anxiety. At least that's how I've always felt. It's like once I'm sitting down, I got everything lined up, tactics, everything's ready to go. I'm like, let's go. Let me get into this. I'm mentally ready. I'm got that shark mentality.
And I'm pretty certain everybody who's watching the broadcast is just waiting for the game. We're about a minute away. Let's get some predictions then, shall we? Not just from us here, but also everybody watching the broadcast. How do we see it going, Brandon?
I think we're going to kick off with a Stokes win here. Again, remember, just for clarity on this as well, a win will not guarantee you through to our final on Sunday. It will put you one game away. It will put you into basically the grand final, where you'll be sitting patiently and waiting for someone to come all the way through the lower bracket and then play in that grand final matchup. But I'm going to say Stokes win.
You can see the hashtags on the screen, so they're essentially the first three letters of their names, and you can vote in the chat for them. But we are heading into the game very soon. Mike, you think Brandon's also going to get his prediction right?
I'd like to see Stokes get this result. I think Dennis should not be slept on at all. He's got plenty of accolades and accomplishments already in this career, and maybe he doesn't have the same notoriety as Stokes, but I've said all that to still say I'm going to join Brandon. We're going to go for Stokes collectively on the broadcast.
And Case?
Stokes.
Right,
Sticking
okay.
with Stokes.
We are running out of time. We are about to head to our first game, and the game is underway.
Well, then here we go indeed. The journey for the Esports World Cup has officially kicked off now. We are here in Dallas, Texas, to bring you 3 days of EA FC 24 action for 2 spots that are available at this year's Esports World Cup, and we're only minutes into the game. We may have been speaking about Stokes, Mike, of him being the better player here. We've got a long way still to go, but it is Dennis 20 that leads by a goal to nil. The German of FC Cologne, who has just scored with his first real attack in the game 2 minutes in.
Made it look like another day in the office as well. Quick passing, a little move, groove. We do see a lot of goals scored and conceded from kickoffs. Worth throwing that out there. And it's a long game. And I was watching a lot of the matches earlier. We're going through some of the group stage, going forward into the bracket, and nothing was low scoring. This is not going to be FC clean sheet. That I'm going to tell you right now. So expect a lot more goals.
Especially, 9-minute halves as well. We are playing on sort of EA Super Ultimate Team accounts. You could argue you can basically use any single player you want in those teams, and with how stacked, I guess, the database is now, Mike, you've got the choice of anyone.
And no restrictions, no limitations. You're going to see everybody in action. A lot of blues clues with all the team of the season iterations.
Well, remember, this is our feature match, but as we said, the winner of this one will be going through to that all-important grand final matchup later on today in their individual group. Remember, there's 64 players that are playing in different sections throughout this Dallas, Texas DreamHack qualifier. And they're split into groups, of course, of 16 in A, B, C and D. Only one of each group will make it through to Sunday's grand final, which even then, Mike, you feel like you've done well to get to the top 16 because you're in the prize money, but you've still got to go a long way.
It's not enough, though. If you made it there, you're just teasing the idea of being in the final two. You're really thinking that your dream or your reality of being in the finals is possible. It's achievable at that point. Because remember, we're starting with 256. The percentages say you're not going to make it. It's just the reality of the game. I don't want to be the bearer of bad news, but I can do the percentages.
Well, an update coming in top of your screen. Manabishore leads by a goal to nil against Iago. And that's the red time finish from Stokes. He might be happy with that one.
I thought he was going for a back post cross as well. I was wondering if maybe he looked for a cancellation late, therefore having a mistimed on maybe that cancellation. Either way, you don't want to see that in the 8th minute. Still plenty of time, but big opportunity there for Vinny Jr. inside the box and for Stokes. And I will say this about Stokes as we're building up, is he's an aggressive player. He's an aggressive player.
Well, speaking of aggressive players, the current world champion is leading by a goal to nil, and this is Manabishore that leads from this moment here. A finesse from distance with the owner of the Esports org, Team Hullet. Lead by a goal to nil in that one. Manabishore leading.
And we just saw Ruud Hullet, of course, at ECL, back-to-back years here. He's got to come out and support the lads. He's got a complete team of really champions. Maybe the most impressive team that we have amongst a lot of the esports individuals as a collective across what we see in FC.
Just a team of champions, aren't they? Lofted in towards the back post, then it's looking for a second in this game. 13 minutes in, looking across the board as well. There's been a breakthrough in game A. We'll give you the lowdown on that as soon as we can. One between Bryce and Danny Pitbull, the French player and the Italian, who's fresh off the plane from the E-Champions League. It's crazy to say as well, Mike, 5 out of those finalists at the E-Champions League have all come to Dallas. 3 have said, you know what, I'm going to enjoy the weekend in London. The other 5 have said, no, I'm going straight to Dallas because I want to get one of those Esports World Cup final tickets.
And I respect it. At the end of the day, we've got a difficult schedule if you're qualifying for the majority of events. And at the end of the day, you have to also stay sharp. And we talked about that with Mark a little bit. Some of it's a tune-up coming to this event, making sure that everything looks right. It looks good. It feels organic. You have the reactions.
Oh, no, that's a horrible mistake at the back. And he's got away with that. Dennis 20 or has he? Tries to recycle again. Stokes still. He recovers well. Arajo, a couple of big tackles in there. Virgil van Dijk also there to save the day. But that probably should have been a 1-1 scoreline.
It's harsh. Big mistake from Dennis out of the back. I thought that Stokes made the right decision with the extra pass. Doesn't quite work out, doesn't get the tap in, but what an opportunity.
A chance to actually counter-attack on the other side of this for the German, who leads this game by a goal to nil already. Graham Hansen there, got a step overs, lovely little skill move inside, Hullet can try and turn. You see Manabishore double his lead in his game, 2-0 he leads over on our game D. As we said, we've got 4 featured matchups.
And it's got to be said, Brandon, if you're going up against world champion, there's a certain aura there, certain confidence, certain ego you got to deal with.
Lofted in, Haaland is there, and Stokes is back into the tie.
And that's why you'll see Haaland in every single squad. He just offers you a different package, 6'5". He can climb on the back post, got the knockdowns, physical as ever, and then he still has enough pace. He might not be the ultimate turn and burn, but if you get him into a straight line or a straight edge run or something along those lines, or a through ball, unstoppable. Takes it down and he's off to the races.
And you know when it's in the box as well and in the air, Mike, there's only going to be one winner on it, and it's Erling Haaland. I mean, I was asking the question as we were travelling here to Dallas of who is going to be that aerial plus playstyle monster up front, and it looks like, of course, it's going to be Erling Haaland for everyone.
And I've been thinking about it this year, and I don't know if there's one player that has changed the game so dramatically. I didn't think it'd be Haaland. I know cover star bonus, maybe you get some extra achievable stats that you can't measure, but because of how the game shifted and the meta around that and adding in some of the crossing and just trying to find space, it's been Haaland as a target man is mandatory.
Especially, as you said, as he's had these promos throughout the year as well. Team of the year check, team of the season check. A couple of promos in between that as well with the dynasties and so many more. Has just added in why he is probably the first player on the team sheet.
It's never happened before, but if anyone's earned it, it's got to be Haaland based on the previous season. But I like that there's been these types of upgrades. I think of a lot of the midfield maestros as well, even the Xavis of the world or the Modric, that typically their skills from the actual pitch didn't translate onto the virtual pitch, but this year's been different with some of the dribbling, the providing, the way they step into space, some of the impact that they have in the midfield. Even the likes of Vitinha that you're seeing in action, a player like that wouldn't necessarily always make appearances. But with the upgrades, it makes sense.
Yeah, well, part of that PSG team that had so many team of the seasons this year as well. If you have just tuned in, this is the DreamHack Dallas qualification. We've been speaking about it in the build-up, Mike. It's just so nice to see 256 players all together in the same room that may not have been able to compete properly this year or make certain events, and it's more of just a weekend to all be together, isn't it?
It feels, I don't want to say a last hurrah, but we saw a lot of faces that we haven't seen in action even in the last couple of years that have been able to fly into this event, and now we can see if they still have it.
As we said, some of the names are in action this afternoon. Meantime, we've got another goal for you. We mentioned Danny Pitbull was in action in Game A, fresh off the plane from London at the E-Champions League.
Oh.
Speaking of crosses, not Haaland this time. Virgil van Dijk just arcing that run into the box. Danny Pitbull leading by 1-0 in his game against Bryce. That one lofted all the way back across. It's going back in the box. It was Hansen that was there. You sort of wanted Haaland to be in the area.
That was the difference right there. If you had someone that climbs a little bit better, Hansen maybe 5'10", not necessarily known for her physicality, but everything else is good to go. Green lights, a lot of distance with the finishing, versatility. You're seeing Hansen on the reverse end, giving you a step over, cancellation with the Berba spin, looking for any sort of space, probably trying for a 1-2, maybe with a recycle.
De Bruyne picks it up after that. There's that lofted ball into the box where you're looking for just a simple touchdown where Mbappe will be queuing up if he wants to. De Bruyne. Come the skill move. Finesse shot was an idea. Then it's bounced back to Mbappe, who stopped in his tracks by Petr.
That's quality goalkeeper movement there too as well. You would think you're going across the body, lightly scoots over Petr onto the near post, guesses right, gets the reward. It's a big save, and it allows you to keep some momentum. I'm surprised as well that we're seeing Rudiger used or employed as more of a fullback. I've always used him as a center back this year, but he's in action here just to try to counteract the likes of Haaland.
Even Kai Havertz, last time I saw him at left back was probably the Premier League. That was a long time ago.
We got an upgrade, Brandon. We got an upgrade. You can play him in the middies, but you got a 94. He's fit well to be a fullback. A little bit better than Rudiger, maybe a little more natural with some of the footwork.
Well, we mentioned there's been another goal in this game. It's Bryce M that's pulled a goal back here for FC Clermont. Big goal there. That's 1-1. Trivela goes in. If we can give you an update, if possible, from Game D. Manu Bishore is on a little bit of a rampage at the moment. He's leading by 4-0 against Yago.
And that's no shot at Yago. Quite a player. Another guy that's very passionate. I just think you got to credit the Ruud Gullit camp there. Everything that Renzo's kind of been able to help put together, the way they develop talent. You're dealing with a world champion.
Again, someone else who will feel like he wants to go again after that E-Champions League exit. Oh, Stoke, stop it! From absolutely nowhere, he's just pulled that one out, Mike.
And that was silky smooth. He got the entry pass. You see a little bit of a cancellation into a step over. The step over creates the lane of space, that half second of hesitation. Then you got the layoff, you tap that home. Anyone can finish, but it's the setup that gets you to that position that's so impressive. And we're always looking at frames and trying to find those tight windows or little margins, and Stokes did a fantastic job there, not only with the entry pass, but then afterwards being able to find the extra runner. Just squaring it across, if you will.
Well, one thing I want to talk about as well, Mike, for people at home that might be wondering, all these players that are in these matches, this upper bracket, none of them have lost a game. So if they do lose, they're not out, but they're walking a very tight rope, aren't they?
And to your point here, these are the informed players. We've already seen the majority of this grouping eliminated. We're coming in to the best of the best, the creme de la creme. These are the stage-featured matchups. In fact, it looks like people are setting up for the following group. They're going to get that underway as we're going into these games as well. I can see that the building is filling up.
I'm just looking around me now. 64 more players coming here to Dallas, Texas to queue up and get their consoles loaded in. That includes, I believe, Mo Alba, Nicholas 99, MS Dasari's in there as well. So many players logging on, Mike, and getting this talk underway. It's so nice to see so many familiar faces back here at the Esports World Cup. Well, what's happening over in this game? It is been another chance for Danny Pitbull. He's pulled this one out, Mike, on a perfect counter-attack. The ball goes into R9, and it's just a case of timing of the finish.
Yeah, a little R1 dribble there. It might look simple, and to a certain degree it is, but it's necessary just to keep the defender from chasing back. It allows you to alleviate a little bit of that return of sender, if you will.
Dennis 20 trying to pull a goal back now. Against Stokes. Mbappe in the dangerous area. The one more pass made all the difference for Rudiger. Did just about enough. Possession still in the hands though. De Bruyne. Just what one game I want to go and see, Mike, that we haven't really shown much love to. Game C is between two English players who we saw in the Premier League. It's Harvey Waters, who represented Luton Town, up against Redlac, who we saw for Nottingham Forest with his teammate goal poacher. If we can get to Game C in a little while, we'll give you the lowdown of what is happening over there. Stokes, a bit too heavy on the pass there. Van der Sar playing very dangerously, but just blinked, Mike, and Manu is up 5-0 in 31 minutes.
That game's done early, dusted. I mean, came out laser focused.
Is he onside? He is, or not? 5-0, you can see on top hand of your screen there. He will be waiting in the grand final. Anyone that wins this matchup in particular waits in the grand final. Then that grand final will be played later on today. If you win that, you qualify for Sunday's final 16. We're only two of those go into the Esports World Cup. Brilliant goalkeeper movement there. Just enough to stop Stokes from finding a third on the stroke of half-time. Right, what can we see from a corner from Stokes in these areas?
They've been flying in. I'm just going to
Has
throw that out
practicing
there.
on stream?
Oof.
Very nearly.
Easy grab for Van der Sar. And I was just going to say that the previous build-up, it wasn't bad defending. It was even better offense, and then you saw the goalkeeper movement late. These are the types of moments that separate when you're going up or you're chasing back and where your headspace is at and the mentality kind of going forward. So both these guys still in it, and we should mention, big turnaround there for Stokes. Went down from the first attack, able to battle back, create some chances, big chances, convert for the majority of them. He's up 2-1 at halftime.
Absolutely. Stokes leading in this game at half-time in our feature matchup. We've got 4 feature matchups on our main stage as it currently stands. If we can have a little look at Game C. There's been a goal in that one. We'll give you the lowdown of which way it has gone. Yeah. This is Game C, and this is the goal that's gone in. Difficult part is now I've got to try and tell you who's who in this moment. Oh, okay, it's Redlac who's leading by 2-1 there, because of course they're all playing on different accounts. 71 v 72. Redlac leading by 2-1 in that game.
Something I don't know if we're going to see is Holland in an Ajax jersey.
No. Well, that's the beauty as well. It's your Ultimate Team account. Choose your badge, choose your kit colours. If you're not representing an esports team here or their kit's not on the game, choose who you want.
And I don't expect to see any big changes, not yet, especially not with the extended halves. If you've been following the scene over past installments, we're looking at more of the 5 or 6 minute. This is 9-minute halves, so you have a little more time to work with. You don't even really need to make a change or a major change to maybe the 70th, 75th minute, depending how the game's going.
Stokes trying to find a third in this one. Vinny Jr.
Had to come off.
Does with the corner though. Let's see what Stokes to do from this one. I think it's only his real second corner of the game. Can he work away around Edwin van der Sar with the height and the jumping he's going to offer? Tries to bundle his way forward. It's 2 out of 2 for van der Sar.
Don't love that from Stokes. Corner kicks this year, you can change the game dramatically. They can be the way that you win or the way that you lose if you're conceding them. And he's wasted 2 opportunities there.
Play a lot there from Dennis as he switches the ball all the way across. Got into that dangerous area. Where's the one more pass? It was there to Hullet. Defended well by Virgil van Dijk. We are all square, by the way, in the Danny Peerball game. That's 2-2 now over there. And Mane Bashore has just scored again. Half-time, 6-0 he leads. Yago, unfortunately, in for a real tough game there.
Should we tell Manu that he has a family to let it go, to ease up a little bit in the second half?
He's probably a bit annoyed. He had to play against his teammate, of course, just a few days ago in the E-Champions League quarter-final matchup where he had to play against Emre.
I mean, he's on pace for double digits here.
I mean, you say 9-minute halves helps players sometimes. Sometimes it doesn't, does it?
I mean, good luck to Yago in the second half, respectfully.
6-0 down. Yago would, of course, fall down to the lower bracket.
Oh, my goodness.
Caroline Graham-Hansen, take a bow. Stokes just getting himself a bit of breathing space in this game now. We'll see it again on the replay, Mike.
Ooh, that's filth. Good entry pass. Got a driven pass. Opens up her body. Hansen, top corner. A little something special with the woodwork. The crossbar challenge achieved it, and it goes in, and it puts Stoke up 3-1, and it was beautiful. The trajectory, gorgeous. And we have seen almost a shift where earlier on in the year, Trevellis, very overpowered. We've seen some different patches. And at this point, I would say that finesse shots have overtaken from Trevellis if you're doing long-distance shooting.
Well, let's jump over to game C. There's been another goal over there if we can see it. Now, it looks as if Redlac is up by another goal in that game. 3-1 he leads, fake the player locking slow, which made all the difference there, Mike. And Vitinha all the way from centre mid, just continuing his run.
That's clever, that's advanced. Most of you watching don't have that in your locker to use the player lock, almost as a bait and switch. We talk about it a lot within the box and the importance of being able to master these little utilities in the game, at least at the pro level. But that is a perfect example of how to use the player lock, when to use it, why to use it, and the way that even utilizing it as almost a dummy run, an extra little maneuver for the layoff.
Just a little flick, wasn't it? The player lock there that made all the difference. We may have just missed a goal as well. Dennis did get one back against Stoke. Stoke's still in the lead here. A lot of people asking about other fixtures as well. We are just focusing on our first 64 players here in Dallas, Texas. There are 64 more players playing now who've just kicked off their tournament here in DreamHack, but they will not be on broadcast until a little bit later on today. We are currently in a pause going through all the tactics. If we can jump and maybe go to game A if we can. It was 2-2 last time we saw it between Bryce and Danny Pitbull. Let's see what's happening in game A.
We'll see the goal here a little bit. Step over, burst, who else? The man of the hour or the day outside of the boot. A little bit of a Trivella there with the finish for Holland in order to give Dennis some extra life. And then the pause was cued, changes were made, a lot left in the game, plenty of time. One goal means nothing, nada.
Especially, as you said, with what so long left. Well, the scorelines are, as it stands across the games, Manu Bishore leading 6-0 against Yago. Redlac leading 3-1 in his matchup against Harvey Waters. Made that 4-1 now. He's just scored again from a corner. Big chance here from Dennis. Mbappe!
Oh.
2 goals in 4 minutes!
A flutter of opportunities. Keeps it route one, relatively simple. Entry pass, Mbappe turn, a little bit of hesitation. Does the goalkeeper scoot? He does not. You hit it on the near post. It's 3-all. We kind of teased it. We put it out there. We got a lot more game to play. And if there's one thing that I would credit Stokes with, from an entertainment perspective, he continually goes forward. He's not someone that has a lot of game management. He's going to score a bunch of goals. He's going to concede a bunch of goals. That's what you're going to get almost every single time that you watch him play.
Well, back all square in that one at 3-3. We can see the chat as well at home. Thank you very much for tuning in to our newly formed EWC_EAFC Twitch channel. We can see a lot of love coming in from all the players here at the DreamHack Dallas qualifier. Big chance again. That's 3 goals, Mike, in 7 minutes. From a player that was 2-0 down and technically in the goal deficit before half-time. 4-3, he leads.
And he's scoring in a variety of ways. We might have to have a talk with the coaching staff there. Made some switches, made some changes. There's that knockdown that we talk about where you try to isolate Holland and play off of him. You get a favorable bounce. A lot of time to work with for Mbappe, and he taps it home.
But as you said, rightly so, there is a long, long way still to be played. A lot of time.
Bit of a disaster, though, for Stokes, maybe even from a mentality perspective. Up a couple goals, was in control, was making a lot of chances back-to-back. He seemed the more likely, definitely the more dangerous. He was on the aggressive side of things. And now 3 attacks from Dennis, 3 goals conceded for Stokes. It just changes the momentum a little bit, and if you're Dennis, you might start to sit a little bit deeper.
Vitinha, that one deflected. He's not going to moan about that one, Stokes. Back in possession still with Mbappe, who for a minute like he was going to try and Raketo is rail round the defence there. 4-1, you can see top of your screen, Red Lat leads. Vinny Jr. picks that one up back for Stoke. Still trying to find that fourth. Bellingham into Mbappe. Backhaul square again.
And what a lunge from Vinny Jr. on the defensive end. That's kind of what makes that play. I didn't know that he had it in him. The new team of the season. He interrupts everything. Extra pass outside of the boot again. Mbappe middle of the pitch. You expect him to convert from that location, and he does just that. No goalkeeper movement could stop it.
Well, we mentioned the Red Lat was 4-1 up in this game. Let's go and see the goal now that put him 4-1 up in Game C. Remember, the winners of this game will go through to the grand final of their group standings. If they win that, they qualify for Sunday's top 16. And that's where all the eyes will be on those World Cup spots. This is the goal that went in. I'm not sure Haaland's had 2 chances at that there.
It's not pretty. I don't know if you're going to see that one on instant replay on a regular basis. Basically a swing and a miss on the first header attempt, bounces back to him. Haaland has got a neck from the gods. I don't know. He gets a follow-up and it goes into the back corner.
Out of all of our games, this one most definitely is the tightly contested. We chose right with our feature matchup. Stokes back on the hunt now. Kai Havertz being that left back in his team.
Ooh.
Where's that one going? The Sar was a bit loose there on the save. He basically gave it back to the feet of Haaland.
Made up for it. He was ready. The reflexes were on point. Van der Sar one of the best to do it. Maybe could have done better with the blunder on the across the body shot, but again, the follow-up was there for Haaland. Van der Sar gets down, taps it in a different direction. I don't want to say starts a counterattack, but at least regains possession here for Dennis.
Rudiger able to punch the ball into Erling Haaland, who just got round the right side of Virgil van Dijk there. Mbappe finds Vinny Jr.
Ooh.
Ducks the tackle, gets it back into the Brazilian. Couple of step overs, it's nice.
And there's so much micromanagement. You see Stokes, though, he's in a free flow. A lot of fluidity with that attack. Looking dangerous. First corner kick that doesn't go to Van der Sar. Takes for a short approach. It's still not working out for him. And I will say that it's so important from set pieces. At this level, they could be the difference between a win, a loss, some level of separation.
Well, there's just been a massive goal in Game A as well between Bryce and Danny Pitbull. We'll give it to you as soon as we can. In the meantime, that one defended well by Rudiger. Hansen Hullet interchanging once and twice. That time not able to find the all-important pass. This is the goal that we just missed. 92nd minute, Mike. Danny Pitbull in front 3-2, and then Bryce comes back and says, you know what, no, we're going to extra time.
You see Sorloth in action. That man has been a monster. We talk about him being the cheap or the affordable Haaland. Does about the same thing. Left-footed version. Well, actually, they're both left-footed. I take that back. 2 lefties. You make a choice.
Big chance here for Dennis. He's taking matters into his own hands there with Hullet, who trying to find a way through. Last 8 minutes of this game.
We've been calling Sorloth Alexander the Great with the way that he's able to kind of push forward.
Dembele comes over after being player locked onto the ball. It's nice from Bellingham. Stokes just trying to manage this attack in the best way he can. Mbappe's quick though. The Rose Elastico is silky. 6 minutes left on the clock. And it's another blow back the way of the German.
You might feel hard done there. It's beautiful Elastico, reverse Elastico. Virgil's right there. Got to get in front of it. Got to make some contact. Got to step. Doesn't quite get that takeaway that he needs. Maybe it's a half second off.
Well, this is over in match D now. We know who's already going through to the next stage of the competition. It might be a goal back for Yago, but when you're 6-0 down at half-time, Mike, you're really asking for a miracle.
Yeah, if anything, you'd think Mano might have switched off at halftime. The team talk looks a lot different. Even with the extended halves, the lengthened games, I'm not sure that there's enough time to quite make that rebuttal. I would say if you're down 3 or 4 at half, it's unlikely, but it's possible. But that's probably where I'm starting to max out from a mind or mental perspective of what's actually achievable.
We've seen lots of 3-0 comebacks, haven't we? When you're going, as you said, past 4 or 5, you are in big Big trouble. All right, back to you, Stokes. 6 minutes.
Does he have a reply? It's been the game. We definitely chose right. This has been back and forth action. Maybe you can make an argument for the Danny Pitbull, which is going into extra time. We might take another glance there to see how that shakes up.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll give you the lowdown on extra time there. As we said, Manny Shaw, 7 minutes away from him going through to his grand final in his group. As we said, these games here are not qualification games. They are to put you in the grand final of your individual group stage. From the group stage, you win that, you go into Sunday's top 16. Well, what do we miss? He scored an equaliser, Mike, on the 92nd minute. Bryce has also just put himself in front.
Oh, what a pick out.
3 minutes in to the extra time period. Oh, Stokes is going to have to deal with this. He might be putting bodies forward, but the pressure still continues to build. Olivier Giroud, of all people, has come on. Dennis, does he want to score again, or does he want to try and take time out of the game? Look at that, so much time for Haaland! And that power shot just allowed a bit of time for the goalkeeper to be moved. And it looks like Stokes is on his way down to the lower bracket.
And again, Dennis showed a lot of mental stability here, being down 3-1 into the second half, able to kind of flourish with opportunities. He was clinical. He took his chances well. And then he's able to see the game out now, adding one there. And if you're in this position as well, most of us have been there. If you've played any FC, you're chasing. You've got to kind of take a gamble. That's what Stokes did there. It's better almost to go down 6-4 than to say you didn't go for it.
Well, it certainly is done now. Added time of 3 minutes. Dennis, fair play indeed. 3-1 down as we said at half-time. He's come back flying. He goes through to the grand final in this group bracket. For Stokes, he might be up against K1, John, Rampazzo. They're just some of the names that he might be having to face against in the lower bracket.
Maybe adding a little bit of insult to injury. If you watch this matchup, you know that wasn't a 7-4 affair. A couple late goals, pound the numbers a little bit. But congrats to Dennis, who was able to get the job done.
Well, full-time whistles are happening across the board. If we can, let's go to game A. This game's done. Let's jump across, if we can, to Danny Pitbull against Bryce. We know that Dennis is on his way through to that grand final. Stokes down to the lower bracket now, which, of course, is elimination FC for him now. This is extra time. This is the French player of Bryce. Ignore the game attack screens there. There we go. Thank you very much to the production team behind the scenes, making it all look as crisp as it can be. Last chance of the half for Bryce. As we said, he was 3-2 down on the stroke of the 90th minute. Did get a goal back, scored in the first 3. You never count out Danny Pitbull, Mike, do you?
No, and it might be his time. If anything, we've seen Bryce battle back, face adversity, have an instant reply, or at least battle, force something, shake it up a little bit. We're heading into the second stage of extra time. If you're Danny Pitbull, of course you're going to make a big change here. I expect the constant pressure, the more aggressive formation to come out. We've seen quite a few different pros utilize and take advantage of different formations to do this. You might see a 4-4-2, you could see a 4-2-2. You could stay in the 4-3-2-1. A lot of it's more of a tactical shift in terms of how your players are maneuvering, what they're taking away, and if they're going to go more wide, if they're going to go a little more narrow.
Well, just getting a full-time, sorry to interrupt, Mike. There's a big goal that's just gone in.
Ooh.
Minutes before, but that's full time there. We've just seen a 4-3 win for Redlac, who will be in his grand final in his group stage. For Harvey Waters, he goes down into that lower bracket now, which, by the looks of it, in this current group, for example, there are so many UK players in it. I think we've got Jaden Groden in there, of course, from Scotland. You've got Stingray, who's in the lower bracket as well. Harvey Waters will also be in that lower bracket too as well. We're going to jump back to our game, mate. Safe to say the national split up there on that group wasn't too fair for those players.
Oh. Traveled to Dallas to have an all-UK affair.
There's been a few interesting groups like that as well. There's one with loads of Italians in it.
So what this is going to come down to for Danny Pitbull is a matter of, can he disrupt the game? Can he speed up the match without giving up too much space in behind? I've always talked about it. When you're chasing a game, you almost want organized havoc or chaos. Easier said than done. but that's the goal, just to try to shift the tempo.
Speaking of Danny Pitbull, here's a big chance for him now. Teo Hernandez, that team of the season item, coming into great use there. Alex Mateus tried to be the hero there to punch it through into anyone in the Juventus top.
That's well done from Bryce, taking advantage of the extra space. Good switch of the pitch, didn't rush.
Might be on to find another one. Sorloth! I mean, that's terrifying, Mike. Sorloth and Haaland.
What an exchange.
Front two.
It's got to be the biggest striker pairing that we've seen amongst any of the years.
You know what the game plan is, don't you? Or at least where the ball's going to be ending up. He will get another chance or two, Danny Pitbull here. You've got 5 in-game minutes left. Bryce scores again, though. It's a completely different scenario. Dispossessed, Mbappe just about does enough to keep the ball there.
Oh, he tried to be cheeky. Should have went out wide. He's on.
Yeah, Bellingham. Where'd you go from here? Look, Haaland's waiting. He's crying for it. He went on his own. Still in possession, though. He's in the lead. He could just take more time out of the game. Danny Pitbull, though, he will be going down into the trenches in that lower bracket, where in the nice way no one wants to be. He knows what he's doing here as well, taking every single minute he can. Added time of 1 minute. It's a GG indeed. 3-2 down he was. Pulled it back into extra time. And it will be Bryce, the French player, who goes through to his grand final in his bracket.
And you might not love to see it, but that's quality game management. Finds the wings, finds the extra space, able to take advantage of it and see out the game, even under a lot of pressure.
Absolutely. As we said, we can see some shots here, some live shots from the Dallas DreamHack qualifier. This is our main stage. There's so many more games on the way. I mean, the headline news on that, Mike, is the most impressive performance we saw. Manny Bashure, thank you very much. I'll score 7 goals.
Another day in the office.
It is.
Maybe a weekend league game at that point for him.
He's one game away now, Mike, from qualifying for that top 16 as well Sunday. Anyway, that's our first round done of games. We're going to pass over to the capable hands of FG in case.
Yes, thank you very, very much. What a first round of fixtures that was, Casey. We saw an absolutely convincing win for Manu. We saw Redlac, we saw Bryce, and then a shot we saw Dennis, which none of us on the host desk predicted, beating Stokes.
No, we were not ready for that because Stokes was also dominating the whole first half of that match. I know that Dennis went up first, but it was looking like Stokes was going to take it away, but he had the mentality to stay in that one, and he somehow brought it back for the win.
It was an absolutely sensational game, full of goals. We will be speaking to Dennis very shortly, right here on the host desk. But let's go straight there and let's have a look at some of the highlights from that game. Early on, first minutes of the game, we were just coming off the host desk, and Stokes found himself a goal down already.
Yeah, that happened very, very quickly. Quick packs into Mbappe. Dennis was looking very, very good here, but Stokes answered quickly again with that aerial plus from Haaland, and then that kind of started a little bit of a fire there for Stokes, and he ended up being 3-1 up.
And what a goal this
Dennis
was, by the way, from Hansen. The finesse from outside the area, 3-1, and you think, okay, Stokes is cooking now, but Dennis thought otherwise. 3 goals in 7 in-game minutes, the first one from Erling Haaland, and then from Kylian Mbappe. And then, that wasn't all.
That wasn't it.
The aerial plus from Erling Haaland and another goal for Kylian Mbappe. Stokes came back though, didn't he?
He did. He brought it back, but it wasn't quite enough there for Stokes because Dennis answered with 2 quick goals there in that last half. He really didn't let up at any point in that match, and it was very, very impressive to see. And here's kind of a last consolation goal there for, not consolation because it did help him win the match, but an added
And how about
benefit.
another one as well?
There we go.
But then it's Erling
doesn't stop.
Haaland,
He
and
doesn't
as
stop.
you can see, we are joined here on the desk by Dennis. Dennis, first things first, congratulations.
Thank you.
You got on the early goal,
Yeah.
and then conceded a few goals after. How did you feel being 3-1 down? Because it seems from a broadcast point of view or,
Yeah.
or even a watching point of view, you weren't phased.
Yeah, it was quite difficult for me because I haven't played the game for like 2 or 3 weeks because we went to New York first, then to LA, now we are here. I spoke to my coach, like he said, just try to play your game and switch your right back because Rudiger was playing there and it was like he can't control the ball, so I just switched it up and then it was easier for me to attack.
Now, you mentioned switching up some of your players. I know that the squad restrictions for this event, there's not really any.
Yeah.
What is your mindset going into that? How did you choose your players based off of play styles? Talk me through that one.
Like my midfielders all have pink pass besides of Hullet, the striker obviously Ariel plus with Haaland, and then I picked Hansen with 5-5 and just Mbappe because he's fast.
And Hansen did a good job as well with that finesse shot too.
He did indeed. Let's talk a bit more about them playstyles then. Playstyles are a new addition to FC24. As a pro player, how much have you studied the playstyles and tried each one out?
Like at the start of the year, like no one knew like what's good, and then like times come, and then you saw like Ariel plus with Haaland, and then you saw everybody's crossing and so easy to score, and then pink pass came, long ball, and then you saw Johnny who's doing crazy stuff with the long ball. So I just picked like that my team. Yeah.
So now you will be watching the lower bracket happen now. You get to sit back and kind of relax, but the work is not done. You have one more win. Is there anyone that you don't want to come out of that lower bracket and meet you in that grand final?
Not really. Like I came here with zero expectations, to be honest, so I have no pressure. So I'm good. Like I don't care who I'm playing now.
And you've already beaten an E Premier League winner with Stokes, which I apologize. We did not predict that here on the desk, but it was an absolute pleasure to watch.
Do you quite like being the underdog? You said that you feel like you're under no pressure. That's really important, isn't it, to play with freedom?
Yeah, I always put pressure on myself, so like I don't play the way I'm normally playing, so it's easier like that, to be honest.
Well, listen, congratulations. You go and enjoy your rest. We will see you a little bit later on. All right, Dennis. Let's take a look then. Thank you very much, mate. Let's take a look then at the results from the featured matches. Bryce with a 4-3 win over Danny Pitbull, Casey. Some might say that's a bit of a surprise. Can't get my words out.
Yeah, a bit of a surprise. It was very, very close. It did go into extra time there. Danny was trying to get an extra goal, but he couldn't quite put it past. But he's not out of the competition. He is going down to the lower bracket, so we'll see if he makes it back up.
Yeah, and of course we did just hear from Dennis, who won 7-4 against Stokes, but we'll move further down, where Harvey ended up losing 4-3.
Yeah, that was a big one for me. I was actually very excited to watch that because both players coming out of the E Premier League, they've played each other a lot. They're also friends. And so Redlac coming out on top there. We also, so yeah, as you can see here, Bryce, Danny Pitbull, Danny jumps to the bottom. Bryce jumps over to the best possible spot you could be in because that is one more win and you're through.
One more win and you are through to the next day, which is super, super important because we spoke earlier on in the show about how much of a risk some of these players are taking, how much of a gamble. I mean, speaking to Dennis, it's quite interesting because he seemed really relaxed.
He did. I mean, if I'm beating someone like Stokes in that capacity where he was down, able to have the mentality to come back and beat him, I would be on top of the world. He seems so calm, cool, collected, and it's honestly very impressive, and I think that that'll propel him into that grand final.
And indeed, he is. As you can see on the screen right now from bracket C, he is in that final, one game away as well. Stokes down to the lower bracket. For those the people that are watching Stokes in the broadcast, I know there's a big Stokes army everywhere he goes. There's not real massive need to worry right yet, is there?
Not yet, although I am looking towards the left half of that. I see Diddy Chris Lido. He is a previous E Champions League winner. He's done very, very well in EMLS. We've seen him in the scene for a very, very long time. He's getting ready over on that stage, so we might see a matchup in the future between them, and I'd actually really enjoy seeing that.
Yeah, absolutely, and you can see Redlac is also in the final for bracket D, and Harvey down to the lower bracket as well.
Yeah, and Harvey had such a great start. He beat Stingray, he beat Jaden, and I don't know, having those first 3 games is very, very difficult. I do think that he's still in it, definitely in that lower bracket. If we're looking to the left, again, we see Jaden and Stingray still in there, so we might see another matchup there as Jaden's saying no over there on the stage. We'll see how that all happens, and I'll pans out, but Redlac is sitting pretty in that grand final as he waits to see who joins.
I mean, it's quite interesting being stood here because everything we're saying is getting monitored by the players. We saw about 3 or 4 looks over from Jaden as we were mentioning his name. And what a player he is, by the way. He's got a really good opportunity still, hasn't he?
He does. He actually just competed in the Champions League, and so he has had a very successful season. He made it to the final of the E-Premier League, lost to Man City, but they had a very, very good run, and I think that he's going confident into this one.
Well, yeah, absolutely. I mean, let's take a look at the potential matches that we've got to see still on this broadcast then. So the featured matches up next. There are some sensational ties here, aren't there, Casey?
There are. I'm looking at Diddy Chris Lito versus K1 John. That's a EMLS matchup there. We have Gabriel PN versus Joyboy. There's a lot of very, very good players. And again, this is the lower bracket. And so it's kind of crazy that we're seeing some of these players here. If they lose, they're out. Their road is done.
Well, this is what I was just about to say, actually. These players that you're seeing on the screen from the features matches, they are 1 game away, 1 loss away from it all being over. And that is incredibly harsh based on all the circumstances around being in Dallas.
Yeah, I mean, imagine taking an 8-hour plane and then your road being done after a few hours. I know they don't want to do that. They're thinking about the prize money. They're thinking about that potential opportunity to get over to Saudi Arabia for the Esports World Cup. That is what they need to continue their season at this point.
Do you think the players will play with a lot more caution, knowing full well that 1 mistake, one loss is the end of the journey?
I think so, rather than how they were playing in the first half, because the lower bracket, it's you lose, you're out, and so any mistake could be your last mistake in this competition.
I mean, on the other flip side, you could look at the mentality of some of these players. They'll look at the lower bracket and they'll be aware that the players are in the same position as them, and it's an opportunity for them to show themselves as we see the live footage of our players getting ready for the featured matches. When you sat up there, Mike touched on it earlier on in the broadcast. He said you just want to get started. Would you feel the same way?
Yeah, I think the more you sit there, the more thoughts come into your mind, the more doubt that might come into your mind. And I would just want to sit down, play, which is actually interesting because a lot of competitions, there's maybe a practice area, they're able to run a few practice games. This type of competition, they sit down, they put the controller in their hand, and they're in their actual competitive game. So they have to be ready to go. And so I'm sure each person has their own routine to get into it. Do you have any type of routine before you go into a game?
To be honest, mine is just try and get in the game as soon as possible and try not to be 3-0 down in the first half, Case.
Does that happen often?
I mean, yeah, it's a bit of a difficult time, especially against these players. I probably last about 10 in-game minutes because we are watching some of the best players in the world here at DreamHack Dallas. I want to ask you, actually, whilst we wait for the players to get ready, about your favourite players on FC24.
Ooh, see, it's interesting because I would love to have an opportunity like this to have a dream squad, to put together whoever I want. It's a little bit different with Ultimate Team. I'm having to buy those players, but if I could have whoever I wanted, I would for sure have Holland on top. We have to think a lot about the playstyles. I need players with aerial plus. I need that long ball plus. Maybe a Caroline Graham Hansen on the right with the finesse. And so those are my type of thought process going into that. Probably need like a Virgil van Dijk in the back.
So, and you also, by the sounds of things, needs a lot of coins for that team.
Yeah, it's very expensive.
If we're talking about cheap alternatives for Erling Haaland, there's one man that I can't get out of my head, and that's Sorloff. And he's been used a couple of times already. An SBC item. What a player.
He's so good. I mean, like, if he is jumping in the air, he is going to hit the ball. It doesn't matter who you are. It doesn't matter if you're Virgil van Dijk. There's not much you can do to stop him at that point. And so that's why the current meta of the game, if you're sending the ball, players like Sorloff, players like even Drogba, we saw that a lot in certain competitions. Players like Hollins with the aerial plus is just so overpowered.
And we've seen quite a theme, actually. We saw Erling Haaland being used earlier on in FC Pro at the start of the year. His items have improved, but he's still involved. Do you think the meta has stayed towards aerial plus? As soon as people realised aerial plus was a big thing, everyone sort of stuck to it. Because when you play Weekend League, you come up against Drogba, Sorloff, Erling Haaland, and that's about it.
Yeah, I mean, from league to league, there's always that one person that has that because there's different restrictions, but there's always one striker that is creating those chances in the air. And yeah, I think it's stayed consistent throughout the entirety of the year.
And look at that Arsenal shirt that Jaden's opponent's wearing. Very, very, very nice shirt. Jaden's looking relaxed as always. The camera's on you right now, Jaden. I know you can hear us. He's had an incredible season, hasn't he?
He has. I've really enjoyed watching him. I think him making ECL was a very, very good task for him. He had a great run in the E-Premier League, just fell short to Manchester City, but I think he should be very proud of his season. I know he's trying to get out of this loser's bracket, so that is the first step that he's got to do it right now, right here.
No, absolutely. As we see pictures of Jaden there picking his starting lineup. Breakthrough of the year?
Breakthrough player.
Breakthrough player of the year?
Ooh. You know, it's interesting because this is very top of mind because I just played, but like a player like Harvey Waters coming in from Luton, kind of unheard of. No one anticipated anything that they were going to do this season, but to come here, beat players like Stingray and do that sort of thing as well. I know that he's now in the losers bracket, so it kind of offsets what I said, but I've been very, very impressed with him coming into this season.
Yeah, it's a really interesting one because we've got 256 players here at DreamHack Dallas, and it's very likely that throughout the weekend you could see players that you maybe haven't seen much of, but definitely will be seeing more of. And we're about 5 minutes away as the players get ready for the next round of fixtures. And I want to bring in two men who have been fantastic on the casting so far, Mike LaBelle and Brandon Smith. How are you feeling for the next round of fixtures?
Good. I mean, look, this is exciting now because this is where we really start looking at the players, unfortunately, that are going home, but it makes the game so much more exciting because there's a lot more on the line.
Yeah, it's really, really important, isn't it, Mike? As an ex-pro, and I'm going to keep saying you're an ex-pro,
yeah, I see
so
that.
we can make sure everybody knows. Are you going to play with a bit more caution in this round?
Sometimes it's like that. You don't want to. In a perfect world, you still want to be free flow and open. But I was going to say these are the matchups I actually prefer. You know, it's all good and well when guys are going forward. They're having a fantastic day, but this is where we know what they're really made of. You're going to feel that pressure on the shoulders, a little extra sweat. When things don't go your way, it gets a little more emotional. Maybe I'm just here for drama. That could be the problem. I don't know. Maybe it's not a problem. That's just what I like. That's what I like.
We did ask the question, me and Casey. I asked the question to Casey before about your favourite FC24 items this year. Obviously, Erling Haaland. You said Virgil van Dijk.
I'm ready.
Who have we got?
Super Mario Balotelli. Fantastic. Absolutely a man on a mission, at least when I'm using him, even as a former pro.
Do you know what I was going to say? Not Sorloth, not Drogba, not Haaland. Anyone that abuses the aerial play style, none of them.
Okay.
Whoa, so you just don't like aerial play
I
style?
thought you were going to like a Brighton boy or
Yeah,
something.
probably Lewis Dunk Centurion.
Right.
I respect it.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, who's watching the broadcast is why Brandon Smith gets 6 wins in the weekend league.
4.
4 on a good day. Yeah, right, we've got a great round of fixtures coming up. How do we see these fixtures going?
I mean, we've got an EMLS matchup, haven't we, Mike?
I'm not mad at that at all, especially considering that K1 John kind of did his thing over EMLS, and did he underachieve? This is a nice little opportunity for a rebuttal. Yeah, and what a time to do it in a loser's final or in a lower semifinal.
Yeah, it's a massive opportunity. I mean, we're looking at also Jaden and Gunnarism. How do you see that one going, Brandon?
Yeah, I mean, I can tell you one thing. It's clear to see who's the Arsenal fan there, the gunner between the two of them.
He's actually wearing
an old school. Is that Thierry Henry era? I think it is.
Is that the last year at Highbury, if I'm right?
I think you might be right.
That is an absolutely sensational shirt he's wearing. Jaden's shaking his head. He's saying it's not. Oh no, we know you're not wearing an Arsenal shirt, but your opponent is. It's interesting how Jaden can just hear everything we're saying.
He's putting his music on. No, he can hear us still.
Yeah, he's got AirPods in, but I mean, he can definitely still hear us.
But all eyes, it has to be on that matchup. K1 John, as we know, he's qualified for the FC Pro World Championships, and then Diddy Chris Lito, look. Man doesn't need an introduction. He's been on this scene for a long time. Won the E-Champions League in the first ever year. That one will be fireworks.
I mean, being in this situation, though, Casey, as a player, and you know that it's all or nothing right now, do you ever look at your opponents? Do you think you'd ever look at your opponent's previous achievements, or is it just a case of, this is my opportunity, I'm going to focus on myself?
Yeah, I think if you're smart, you're not thinking about their previous achievements because this is a new day. Anything could happen. Every competition, it ranges in terms of skill level, and you can't really psych yourself out. You really have to you can't underestimate your opponent, right? But don't overhype them because you're sitting in this chair for a reason, and they deserve to be there. So if I'm sitting in that chair, I'm trying not to think about it as much as possible.
What about you, Mike? How are you approaching it?
I don't want to think about it, but if you're sitting across from an MS Desari or something, I mean, you're going to know what the situation is. There's a certain different feel about that matchup, but you don't want to put someone on a pedestal, just to build off of what Kay said, but it's easier said than done depending who's sitting across from you. I'll leave that here.
The interesting thing is, Brandon, we've seen so many upsets this year throughout the competitive scene, and we're probably going to see a lot more this weekend.
I generally reckon that bracket on Sunday of 16, there'll be a few names in there that will be like, okay, and a few names that aren't in there that you'll be like, why is he not qualified or why is he done well? I think there'll be a few surprises for sure.
And how do you see the rest of today going then?
I mean, I can't wait for it. You can't see it at home, unfortunately, but just like, I'm talking 10 yards this way, there is MS Desari in there somewhere, Nicholas in there. It's a case of you just look in there.
It's the sheer numbers. Look at the amount of people next to us.
We can get a cameraman down there. It'd be fantastic as well, just to give some context, because a lot of people are asking for players at home of who's playing here in Dallas. Honestly, that is stacked down there.
It's a barrage of consoles. They're everywhere.
But the players there as well, FG. As you said, players that have travelled literally from all over the world here to Dallas.
And that just shows how important the road to Riyadh is, as we see the live pictures of our cameraman. The cameraman got there quick, didn't he?
He was right on it.
You
He's
need to
ready.
keep moving. Keep going back further.
No,
yeah, the
that
wrong
way.
direction.
No, not that way. The other way.
He's showing us the stage right now. If you can go around to the player section again, that'd be amazing, because the one thing that I am really stumbled by is the lack of space. And I know, Mike, how much you would thrive on that.
This is
This is
esports.
my
Well,
bread
that
and
is
butter.
proper
This is my bread and butter zone. Bring it back. I'm coming back out of retirement. This is if we start playing like this, we're good to go.
We got about 400 people behind us that have brought their own computer here for the weekend, and I don't think they're leaving the venue, FG. I think they're going to be camping under the table. Like, we're in a proper esports arena here of like old school, as Mike's been saying. This is where it all kicked off with, and we haven't had anything like this where you buy a ticket, you travel across the world for 2 spots to qualify for the Esports World Cup. I mean, look, we're in the booth now. If we can get the camera back on there again. Chasita's in there. So many big names are in there as well.
Even across from us, I swear there's guys jumping on a BMX or something. What's happening? I'm serious.
There is
If we really send the cameraman down the street, we got things happening here in Dallas.
I mean, this is absolutely sensational. The arena that we're looking at right now, honestly, my eyes don't go as far down.
He just did a backflip.
Yeah,
He's done a backflip across from us on a bike.
And funnily enough, me and Casey went for a walk before, and what we did...
That's safe?
Well, what we did was we walked down the arena and we had the opportunity to win some prizes, didn't we?
We did. We got a keychain. We got a sock.
Sorry, when did this happen?
We were supposed to...
Wait, once they give you one sock.
Socks.
No,
Just
right,
one, just
okay.
one.
So we were supposed to, there's a chance to win a controller.
There he is.
Sort of pit the ball out. I want some socks,
Yep.
which
I
I'll
got a
be wearing
keychain.
tomorrow.
Okay, cool. That's
It's
fine.
an absolutely amazing place, DreamHack Dallas, and the atmosphere here is fully building. And the players are embracing it as well, aren't they?
I just prefer you not sockless. So I'm really happy that we have some socks. He only had 1 pair. I thought it was going to last the weekend. Now he's got a couple pairs. That's good to go.
Yeah, I actually needed a pair of socks, Brandon. Maybe you'll have to try your luck and probably put it on TikTok.
Well, you can get socks down there, can you?
Well, you just got to
Yeah.
pit the ball out and win it. She won a keychain. I want some socks.
Whereabouts?
I saw wheels you could spin.
We'll head in that direction
Okay.
very soon.
We'll get
We're about a minute away from our round of fixtures. Let's get some predictions for our featured matchup. Brandon, how do you see it going?
Oh, I mean, look, I'm going to be mainly looking towards that K1 John Diddy Chris Leader game. I'm going to say probably K1 John wins that off just the form we've seen this year. Made the World Championships last year. He's already at the FC Pro World Championships again. If he was to, by the end of this weekend, go, look, I've qualified for the 2 biggest events of the season, I can certainly see it happening.
Yeah, well, listen, we're not going to take any more predictions because we all had an absolute shocker in the first round, and we'll stick with Brandon's, and we'll head to the first game of the second round.
And here we are underway. We are not looking at the the K1 John and Diddy game. I think we're going to be going back and forth between a bunch of the different matchups here. But we're kick-starting, and if anything is similar to what we saw in the previous round, there's going to be a lot of goals early and often.
Yeah, this is Jaden against Gunner. And it could be Jaden Groder with the first start in the game. Just under 2 minutes in. And he's the man that qualified for the Champions League with Brighton of Albion. Leading by a goal to nil. We've been speaking about Haaland in the break, Mike. It's only taken him seconds to get underway.
And I don't think it's a curse from the commentator or cursing from the commentator. I think it's a blessing. I teased it, I touched on it, I threw it out there. We might have manifested it, but they're on the board early, which means we're going to have a lot of goals again. That's all I'm here for. I don't like clean sheets. I'm not worried about it today or tomorrow or on Sunday. There's going to be a lot of goals in action. It's going to be a constant.
Well, this is the only game that has kicked off here on our main stage in Dallas, Texas. We are just kicking off Diddy Chris Leader against K1 John. That's a really poor touch there from Erling Haaland. Let us know who you want to watch as well at home. We can see the Twitch chat. A lot of people, if you are asking for it, Mr. Sari and Nicholas's games, they are currently in the pit, we're calling it, and they won't be on broadcast until a little bit later on today. We are fully focused on our first 64 players here.
Oof. It's a good build up there from Jaden as well. Big takeaway from Ruud Gullit.
Looking for a second, Mbappe. Can he got his way around 2 or 3 tackles? Cancelo lofts it in deep. There's Haaland. Is he going to find a cutback? Does he need to? No. Corner again.
If there's one... Oh. takes it early. I was going to say, if there's one maybe criticism of Holland, he can be a little clunky with some of the takedowns and the secondary touches.
Well, let's jump back over to game B now. This is the one that we were going to have as our featured matchup for this round. And it's an EMLS Classic, you can call it. And it's between Diddy Crislito and K1 John. Mike, how do you see this game going? I arrived at the venue early today. I looked over to Diddy Crislito. He lost his first opening game, so he's had a long way in that lower bracket to play. But he's kept winning since he's been in there.
On paper, K1 John's been better this year. Plain and simple. We saw EMLS. He performed. He looked good. Last year, he kind of started to make a name for himself, carried that same type of momentum, that same type of form this year. But as an old school guy, and Diddy's also from New York, if you've been a fan of the scene, you kind of want to see him do something.
K1 John, 5 minutes in, will show why he had a great run this year in the MLS Cup.
That one might be on me. I might have started talking up Diddy a little too much. He can hear me. He said, Mike, hold all that. Just a moment. Beautiful step over, opens up your body. Mbappe, cross the body. Van der Sar can't do anything with it. K1 John up 1-0, and not a situation you want to be in if you're Diddy here. If anything, I think Diddy would like to play this out a little bit closer for a longer period of time before maybe conceding or scoring or whatever that looks like. Just, you don't want it to basically be from a kickoff.
What have you made of K1 John as well, Mike, over the last year or so? Because he came from absolutely nowhere. Yep. He is Egyptian, but he's lived in the US for quite some time. We saw him last year at the playoffs in the traditional global series. Made a World Cup there, had a decent run, and he's sort of a really well-known name now in the scene.
And he's earned it. He's been able to kind of put his talents out there and broadcast them to the world. Came out of nowhere, to your point, maybe a second. But he's lived up to the hype, and now he's done that in back-to-back years. I think that was the question. Was he a one-hit wonder when we saw him last year? Because we didn't have the backstory, we didn't have all the information. Also residing in Canada, and of course, being able to play in the North American competitions. He's looked fantastic this year, up to this point at least.
Yeah, and he's done well, hasn't he, to play for Inter Miami. That's his team he represents. That was a bit of a dangerous pass there from Van der Sar. Let's go back to Game C if we can. There's been an update over there. Jalen Groden was leading by a goal to nil. We can confirm, Mike, that he has scored a second, and in these first 50 minutes of what we've seen, he's been really dominant.
Might have been some good fortune there. I think that was aimed at the back post for Holland. R9 picks it out of the air, gets a favorable first touch, and R9 anywhere around the 6, always ready to finish.
Well, there's also been some goals in Game D, if we can give you the replay there. If not, we'll give you the lowdown. What has happened over here? It's been an opening goal. It was 7 minutes into the game. And it has come the way, I believe, of Rampazzo, who leads by a goal to nil. Over in that one. I'll not say Rampazzo, sorry, Gabriel PN. You're leading in that game by a goal to nil. Back to this one now. Remember, this is all on the road to the Esports World Cup later on this year. Lofted in, Hullet, look at the time! Oh, we could have had more time!
Ooh. Should have taken it down, but what beautiful build-up. First-time pass kind of releases Ruud Hullet there. Maybe he was surprised to have that additional time.
Do you think it's one of them, like, it looked nice on the volley? It did look nice on the volley, but he could have had a bit more time.
Sometimes I always question if you think you could beat the goalkeeper early, do you go for it? And at the pro level, it's sometimes a 50-50. If you take the extra touch, maybe that works in your advantage. If you go early, the keeper hasn't moved yet, so you get a good read in that type of situation. It's just another factor you have to take into the equation when you're at this level. Maybe not if you're playing online at home, not the weekend league, not foot champs, but if you're at this level, every little bit of anything can give you an advantage.
Well, speaking of EMLS players, Mike, there's been another goal here, and it's, of course, GN10 that leads by a goal to nil there, but there's also been more goals as well over in Game C, if we can give you the lowdown there. Jalen Groden is on a rampage on his way to try and get to the Esports World Cup. Look, 23 minutes in this one, Mike. This is a third.
This must make you proud. Little ball roll, easy finish, cheeky as you like it. Something that you're going to see on repeat as a regular goal scored and conceded all day long.
Very aggressive as Gunnar been in that game. Game D, there's also been another goal. There may have been one here as well. 21 minutes on the clock, still 1-0. K1 John leads against Diddy Crislito. He represented, of course, Toronto FC. in the MLS. Lofted in. Haaland! Oh my days, you've got away with that one. You have really got away with that one, didn't you, Chris Lito? Because the goalie was gone.
Way out of position, and we talk about it a lot with set pieces, but it's been that impactful, especially online, what I'm seeing recently. Maybe it gives you a little more confidence if you're Diddy. You haven't really played your best FC here, and you're still hanging on. You're still in the game. I've been in plenty of circumstances like that as a player and competing, and I always felt as if my opponent didn't finish or missed opportunities, I'd have a chance.
KhazixMayJump looking for a second. Oh, that pass goes into the feet of Arna, and it could have been, but I don't think he needed the extra pass there. Mbappe could have been on his own way there without the extra pass. Hullet and De Bruyne linking up back again. It's another chance to recycle and regain possession back round.
Oof.
Can't find a moment to breathe at the moment, did he, Chris Leo, can he? What does he need to do to just regain a bit of confidence?
It's kind of a catch-22 because KhazixMayJump's doing such a good job pressing, but the space that Diddy will have is if he can counterattack. So if you go forward well, we compliment you. If not, maybe you're giving the ball away in a big position.
Ooh. Spoke about getting confidence back. It's his best chance so far. Someone who is feeling very confident is Jaden Groden. He is on a rampage, still over in Game C. Diddy, Chris Lito trying to find a way back, needs to make the most of this one. R9, one more pass, finds Mbappe. Virgil van Dijk does enough, goes for a corner. How's Chris been working on the corners? Let's see.
Oh.
Matched up there by Hansen.
Not even clearing the front man.
Well, it seems like he's going to be a common theme in these teams, Mike, is Rudiger. And as a right back, I mean, his stats he's got on that team of the season item are just, they're good enough to play anywhere along the back line, really.
I was going to say, they're almost magical. He's like a mythical defender at this point in terms of the physicality, but now the movement, the size, the sheer body type as well. The man's built broad. And again, he's really there to defend the likes of Haaland. He gives you another aerial threat that just can be dominant.
Long ball over the top, keeper's hands on that one. 5-0, Jaden Groden is leading in that one, 31 minutes on the clock. Gabriel PN leading by 2 goals to nil in his game. And it looks like it's going to be a second as well for GN10 in match A. As soon as we can, we'll give you the goals from game D, game A, game C. We'll take any. We'll take any of them. We'll kick it off first and foremost with game A. This is the goal that has just been scored. It came from a perfect counter-attack. This is GN10. He's lofted the ball into Haaland. Araujo can't even catch up with the Norwegian striker. 2-0.
And wouldn't that be a story? GN10 coming in, EMLS competitor, multiple years now. He's been in the scene a long time as well, moving over from Brazil originally.
Was you surprised not to see more MLS guys here? It feels like there's not loads of them.
Well, it only makes sense if you think you can actually make a run, if you can win the event. And that tells me some of the guys maybe don't have that feeling. But that being said, I would say maybe the top 10 from the league are here. So there's plenty that are in action. But that's a reality, is the percentages don't say that this is going to be a dream story or the finale that most people would hope for.
It's a big risk, isn't it? As we said, 256 players all playing for just 2 spots. And with this format, Mike, it's ruthless. It really is. You can have a great day. You can make it into Sunday. You can make it into the prize pot. And you can finish on a top 16 or a top 8, and that's it.
I guess I was going to say, at least if you make it to the final day, you might not be happy if you don't finalize and convert on that opportunity, but you would say at least financially you got everything back.
You got a refund for your flight tickets at least. Trivella was the idea there from Erling Haaland. Chance to break here for Diddy Chris Lito on the counter-attack if he can.
Nope, offsides.
Try and push through.
And that's where Diddy has to be better. I mean, easier said than done. We've got perfect 20/20 vision here. I'm not standing or dealing with the stick work of KhazixMayJump and that team press right after he loses possession. But if Diddy can play quick, that's where the release is. That's where the space is. That's where the opportunity is for him to get on the board.
Well, last 2 minutes of this game, of the first half, it is KhazixMayJump that leads by a goal still. Looking for a second now, fakes the player lock of Haaland. Makes the chance actually continue to happen. Havertz, yeah, that's the team of the season guy, Havertz. That was a dangerous tackle from Chris.
Oh.
And I think it might go out for a goal kick. No, a corner in the end. Added time of 1 minute. Haven't seen any of these two players make the most of their corners yet. Lofted in.
Oh.
Can't flick it on. De Bruyne. What a chance for Hansen. Tries to get it on the right foot. Elasticos with the smallest of gaps.
Tried to split the center backs. Nearly did it. Stop, pop, a little bit of an elastico. Good final defending there from Diddy.
Well, we're joining Game C now. This is live. Someone in the chat was saying, what's the scoreline for Jaden Groden, Mike?
Oh.
He leads 6-1 at half-time.
You watched Manu Bashor play earlier. All-out offense, a lot of opportunity, converting you and giving you, again, versatility. We're seeing different types of goals. You got a power shot there, a step over here, a back post cross, a corner kick. You got some variety in your build.
Well, GN10, you mentioned how good it could be, Mike, if he was to have a run. Being coached by Vinny Leva of Brazil, just sitting behind him there. GN10's quite enjoying this knockout game. He leads by 3-0.
It was Vinny's birthday yesterday. Happy birthday to Vinny. Maybe coming in with a supreme coaching role here. And again, maybe not only from an EMLS bias, but I've known GN for a long time. I'd love to see him have a deep run in the tournament. We see him in action on Sunday, and that would be a story that maybe you didn't predict at home.
Well, we're going to head back to our feature game as soon as we can, which has just kicked off for the second half. We'll leave GN10 at the stroke of half-time. I believe we've had another goal in the game. We'll try and give you a replay. If not, we'll join it live. Has Diddy Chris Lito got a goal back? Or has K1 John doubled his leads? It is K1 John that leads by 2 goals. I was about to say at half-time, Mike, Diddy Chris Lito, as much as he's had to deal with, he's only 1 goal down. We've just, of course, missed the last 2 in-game minutes. Unfortunately, it's not looking great.
If anything, you got to say K1 John's been knocking, though. He's always been more likely to extend the lead. He's done a good job with the build-up, good job with the counter press. He's making a lot of chances. I'd like to see Diddy maybe change formations just to shift, again, the tempo of the game. We talk about it so much, but the cadence matters. The flow and then the fluidity. And Diddy's one of those guys that has the ability to go late into tournaments. We've seen it time and time again. In fact, he was the initial E-Champions League winner. And he's always been one of the best, if not the best, traveling American over the course of consistency throughout the last 5 or 6 years in the competitive scene.
He has to do with another wave of pressure. K1 John. Big chance for finding another one. De Bruyne, and lucky enough to not go down there for a penalty. I mean, especially after the Champions League at the weekend, we've seen penalties given for much less. Half-time's coming in. Gabriel Pien, 3-0. He leads in his game. GN10, 3-0 up in his matchup. Jaden Groden just kicked off for the second half. Leads 6-1. Well, let's have a look at the scores on the doors. This is how it looks as it currently stands. I mean, look, we are delivering you all the latest points here. Goals are going in. They're even updated as they're going in. GN10 has conceded a goal.
This has been a little more straightforward comparatively to the matches in our first round of games here, where they're not over, but it's clearly favoring one side or the other as we're going into the second half in all of these matches.
Back over we go again. This is the goal that we just missed. GN10, we congratulate them on a fantastic first 45 minutes. Game on over there.
Good turn from Dembele, another brand new team of the season item.
Diogo Borges back in that game, scoring an important goal.
Stokes might not like it, but we should reference that game where we saw Dennis score 3 goals in 7-8 minutes of game time. So that is something that's possible here. Those matchups that were 3-0 or now 3-1 or even 2-0 here, this is still anyone's game.
I'm just looking here, actually, Mike. This is actually a rematch between K1 John and Diddy Chris. They actually played earlier today in the bracket. Diddy Chris winning 5-4. Then he went through and lost against Dennis, who we did just see beat Stokes. So they're actually rematching again for a second time. So it's one of them, isn't it? You sit back and think, do I really have to play you again? Unfortunately, you do. Lofted in. Unfortunately, Haaland is not able to do what he would normally do.
It's a big break. He's looking for a knockdown. I don't think he could have gone direct there. Needed helpers. Maybe some second guessing. Either way, well defended from K1 John. If he's able to somehow manage a clean sheet, with what we've seen today, that would be a feat in itself.
Haaland gets fortune there, gets it back. Nice little step over. Shot!
Oh.
Goes flying wide.
Don't want that on his right.
Game C, as Jaden continued scoring. Yes, he has. He makes it 7-1 with this chance.
That's lovely. And again, we talk about the maneuverability, we talk about the versatility, the different goals that he's scoring right now. That was a double player lock, repositions Haaland. I know it's Haaland for a header, we get it, but to do that from across, there's another complication there. It's another detail, it's another intricacy that, again, if you're watching at home, you don't have that. I'd love to say that you did, but if you're playing online, even at a high level, you haven't been able to introduce that and manipulate players in this way, yet alone under this type of pressure.
Who do you think is the best chance of stopping Haaland in the box? Because no one's going to stop him, but on the off chance. Just Virgil?
Virgil. I'm still putting Virgil there.
Who's second on the list?
I would actually go as far as Rudiger. I like Rudiger better. We've seen like Araujo as one of the other center backs. We've seen some versatility with some of the defenders, depending who you lean on. Havertz can get bodied. I know he's got the size, but he doesn't have the same physicality. At least doesn't feel that way. Maybe Ruud Gullit, actually, if you can get Ruud Gullit in. I know he's not a center back technically, but he can still have a matchup.
GN10, Mike, scores again from a counter-attack. You're playing a really high line there. You're risking it. Schlotterbeck getting nowhere near Mbappe. That's the composure you need, because you often get in those areas, Mike, and it's too much time. You overthink the scenario, not on that occasion for GN10.
Yeah, a little stop, pop, think about it for a moment. Ball roll, opens up the angle.
Remember, you can't use any player in your team here. We've been lucky enough to get some special EAFC Ultimate Team accounts, which allows you to basically use any player on the database just for this tournament.
We saw Diddy brought on Pele off the bench. Haven't seen a lot of Pele in the competitive marketplace, but we'll see if we can do something here, of course, with the double 5-star and giving you some of that Brazilian flair.
Nice little ball scoop turn there from Diddy Chris Lee. So Hansen will pick it up again on the second time. Can Mbappe turn? He needs a goal now, Diddy Chris Lee. He needs something just to bring him back into this one. Love it from Chris. There's Pele's first big chance. If it wasn't for Araujo, that would have been a goal.
It's a hand clap on the defensive end.
It's not finished yet, though, is it? Finesse from distance!
And Diddy's trying anything to unlock something, any bit of space. Again, K1 John, you got to give credit to the defending. He's not getting pulled out of position. He's taking away the easy options. He's making you have to be innovative. Some moment of ingenuity.
Remember, also, whoever loses these games, they are out of this DreamHack Dallas Esports World Cup qualification. They're out. That is it. And for some players, it's a case of, do I want to go and spend some big money again and come back to Sweden? Or am I just going to say, look, I'm done for the season, I'm done?
I guess it depends who you are. If you're in Europe, you should most definitely play in Sweden. Now, the American guys, like we're kind of talking about here, that's a tough one. I mean, I would hope that you got to save maybe on some funds coming to Dallas, so you get to save on the back end.
Has to score, Chris. We've left the game there, unfortunately, but there has been a goal. You can just see it on the corner of your screen.
Yeah.
Chris
Did he
has
convert?
got a goal back.
Did he convert? He did indeed. All right, well, that makes that game a lot more interesting now. Maybe last 10 minutes, only down a goal.
Yeah,
Start adding a little more pressure.
Definitely stay with this one.
See Haaland with the takedown. Great first touch. Second one to set it. Try to judge the goalkeeper. Beats him on the near post. And if you're K1 John and somehow Diddy is able to come back into this and you get eliminated from just one player, you're going to feel a certain type of way. It's natural to be salty. And I guess to answer your question again, I think all the competitors, if they can make both tournaments, they're making both tournaments. It's in your best interest.
Of course.
Maybe you save on one to double on the other.
It's a tough one, isn't it, even for Sweden? There are 6 spots on the line to the Esports World Cup, but 512 tickets. It's so much.
6 spots though, Brandon.
512 players. we're enjoying ourselves here, and there's 256 players here. 512. I think that's going to... The one thing I love about that, Mike, there's going to be players that would actually be playing in their first competitive tournament going there.
Something from a mentality perspective for me, I would like to believe, hey, if I can get to the last day, I'm right there in Sweden. Whereas here, you got a lot to do still.
Hello. Pele. Big chance for Diddy Chris Lito. Needs to convert this one.
Oh!
2-2. He's back in the tie.
Wow.
We've mentioned Pele coming on, Mike, and
Wow.
what difference he could make. Well, that is the difference there.
And 2 goals almost identical. Couple well-timed through balls over the top, beats the back line. You see Kanate chasing back. I don't know if he came in off the bench. I don't think he was a starter for K1 John. And then across the body, you need that 5-star weak foot. You see what Pele can do with it. What a super sub to have available. One of the greatest ambassadors of the sport.
And this is where the game changes, Mike, because if you're K1 John, you're sitting, you're thinking, I've had a 2-0 lead there that I've been defending so well. You were applauding him defensively.
A dominant 2-0, it's got to be said, Brandon. We didn't see a lot of opportunities from Diddy. He really didn't feel as if he was in the match. He was itching for a sniff.
Well, as we said.
Or he was sniffing for an itch. He was doing something.
He was sniffing something. 2-2. They played earlier today, as we said. Diddy Crislito won 5-4. Is it going to be a double win for Toronto FC's man? Or is K1 John going to send Diddy Crislito packing? And Mbappe does well just to hang on to the ball there. Kanate on the pitch.
That hurt him right there. It hurt him. Kanate left him in a bad position. The recovery is not helping him either.
It's another massive counter-attack opportunity here for Chris. He's had to go out really wide with Pele. Finds De Bruyne. Does he fancy a shot from there? No, he doesn't. It was probably in his mindset.
Thought about it. No doubt. You saw the hesitation.
But look, it's opening up on both sides here of the pitch. Mbappe! Corner.
Ooh. Could this be the corner that separates them? Oof. I've been building it. I've been talking about the importance of corners. I don't know if it's lived up to it thus far. It's been a lot of Van der Sar, Pettercheck catching corner kicks.
Van der Sar's done really well at just catching these corners. We normally sit here and often talk about how corners are frustrating and players are scoring for most of them. Van der Sar has matched up most of them so far today.
Uh-oh. If you're Chris here, you got to go last opportunity, last chance. Hold the ball, get you a 90th minute.
I mean, that game, top out of your screen there, Diogo Borges, only 4-3 down now. Jalen Groden, 8-1. He's cruising through to the next round of the knockout bracket. Last attack here of the game. Added time in 2 minutes. K1 John, it's back to you, my friend.
I feel the tension. Do you feel the tension? It's gotten quiet in the room.
There will be some limbs, I can assure you, if there is to be a late goal now. You lose, you're out of the tournament. Your dream of that Esports World Cup ticket is gone. K1 John, what have you got from these moments? Hansen finds Bellingham. Bellingham steal. Does he want to find one more pass?
Oh.
Why didn't he pass it? Hansen steal, step over to Nice, finds R9! And that will be the ultimate goal to keep K1 John in this tournament. Diddy Crislito, unfortunately, looks like he will be eliminated.
It had the making. You saw the breakthrough. You got a good bounce from Chris. He needed a clearance. Didn't get that clearance. It comes back to him. Finds R9 again. Right around the 6-yard box. He's always going to convert from that type of situation, that type of position, that amount of time. The man has a knock. He's a natural striker. Maybe the greatest striker to ever do it.
Well then, full time done. Let's leave the game. It's job done there. K1 John survives in the tournament. He gets revenge after losing earlier on. Diddy Crislito out of the tournament. This one suddenly got a little bit interesting, Mike. It is Gabriel Pien who was cruising in this at 4-3 up. Now he's only a goal in front.
A couple step overs. You don't see the likes of Goretzka being used by many of the competitors. Mbappe into space.
This is Jefferson, who a lot of people have been talking about in the chat, asking how he's getting on. Chevy is only a goal behind now in this one. 5 in-game minutes left. Full-time result as well for Jalen Groden. 8-1 win. He goes through. And as this game's getting exciting, so is game A. Both are really tightly contested into our final minutes.
GN is still leading 4-3, almost the exact same timestamp here. Remember, he was up big in that game.
He was cruising. Is Gabriel Pierre just trying to take some time out in this game? Just switching it from side to side. Trying to get the ball at the corner, wins a corner. In no rush.
Corner kicks typically dream moments. You get to kill off a lot of clock. Simple recycle.
Does not want to go and score again, does he, Gabriel Pierre? He's just looking for that full-time result. It will be Joy Boy Shavizian, who will be knocked out of the DreamHack Dallas qualification tournament. Added time is on its way of 2 minutes. We're near about to have a full-time result in our other game as well. GN10 looks like he is through. He is 4-3 winner. That's another MLS player through. You're playing a bit risky here. You've got to be brave about the side of the back.
Uh-oh.
Oh my, what are you doing? No!
Uh-oh.
1 second too soon, he kicked the ball out there. And he's going to get a corner. He might have just regretted this, Gabriel Pierre. There you go, full-time result. He is through. Gabriel Pierre gets through to the knockout stages. GN10 does enough. K1 John is also through. And last but not least, Jaden Groden makes it through to the next stage here. That's another round of action done here at the DreamHack Dallas. For now, it's back over to FG in case.
Oh my word, I thought for 1 second he'd kick the ball out way too early in that last game. A great round of fixtures. We'll go straight to our featured match. K1 John with the last kick of the game, scoring with R9 after what looks like he'd lost a 2-goal lead, Casey.
He did, and it's interesting because Diddy Crislito beat K1 John in the first stages, but he came back with a vengeance here for K1 John, and he looked absolutely fantastic. Here's his first goal here in with Mbappe. Quick step over, cross the goal. Next up we have Holland on the ball again. Honestly, K1 John looked very, very dominant throughout the beginning half. It took a little while for Diddy Crislito to heat up, but you know what did heat up this match for him? Was the over-the-top through balls, because he scored it. It was like copy-paste, copy-paste 2 times in a row.
We saw two over-the-top through balls, as you see the second one, and the first one was Erling Haaland, then it was Pele, a great finish. And how about this, in the 92nd minute of the game, there was an opportunity where you thought maybe he should have passed it, and then it came back to him, and he made no mistakes whatsoever. And he's actually joining us here at the host desk. Congratulations, K1 John.
Thank you.
What a game. 2-0 up. You'd lost the lead so quick in 2 goals that looked very, very similar to each other. What were you feeling at that point?
You know, he's just gonna put the right back. This is what everyone is doing actually right now. He has, I have Rudiger, and you know he's too heavy on the ball, so that's why he scored 2 goals. Like, I can't keep the ball, and he has Haaland too. And you know, it was so hard to just keep the lead up. And Didi is a good player, you know, he can just come back at any time. And he beat me the first game, and he came back as well. So I was just too worried. And you know, he beat me last game, last minute too. And this is what happened exactly. Like, I beat him last minute, so it was exciting. You know?
So talk to me about after that first game. Did you make any changes after you lost to him for the first time? Because you've played him many times, but it's been a little while since EMLS. So what did you change from the first time to this recent game?
You know, as everyone knows, like, the meta is just crossed to Haaland. So the first game I wasn't even using Rudiger to stop Haaland, and this was the problem. He was just crossing, and I had Jude, and he's too short for Haaland. This is what I changed. I put Rudiger as a right back so he can stop Haaland a little bit. So yeah, this was the change.
And it worked?
Well, let's talk about Rudiger. You just said he's a little bit too heavy on the ball. Dennis in the last round when we had him on the host test said the same. Are you looking to change Rudiger?
I can. I wish I could, but I can. He's the main reason why you can stop Haaland. Like, I was gonna use Cosello, but I couldn't find him, so Rudiger is the option, and we trust him. So yeah.
Now, so you've had quite a while since EMLS. Have you been grinding this whole time? Because it's been a few months, or did you take a little bit of a break before this competition?
I didn't take any break. I just, when I knew that there is a new tournament, I just said, you have to practice. Because we don't have a lot of tournaments, and you know, I just said we have to grind until the DreamHack, and hopefully can make it out. You know?
And it's paying off?
Yeah, it's paying off.
So here you are at DreamHack, and you've just played a game where potentially if you'd have lost that game, your DreamHack experience would have been over. Did you change anything in your preparation at all?
Nothing at all. Just like from the first game till now, I changed only after the first game because I saw it's so difficult to stop Haaland. It's almost impossible. No matter what's your player look, no matter what's your level, it's gonna be impossible. So, this is what I'm going to do, and hopefully it will pay off. So yeah.
Do you play the same in the lower bracket, or do you feel that added pressure when you play in the lower bracket?
Yeah, I feel this because I'm always, every single tournament, I'm putting myself in a hard situation. I don't know why I like this, but
it happens.
Yeah, I just put myself in a difficult situation. The first game I wasn't even trying. I don't know why. But when I came up to a point like, you lose this, you are going home. So I started to play even way better, keep the ball more, try to be more safe, not to push the defenders, and it's paying off right now.
It's a long road ahead. This weekend could potentially be really, really long, of course, because you're all aiming to try and get to Riyadh, which means if you do get through today, you would be back for the rest of the weekend. What are your plans in terms of preparation for the longevity of this? Because it seems like sometimes when you play in here, you need the adrenaline to get you through. How much adrenaline can you get?
Honestly, like I'm so confident because last year I was in Saudi, so I just want to make it again because it's Arabic country too. I would love to be there, and they are welcoming me every time in a perfect way. So I'm trying to do everything possible to just be back.
Well, listen, you are definitely on the right tracks anyway. Congratulations on your win, and congratulations on the last-minute winner. That was K1 John joining us at the hostess. Casey, let's take a look at the other fixtures that happened in that round. I mean, we saw a sensational win for Jaden, a massive scoreline, and he looked really comfortable, didn't he? 8-1.
He did. He looked so good. I don't know too much about gunnerism. I wasn't sure what to expect going into this game, but I wasn't quite expecting the scoreline that we saw here. I know we chatted with Jaden from across the room. He looked very, very confident going into it. But this scoreline right here, 8-1 for Jaden, a massive win in the lower bracket.
A massive, massive win and a confidence boost for him. And then we look at Gabriel PN and the people that have been watching the broadcast. There was a moment in that, it was 4-3, but there was a moment in that game where he kicked the ball out in the last kick of the game and the game wasn't done.
My heart stopped. It is in that situation that is, you could easily lose it in that lower bracket, so you cannot be making those type of mistakes. But Gabriel PN did come out on top for that one. Another player who came out on top in that last round was GN10 making it through. But looking up to the next bracket, as we saw before, we have Dennis and Stokes. That game ended up already, if you guys were not here for that. Dennis advanced on, but soon, look at this, FG, Stokes versus K1 John.
I mean, there's no rest for K1 John. He's straight back onto the stage to face Footwiz Stokes in the lower final. Now this is a massive, massive game. What do you think Stokes will be feeling like?
I mean, I think that there was a part of that game where he really thought he was going to win. He gave it to him. He gave it to him in that second half, and so he needs to really reassess going into this one. But K1 John, he's a fierce competitor, so I think this could be a close one.
Absolutely, and you can see bracket A on the screen as well for you. We can see Bryce already in the final, and in the lower final is Harvey. I mean, it's stacked. It's absolutely stacked, this, isn't it?
It is, and if you see on the right, we do have Jaden versus Stingray coming up here shortly. So there's a lot of good players dropping into that lower bracket, and so the pressure is just increasing. We look at bracket C here. Redlac is already through to that one. Going into bracket D, Manu is in through to that final. We have Harvey Waters ready for his next opponent. But yeah, like I said, Jaden versus Stingray will be another intense matchup. I
mean, you're looking at Manu Bashore in that final, and you've got to back him in this situation, haven't you? A serial winner through esports. Granted, he was at the ECL a couple of days ago. He's had like a lot of travel time, but it's business as usual for him so far.
It is, and if you look at his season as a whole, he started off a bit slow, but he has ramped up every single competition that he has competed in throughout this year, and I think that he's at the top of his game, especially coming off of, a perfect last year for him, and so he's coming into this competition ready to go, I think.
And a perfect last game for him as well. 8-2 win against Iago. As we look at our featured matches, Danny Pitbull against NYC, and then with Stokes and John, which we spoke about, Harvey versus Jaden, which is a really, really good affair, and Iago versus Gabriel PN. What do you say about these fixtures? Because they are very, very close, aren't they?
They are. Honestly, these are some of the most highly anticipated matches that we've seen so far. I think GN's coming off of a massive win. Danny Pitbull is coming off of a disappointing loss. So that one will be very interesting. We talked about Stokes and K1 John. Harvey Waters, again, he had a tough loss that game. It was very, very close, but he's had a lot of momentum this season. So I think that he will definitely be looking good at going into that game.
How do you think Jaden will be feeling? Of course, we've just seen him have a massive, massive win, a huge confidence boost for him. But sometimes would you prefer your games to be a little bit closer? just so you can be a bit more competitive and sort of play at a higher level?
Yeah, I hope he doesn't let up, because he was cruising through that last game, but he goes against a more difficult opponent, and it's going to be a much more difficult situation for him. And so we'll see if he can continue cruising through to that one. But next up, we do have Danny Pitbull versus NYC's GN10, which will be, it's actually Charlotte GN10 now. He is signed to Charlotte FC in EMLS. And so that'll be a very, very interesting matchup, because I don't know. I didn't anticipate Danny Pitbull to lose his last match. So I don't know if that disappointment will carry over to this one or not.
Well, Danny Pitbull, of course, was also at the ECL, and there was a lovely VT about Danny Pitbull. Quite possibly one of the nicest guys in esports. He's very, very well supported as well. But on the other perspective, you can't really call this.
You can't. You honestly can't. Because Danny Pitbull also, actually both players have been in the scene for so long. There's a few players in this competition that we haven't seen, new faces, but there's some staples coming in here, even in the lower bracket, which is kind of crazy to see.
When you look at Danny Pitbull and you speak about how long he's been in esports for, and sort of the experience he's got, coming to a place like DreamHack in, you know, old school esports surroundings, shall we say, does that favour him?
I think it does. I think that he's just ready for any situation. He's been at so many stages of the game that he's seen every type of thing. So he's just ready for anything. If you put a controller in his hand, he's going to be ready to play. So he's just that type of player that he has the mentality that he could do it all.
And of course, you can vote in the Twitch chat. You just need to do #Dan or #GN10. And we'll be looking out to see who you think is going to win this. We're about 2.5 minutes away from the games. Who are you expecting on the virtual pitch to shine? Because I can't look past Erling Haaland.
Yeah, Haaland is definitely in there, but I'm going to try not to favor him too much because we talk so much about him. I really like Graham Hansen's finesse. I think that there's a few players that are really taking advantage of that. Pele, we've seen a few good goals there as well, but I think those are my top three.
Jude Bellingham's been very, very popular amongst everybody here. I'd be interested to see if anyone would use someone different other than him, but he offers so much, doesn't he?
He is, and especially because you have unlimited budget, you could choose anyone, so you're going to choose the best, and I think based off of his passing alone, you can't pass it up.
Right, okay, I'm going to ask you for your prediction. I said I wasn't going to do it to Brandon and Mike, but I'm going to ask you for your prediction of our featured match. Do you think Danny's going to win, or do you think it's GN10?
I am going to say Danny Pitbull.
Danny Pitbull with the win, as we are joined by our casters Brandon Smith and Mike LaBelle. Look, I'll get your predictions quickly. Brandon, Danny Pitbull, GN10.
Danny, nicest guy in the scene.
We literally just said that.
GN's right there too. These are two of the nicest guys in the community.
I've spent more time with Danny.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
You spent more time with GN.
Fair enough. I don't know. I've spent a lot of time with both these individuals. I'm still going GN. I'll just put it out there just for it.
Well, here we go.
I'll be against the grain.
The games have begun, so we'll head over to Mike and Brandon.
Well then, back underway here for another round of action in DreamHack Dallas. Remember, these are more elimination games. We just saw GN10 might win his last game 4-3. Now he plays against Danny Pitbull. That's your reward for winning your game. You're playing against an E-Champions League finalist.
And there could be a little sprinkle of some extra salt as well.
Early start. Danny Pitbull, see you later. That composure there. Bellissimo.
Oh, what an extra touch there. Open your body, a little extra scoot, opens up so much time. The world is yours. Nas would be proud. And I was going to say that GN lost to Danny Pitbull earlier, so this is his second chance or second bite of the cherry, if you will, but it's not starting out well for him against Danny Pitbull.
I'm sure we'll see the replay in a minute when we can, but no one thinks that, do they? I'm going to just dodge the tackle and find a way for it. We'll see the replay as we jump back into the game in a second.
It's quality left stick there, just throws him off. I mean, ankles lost, controller maybe broken. If at least it was me, monitor thrown.
Well, it was probably about 24 hours ago. Me, FG, Danny Pitbull and Dagnall for all in the lobby of the hotel at 5 AM in London, ready to start our journey here to Dallas. There's been no time to adjust really to the time zone. It's just straight in, straight playing. And it's Danny Pitbull that leads by a goal still in that game. We haven't kicked off our other matches there. If you're a Tom Stokes fan, you'll be happy to know he's in action against K1 John in just a couple of in-game seconds. Yago is waiting to get ready for him. Jaden Groden against Harvey Waters will be playing as well. Back to you, GN10. First real chance to get forward, defended well by De Bruyne.
Respect the Pirlo usage. Can we just get a shout out to Pirlo? You're not going to see him used in any other squads. I think it's just Danny Pitbull.
I think that's just love as well off the Champions League. He was a big part of those teams.
I've always talked about comfort when it comes to some of your player selections. It does play a factor, especially if you have more or less squad rules involved where you have some additional limitations. Then it comes down to where have I put the most minutes, where am I most comfortable, the movements, the animations, how that fluctuates, how to adjust, maybe some trust even. It might sound funny saying that with virtual players, but it does play a factor when you're at the competitive level.
Especially if you've had big players, Mike, that have missed you big chances in games, you have an agenda against them, and they don't feature in the team anymore. Right, let's jump across if we can. Game B. I know the chat will be screaming out for it as well. Stokes against KhazixMayJump in an elimination game here in DreamHack Dallas. I'm sure we might see a chance from Danny Pitbull before we get there. No, we won't. He's intercepted. Back over here. This one, Mike, is going to be special.
And we just saw an impressive performance, all things considered, from KhazixMayJump. Stokes, of course, going down early, then taking the lead and giving us an offensive back and forth, a bit of an onslaught. Second game on stream for Stokes. See if he can make something with it. And again, I've always said this, I stick to it. Stokes matchup's going to have a lot of goals.
KhazixMayJump with the first shot maybe of the game. Disguises that pass beautifully well. R9 stopped with Virgil van Dijk.
Clever there, almost a look away as he drops that lower pass in, or the target pass, if you will. Good turn, good defending. Big takeaway here for KhazixMayJump.
Electric start so far from Inter Miami's pro player. Can't, of course, see it at home, but there's people still building their teams, Mike, for our other matchups that are yet to kick off. I think it could actually be Yago, who's still building his team. Remember, you're having to sort of jump between different consoles here in what is a LAN setup.
To be fair, Yago might need a rebuild after the last game that we saw with Manu Bashor.
Well, we've seen another goal in this game. We blinked for a minute. Danny Pitbull gets very fortunate with the first deflection, but then says see you later to Van der Sar. Nice little bit of trickery there, Mike.
Yeah, it's classy. You see the cancellation out of the La Croqueta around the goalkeeper. Ooh.
We are jumping between the chances.
Stokes has the same reaction as me. First big breakthrough there for KhazixMayJump. Maybe a little bit unlucky on the near post.
Well, you see Ethan Higgins just sitting behind Stokes as well. He plays tomorrow. There is a lot of footwiz bodies here in Dallas. Just seen Mark 11. He was joking around that he plays Nicholas in his first game here in his bracket. Remember, there are many matches being played. We are just focused on the featured matchups here. Haaland, back post, plays it back inside. Stokes very nearly going 1 goal up, 12 minutes in.
Always asking for a lot there, though. Had to take it down with Haaland. I think it fell to Hansen. Hansen first time across the body. The goalkeepers have been relatively consistent. I don't want that to be a jinx, but just from what we've seen thus far, you need something special.
Well, we haven't kicked off our other 2 matches yet. Waiting for them to get going. Jaden Groden taking on Harvey Waters. That's a Brighton of Albion v Luton Town Premier League rematch. 3-0, Danny Pitbull leading, top of your screen. That's a big interception.
Danny Pitbull's got a bit of that champion's pedigree, it's got to be said. He's been one of the faces, the leaders of the Italian community in the competitive scene. We talk about Oberon a lot. You might even argue that Danny Pitbull has surpassed the likes of Oberon, who kind of was next up. He's recharged. The man's been playing with certain levels of leadership and a bunch of smiles.
Look at this. Play out there. Look out for Mbappe. Didn't need him. Went on his own with a power shot. Corner to KhazixMayJump.
Watch the goalkeeper movement closely. Plays
and
a huge
Haaland
factor.
also.
Yeah, Haaland and the goalkeeper.
Who's going to stop the threat? Will be the defensive Haaland. What are we doing back here? Ellis and volleys in the box.
That's not how they teach it. Oh, beautiful step
Nicely
over.
done there. Step over exit was clean from Vinicius Jr. The Brazilian will still run. Nice scoop turn, ball roll inside. Mbappe tried to squeeze it through the legs of Van Dijk.
Some moments with a little perfection there. Gorgeous step over, stop, go, change of pace. Well defended from K1 John as well. Extra pass made, of course, from Vinicius. Kind of giving you that one-man counterattack, ultimate leak out wide.
There has been a goal back in the game for GN10 against Danny Pibble. This is the goal that's come back here as we've left it as well. You can just see Tom Stokes leading by a goal to nil in his matchup. GN10, he needed the goal back there, Mike, because it was going to get a bit unsavoury.
He had to touch the grass. A little bit of a rebuttal, and I believe the Stokes goal was a knockdown. I saw the pass was coming to Holland, and then we switched over. So it was a knockdown from Holland to Mbappe. Mbappe, of course, finishing. Maybe a little bit against the runner form. It's been a bit of an even game, but you could say K1 John's had a couple big chances he wasn't able to convert from.
As we said, just to say again, whoever loses this match is out of the tournament. They will not be going to the Esports World Cup, but they might be back on the plane to Sweden in 2 weeks' time.
Say that one more time for me, Brandon. Let the people know. We're reminding
Whoever loses is out. And we'll keep on saying it. It's still.
It's a long flight to Sweden from here as well. I don't know if I want to sit with that for a few weeks.
And with the amount of them that are being booked, Mike, they're getting quite pricey.
Mm-hmm.
Remember, 512 players for a sold out. I believe they've all been sold, the tickets I've just heard. Heading to Jönköping in Sweden on the weekend of the 14th to the 17th of June. There's only 256 here. There's going to be double the players in Sweden.
I think that's the biggest major FC event we've ever seen. I mean, I'm thinking through even the history books. There's been a few open events that have had a lot of players. I've seen some stuff happen in there's the Scandinavian Cups between all the nations, but I don't know if they're getting above 512.
Yeah,
I think
no way.
And definitely not involved in a larger ecosystem.
You're basically looking at 512 players there, Mike, built up of what? FUT Champions Cup winners, E-World Cup winners, E-Premier League, but there's just winners. There's winners everywhere.
You also might get some amateurs. This could be your opportunity for some breakthroughs, players that we didn't know even existed at the highest of levels.
K1 Jump, dispossessed there. Patinia doing very well there for Stokes, just getting him back in possession.
I like this usage of Patinia, an item that we didn't see used at all this year until the team of the season. In any capacity, really.
Stokes, Hansen, time red that one was. Was it going to be really troubling the goalkeeper if it did get past the defender? Chance to break now for K1 John. We're going to head to Game C in a second because there has been a breakthrough there between the two UK players. And it is an only goal in this one for Jaden Croden, who leads by a goal to nil against Harvey Waters. He just saw Holland get on the right side of Rudiger. Just took his time.
Don't rush. Lovely first touch there. Slight R1 dribble. Keeps it on the left. No stopping it. We've seen Stokes in a similar position here. So it's a matter of can he add more to it. Oh.
Vinny Jr., see you later.
Oh.
Holland knocks it back.
Wow.
Bellingham.
Wow. That might be the goal of the day this far, Brandon. You got a little bit of everything. You like the tricks, you like the flicks, you like a step over, a pullback, a resurface, a recycle, an extra touch, an extra dribble, look across, fake it till you make it, and then you convert it.
All those hours on stream from Stokes, playing in multiple different qualifications. That's what he's been working on. 2-0, he leads in an all-important game. Danny Pitbull makes it 4-1 with 40 minutes on the clock over in his matchup. Remember, all elimination games. It's just that Vinicius Jr. just keep that offering, didn't he, Mike?
It was gross. It was filthy. I might need to take a shower just watching it.
Feast in, switched across the body from Jude Bellingham.
It's got a little bit of everything. If you're a fan of some left stick dribbling, the R1 dribbling and the skills, the cancellations, the movement, the extra passing. And once he got the ball to Jude, it was goalkeeper out of position. All you had to do was tap it home. The build-up was just phenomenal. And the details, it's all about the details. There was moments that were subtle, there were others that were loud. What a collaboration.
I was going to ask you, about who does this game suit better? K1 Johnny's just come off the back of quite a stressful match with Chris Little, or Stokes, who, because he went through the upper bracket, he's had a bit more time just to sort of relax a bit.
It's still early. The one critique that I've always said with Stokes is that it makes for entertaining gameplay, but he constantly goes forward.
Another goal over here. Jaden Groden 2-0 up. What's happened here? Virgil van Dijk's got the ball away. Havertz hasn't. And it's how he makes this chance happen.
Oh, little mixology for the people.
I wouldn't even expect him to go back that way, but he did.
That's the idea. The shake, bake, and the resurface, put it back in the oven, reheat it.
Whatever he was heating up, he's been able to find himself a second goal.
I want seconds. Like, I'll take some of it. Oof. I was going to say with the Stokes game, too, it makes for great gameplay, but this won't be a clean sheet affair. I think it's unlikely. So, if anything, you need more goals. He's got to keep going with them, keep pushing. And K1 John's had a couple big chances.
K1 John, last 5 in-game minutes. Trying to speed up that attack. Seeing himself through to half-time.
Stokes is the only true OG competitor left in the scene in terms of going through multiple eras of competitive gameplay.
I always say about Stokes, and it still blows my mind. I remember he played in like a West Ham Esports tournament, maybe about 3-4 years ago. And you said it right, Mike. You played with Stokes a long time ago. He came back into the team after quite a big breakout, and then to get back to the level that he's shown, it's pretty remarkable, really, because naturally life gets in the way. Motivation isn't always there for a lot of players, but for him, it really has been. And look, he's got incredible numbers on stream. He's got a really big fan base, and he's playing some incredible FC.
When you talk about longevity, it doesn't get much better. We're talking someone who's been playing a tier 1 level for maybe 12 years at this point. And at least when we're talking about FC, that doesn't really exist. We don't have history books that look like that. We have guys that have been world class 4 or 5 years. And they have better results than Stokes, to be fair, in some of the championships they've won and the final events and, you know, the achievements they've unlocked and thus far and so forth and thus for. I can't find that word that I'm looking for. But either way, there's been guys that have had a better spell within a smaller window. But from a longevity, I don't know if we've had anyone over a decade that has been in the scene.
People just come and go.
Yeah, it's pretty common. We see guys sometimes for 1-2 years max.
Well, back underway in this one. I'm just looking across the bracket of players that are... Big chance, defended well by Stokes. He's going to tuck that one in, K1 John. Just to bring himself back into the tie.
Stokes won't be happy with that. A bit of a bounce back. Get some decent defending last ditch. A lot of times you need those bounces to kind of go your way.
Well, I think we've got an equaliser over here. Harvey Waters was 2-0 down against Jaden Groden. 10 minutes later, he does this.
It's a lovely knockdown again. It's a goal that you're going to see constantly today. It's a big reason that you might ask yourself at home if you've been keeping up with the scene, why are the fullbacks so large and in charge? It's mainly to defend against or to counteract some of the big switches and those knockdowns. That's why you've got the 6'3" Kai Havertz, the 6'3", 6'4" Rudiger. By design, they wouldn't necessarily be in those positions. You might think Kai Havertz, you're thinking about some sort of an attacker. But the team of the season item is, he's got something to him. And then Rudiger, you're always thinking middle of the pitch.
Well, an update over in this game, off topic, is Danny Pibble thinks one up, but JN10 has got a goal back there. Remember, there's still a long time left.
It's not going to matter. 6'2". 6'2", I don't think so.
Well, just looking across the bracket, I can confirm to you some of the names that are in the grand final of the bracket. The way it works here in DreamHack Dallas is, yes, there's 256 players here, but they've all been split up into 16 different groups, which have got 14 to 16 players in each of them. It's K1 John has this attack. I'll continue explaining. Dembele out for a corner. Puts himself into a dangerous scenario now. Haaland and Petr Cech, can they double team and stop the offensive Haaland? Yes, they can. And basically from that, you play a double elimination bracket. 2 losses will send you out. But each bracket, each group has a grand final. You win that grand final, you are into Sunday's top 16. So players that are in that final, waiting for players to come through, are Redlac, Dennis 20. You've got Bryce, of course, as well, who beat Danny Pitbull on his way through. And last but not least, also Manu Bashore, who could be on his way to a top 16. Someone else that might be on his way to a top 16, if he can keep winning like this, would be Tom Stokes, finds a third.
And that's good right there. You see the lob, he kind of hesitates, and it makes it where K1 John has to take a 50-50 on who does he think Holland is going to knock it down to. He goes with Vinny Jr., which in all fairness has been the more likely compared to Graham Hansen, just based on this matchup. Late knockdown from Stokes allows him to extend the lead, double his lead, 3-1. He's been in this exact position less than an hour ago. We've seen this, so he'd hate to revisit that result.
Well, let's have a look at all the results if we can in our first set of matches here in DreamHack Dallas. Danny Pitbull 6-2 up, Stokes 3-1 up. You can see that game on your screen now. Harvey 2, Jalen Groden 2, and it's just kicked off. It was the latest 1-2 kick-off between them. Yago, after a really sort of disappointing defeat, a big defeat it was as well, Mike, to Manu Bashore. He's had quite a lot of time just to sit back and go, look, I've lost to a player that's top of his game. He leads by a goal to nil. K1 John has just scored. Let's jump back to it live now. He's certainly not out of this one yet, is he? He may have been a runner-up in the MLS Cup, but he did enough to qualify for the FC Pro World Championships. He was a world finalist last year too. It's never an easy matchup when you play against the Egyptian.
He gives him that lifeline. It just gives you a little bit of doubt if you're Stokes in that position, and it gives you some hope if you're K1 John, especially that he got it early. He didn't have to score this goal in the 75th or the 80th minute, and he's starting to count the minutes. He's got it in the 60th.
Well, this is Gabriel Pien pulling a goal back there. 32 minutes on the clock. That one's all square. Half-time between Harvey Waters and Redlac. That's 2-2. 4 games taking place at the same time here. This is our featured matchup. Stokes leading 3-2 against K1 John. Mbappe. Ball roll inside. Dembele on the finesse. Corner again.
I'll tell you what, Brandon, Stokes is going to need a fourth. I think he's going to need a fourth to see this out.
Flick on.
Oh.
Saved. I still don't think I've seen a corner go in, like directly. On broadcast yet today, Mike, which
we've seen a few replays, but to your point,
surprises me. It's mainly been more of a flick down or a head down. There's not been any direct front post flick-ons.
Maybe it's my fault. I've built the expectation that we'd see a lot of set pieces just from what I've been experiencing online, and there hasn't been the same conversion rate that I initially expected.
I think there's certainly many things, isn't there? One, that you've got slightly better defenders to stop the onslaught, which I know Didier Drogba in the Champions League was so deadly for. There just wasn't really the defenders to stop him. But also, you've had a lot more time, haven't you, for these players that haven't been competing, just to practice on how to try and defend them, how to move your goalkeeper. K1 John on the attack. Mbappe scoop turn inside. Can he find that killer pass into Haaland or R9? Vitinha. Well played, Stokes there. Aggressive of Havertz, had to be. Still has not fully dealt with his chance. K1 John in no rush though, just recycling it, moving from side to side. Will then be lofted in by Bellingham potentially as he looks at his options queuing up. This is great from K1 John still. Patience though, Stokes. Paying out in the end.
Yeah, almost a battle of the wits there. It's always a game, at least on the edge of the box, where you're kind of playing a little bit of bait and switch or cat and mouse. Can you slightly pull a player out of position with some of your build-up while not losing the ball? Big takeaway here from Stokes.
Havertz. Hansen, the acceleration boost there. It's quite tight. Oh, the keeper's jumped over it. Goal that's come in from Game C, I believe. Which way has it gone? It's gone back the way of Jaden Groden, a long ball over the top. There's the head down. Haaland may have been off balance, but that didn't matter.
On the weak foot, that's a rarity. You don't see that on the right foot nearly as much as his dominant left peg, of course. And as you said, a little lopsided, a little offset. He really wasn't perfectly balanced. Maybe the goalkeeper had already moved a little bit, left a bigger window of opportunity.
We're into the team management now for a split second. Yeah, it says you've got Ethan Higgins over your shoulder. Played in the Liga FC Pro earlier this year as well.
And the conversation between the two camps is very different, but I can almost guarantee that Stokes and Ethan are talking about how do we want to see this out. What tactical shift, what substitute. We've seen Konate coming off the bench. Personally, I don't love that. Feels a little awkward. Not bad defensively, but offensively you can tell he's a limited fullback option comparatively to what we've seen with Rudiger or Havertz.
Corner. Went all the way to the back post. Bruyne back defending.
All right, so we got Olivier Giroud has come on. So you've got another big body up front. Combining him with the likes of Haaland is something else.
There he's in possession now, that Olivier Giroud item.
He's
got 97 pace, believe it or not.
Yeah, he's a little clunky though, so it depends how you're built up. If you need quick turns or that max responsiveness, that won't be Giroud.
One more into Haaland. He needed that. We said he needed another goal just to really cement it. With 12 minutes left, he's in a very different scenario now, Mike, and he's got a 2-goal cushion.
Should see it out as long as he doesn't give up a goal from kickoff. He's got everything in his favor. A couple triangles there that have been formed, extra pass. It's key that he timed that green. Because again, Haaland on the weak foot, a little more room for interpretation, definitely not nearly as clear cut, but he does time a green. Handles the moment. I said that he would need 4. He's got the 4th. We'll see if they stay true.
Well, Danny Pitbull is still running away with his game. He's just scored again. Stokes conclude the tie now if he wants to. K1 John hanging on there.
Oh, a little rush from K1 John. That might be it. Not nearly as patient as what we saw before.
Giroud. Oh, does so well. Does he need one more pass?
Wow.
No, he doesn't.
Come on.
Tom Stokes will survive here in DreamHack Dallas as he goes through back into the next round of the lower bracket. It will be K1 John who will be eliminated here.
Wrap it, scrap it, clip it, flip it. I want to rewatch it. Oh my goodness. I mean, the way that he's integrating that space. It's just such a beautiful extra pass. You see the step over as well from Giroud. He's already got it lined up. Near post, anticipates the goalkeeper movement.
Near post as well, Mike.
He saw it happen. He saw it coming.
Well, penalty. This is a replay over here. This is Yago, who is leading 2-1 now against Gabriel Pien. We're going to conclude the final moments from this game.
Tell you what, Stokes got top 2 goals I think I've seen on the day, at least we're talking featured matchups. And he's off for more. Oh, and he's getting more. Haaland on the right foot has been dangerous. Again, anticipating the goalkeeper movement, a lot of power, extra emphasis, put him into positions to succeed. He's going to do just that.
Well, Olivier Giroud has...
He's made a world of difference.
Played quite a part, hasn't he?
I've never seen his footwork quite like this. Got some skills everywhere. A little bit of that razzle and that dazzle, a little extra sparkle.
Big goal. Stokes, as we said, will survive for another round here in DreamHack Dallas. He's in the lower bracket, but he's not giving up yet. K1 John will be eliminated. Full-time result coming in. And Stokes is just adding a few more.
He's building some character.
We know K1 John is mentally checked out on this game. We hope to see him hopefully in Sweden. If not, we'll see him in the FC Pro World Championships later on this year. Danny Pitbull will win 8-2 as well. It's GN10 eliminated. That's 2 EMLS players that are out of the tournament there. Danny Pitbull goes through to the next round. We'll leave this game now because it's job done. Let's go to game C or D if we can. Both games are looking rather exciting. And we can go to this all British matchup over here, where Harvey Waters is so close to scoring there. Into a pause. We might have to leave this one.
See the setups on the back end. A lot of 4-2-2s, 4-3-2-1s. A little bit of a chase formation in a 4-2-4. Just bodies everywhere. Scouring the virtual pitch.
Well, you can see both players on camera here as well. As we said, both played in the EPL early this year. Jaden Groden won 8-1 in his last matchup in the lower bracket. Of course, we saw Harvey Waters lose just narrowly to Redlac early today in the upper bracket. That's why he's down in this game now. Last 14 minutes left. Let's jump back into the game now. It's back live. 4-2, Jaden leading. Is it about to be 5? It is! It looks like he'll be surviving here in DreamHack. Three-goal lead, Mike, with what, 10 minutes left?
And rather simple. Comes out of a pause. Extra pass. Again, Holland. Who else could it be? Gets it on that left dominant peg. Dominant foot. Quick little touch, change of direction. Defender gets scooted. Momentum going against him. Plenty of time to eye up the goalkeeper and pick a corner to convert. I believe the other game is 3-2 between Iago.
Iago in front there.
Yeah, so we should probably swap over. We want to see this one out. How much time's left in that game? We've got a dual monitor over here.
We'll go over to it in a minute. Well, it looks like it's going to be commiserations to Harvey Waters. He'll be crashing out here in DreamHack Dallas. And so one of these two players, Gabriel Pien or Iago.
And Giroud just on again. See KDB in the midfield. A couple choices that haven't necessarily always been common. There's certain guys that are inarguable, have to be there. But there's a few defenders you see interchanged, a few midfielders, even a couple attackers if we're talking about super subs.
Well, he's in safe hands, Iago. If you just see who's sitting behind him, Matias Bonanno. Iago! Unfortunately, will find himself in a difficult position. 3-3. Gabriel Pien, fresh off the plane from Brazil, will keep us guessing with 23 or 4 minutes left.
Lovely work there from Gabriel Pien. Step over, going away from the play. Half second there, hits it on the near post. Lovely conversion. It's always another gamification when it comes to finishing and being clinical.
So after this game, we will have our sort of loser final, I believe it is, and then we will be, of course, going into that all-important grand final, which I know everyone's been talking about, everyone's anticipating that, because that is the important one, Mike, because whoever wins that, of course, will be
locking the ticket. See you on
their
Sunday.
ticket.
Again, your worst case at that point, you're in the money. At least let you maybe make a little bit, but your coverage with the flight and the accommodations, you've done what's necessary. Also, top 16 from a 256 player pool is to a degree an achievement in itself. Not everyone will see it like that, but they should. Just getting to Sunday is a real challenge here. We have all the games underway actually from the next group.
So I can confirm, sorry, that our next game is the grand final. So our next game is that qualification game, which will decide who goes into Sunday's top 16. So as it stands, it will be Jaden Groden taking on Redlac. Danny Pitbull will get his rematch against Bryce. Tom Stokes will get his rematch against Dennis 20. And whoever wins that game between Iago and Gabriel Pien will take on Manny Bashore. And we'll find our first 4 players, Mike, into our top 16.
You hate to be gift wrapped the Manu Bashori matchup. I don't think anybody's asking for that one. Oh.
And just to give you a little bit of a teaser for those home, I think Tom Stokes might actually be coming on stream for a little interview afterwards. So I know a lot of people have been crying out for him to look at the camera when he's scoring goals and whatnot. You will be able to see him and potentially chat to him. Full-time result coming in, 6-3 for Jaden Groden. That is wrapped up and done. Here's Yago.
Big takeaway.
Big chance, Yago Steele into Haaland, drops the shoulder, take a bow, Yago. So much composure in that final third.
Massive mistake from Gabriel PN. Can't do that in the defensive half, middle of the pitch, easy counterattack. Yago, extra touch. Little bit of a feint, gets it on that left foot, stays on the left foot. Haaland, green time finesse shot. Wasn't the prettiest of finesse shots, so the goalkeeper had already sort of committed to the near post. Plenty of margin to work with. You might not see it on screen, but Gabriel PN has a coach there. He's just kind of slightly off screen.
Look at that team there. Look at that man over your shoulder, Mike.
Talk about
Matthias
some confidence.
Bonanno.
Yeah. I'm telling you, I'm playing better FC. You put Matthias next to me.
Absolutely. I mean, look, as we said, he's playing tomorrow, Matthias Bonanno. Flew in with Tex yesterday on the plane. Tex is also playing in this tournament. He's in action tomorrow.
We got MS Desari over our shoulder in action. Don't have the results, but I know that they're playing.
You got a buy in his first game, I heard, Mike. MS Desari, so he's in the upper bracket.
Who else is playing? We got King CJ playing.
You got Naylor, who's come all the way from Australia. He's in action at the moment. Dula Mike, I'm seeing, he's playing too. Remember, still, we've got loads more action to bring you here today from Dallas, Texas, of this DreamHack Esports World Cup qualifier.
See if Gabriel PN has anything left in the system. Plenty of time. 15 minutes of game time to be exact. Or can Yago see it out? We're due for a corner kick. It's got to be said.
Gabriel PN. Have you been working on those corners? Let's see. Giroud has just been flipped over. I've not seen that before. Giroud again. Can he win his header? Yes, he can.
We need a slightly more lift there for the delivery. Double switch.
Bit of game management now, I'm sure we're going to see from Yago. That would have been a clear instruction is here from his good mate Matthias Bonanno.
Hugging the sidelines with the fullbacks.
Mbappe, Yago conclude it now if he wants. Vinicius Junior, does he want to go back in? Yes, he does. Haaland! Yago! He's on his way for a rematch against Manu Bashore. And whoever will win that one will qualify for the top 16 on Sunday.
And wouldn't that be a change of events or a change of heart if somehow he's able to get past Manu Bashore after the first result?
Well, he's had to wait so long, hasn't he, Manu Bashore? Played that first round ages ago. 2 hours ago or so.
I think as a recap, if you guys missed that game, he went up against Yago. It's basically over in the first half. He was up 6-0. I think it finished 8-2.
Something like that.
It was a destructive game. It was all one-sided. All one-way traffic.
Have to applaud Yago this year. He's completely turned around his motivation, his work ethic in this game. He didn't have a great season last year. He sort of haven't really seen him on the main stage for a long time. He was a teammate last year in the La Liga FC Pro, but this year he's been a bit of a staple.
Oh.
Here's Haaland. That's a goal. No, it's not. Oh, my. I mean, Gabriel Pien can laugh. Inside, I'm sure he's crying, how on earth has that not been on target or at least challenged the goalie?
That's what we talk about with Haaland on that weak foot. If you don't time it green, there's definitely risk involved in some of the conversion, especially if you go across the body. Yeah, we're talking aerial pursuit, unprecedented.
Mbappe stopped by Rudiger.
Oof.
It's taking time out of the game now, Yago. And from the crazy part is, as we said, Mike, from what, 64 players in our first sitting today, there is going to be 8 that are left. 56 of those players eliminated.
That's the nature of the sport.
That's it,
That's
job done.
that's what you came here for.
And as this game is underway, there's also 64 ball players playing all around us here in DreamHack Dallas, including those names of MS Tassari, Nicholas 99 and so forth. And after we confirm our first 4 players in our top 16, we will then swap over to that next group of players.
Actually, he's at 8 of 128, 264 brackets, and then tomorrow another 8 from the 128. That's a lot of players.
A lot of players, a lot of games, isn't it? Bit of frustration there from Gabriel Pien. He will be eliminated, unfortunately, from DreamHack Dallas. As we said, there is another opportunity in Sweden in 2 weeks' time for those that want to take that big investment or plunge to potentially fund your own way. And for Yago, the dream will live on as we move into our grand final matchups following this full-time result. Final thoughts, Mike?
This is a more subdued version of Yago than what I'm used to seeing. And I think if anything, they probably had a team talk about getting that chance to go up against Manu Bashor again. And he's going to get that opportunity. Gabriel Pien, if you're walking away here, it's just a nature of the game, the type of competitors that we have here. He had all the chances to get himself back into this game. Yago saw it out a little bit better. Stokes with a couple goals of the day, I would say. Clip it, rewatch it. Again, some of the best material we're going to see on the offensive end.
Well, handshakes between the two. That is another round concluded here at DreamHack Dallas. As we said, from 64 players, FG, there's only 8 that remain now. We're about to go into those grand final games, but for now, I'll pass it back to you and Casey to give us the lowdown of everything we've just seen.
Oh my, the day is hotting up. What a round of fixtures we have just seen. We will speak about the match that you've just seen, but let's go to our featured match first. Stokes. He makes it difficult for himself, doesn't he, Casey?
He does. I mean, he sent himself into that lower bracket, and that you could be discouraged by that, but he is powering through that lower bracket, and he is going to have the chance for the rematch. We'll see if he could do it.
And let's take a look at the highlights from that game. You look at Erling Haaland, we spoke about him already, the head down for the first goal, Casey, and then again involved in the second goal, this time for Jude Bellingham. Potential penalty there, but then it wasn't all plain sailing, was it? Because, like we said, Stokes does things his own way.
He does. He didn't make it easy on himself because K1John did give it a valiant effort there in the midst of the game, but it did seem like towards the latter half, Stokes did take away with it. K1John had a great opportunity there with R9, but Stokes had an answer for that one right here with Giroud. I did speak with him off camera. We'll speak more in an interview shortly, but he said, great super sub, Giroud. Not many people have him in this competition, and we'll hear shortly why.
What
that
about
was
that
such
for a finish
player.
as well? And then in the final proceedings of the game, Casey, it opened up for Stokes. It looks a lot more comfortable here. There is moments in that game, especially when the score was so close that you're thinking, he's not going to do it again, is he?
No, I mean, great game against K1John. And we do get to speak with the man here, Stokes. Great to see you. And fantastic win over K1John. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I mean, I just, that first game against Dennis, I can't stop thinking about it. You know, like, I'm such an idiot. There was just 10 minutes where I just stopped playing, stopped defending. And I wanted some revenge from John as well, because John knocked me out of the World Cup last year, and obviously we've got a little bit of history. He's a great player, but again, a bit misleading scoreline. I'm not going to try and claim that was like a battering. It was a close game. But yeah, I'm looking forward to playing Dennis again, to be honest.
You said something off camera to me that sometimes you make your games a little bit more difficult, and your gameplay is sometimes like mine, you said, which I'll take, because if I play like that, I'm not so bad.
Yeah, it's always been my way, you know. Like I have 70% of a great game, and I have 30% like for champions level, you know. So
What do you put that down to, though?
I don't know. Mentality, maybe. I don't know. Sometimes I just get angry and then I lose my head. Maybe it's a temper thing, but who knows? Yeah.
Well, you definitely kept it in check, because you went on to then score loads at the end, and it's that free-flowing Stokes that everyone knows. Just relax, you know the job's done, and then you can really express yourself.
Yeah, no, I mean, obviously, I love this. It's difficult to, obviously, I started playing a little bit more meta, a little bit in the air. I don't really like playing like that, but I think now I've got a little healthy balance of different kind of goals, and I've got everything in my locker, so I'm glad that I've been able to kind of adjust a little bit.
Now, talk to me about that, Giroud. We did chat a bit off camera. Great super sub. What makes that item so good for you?
Yeah, I mean, he's just like, he's kind of like a mini Haaland, and obviously when you need some player late stamina, a bit of everyone's a bit tired, you just put him on, he wins headers, he runs fast, he's got good shooting, so yeah, what's not to like?
No, I respect a couple options here, because a lot of these teams do look very similar with the squad restrictions, but he obviously is fantastic for you. But let's look forward. You do have Dennis up next. How are you going to change that outcome from the last time you just played him?
Yeah, I think a lot of it is just same again, just try not to have that period. If I don't have that period, then I think I'll be fine.
Is that going to play a lot on your mind in the preparation? Because you said, the first thing you said when we spoke to you was about that game, that you're still annoyed about it. Is it good for you to go into that game annoyed? It feels like you've got the hunger.
Yeah, maybe it'll be nice for me to kind of like, it's like personal kind of thing. But at the end of the day, he's a good player. I was really happy, and I'm glad that I have some confidence going in, because obviously we played, so I know exactly what to do, and yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
And also in the Twitch chat, there are so many Stokes fans, as there are absolutely everywhere. Have you got a message for them, guys?
No, I feel the love. I get loads of tweets, everything, and when Stokes playing, and it's just amazing. So thank you so much. Hopefully we can get into Sunday, and that'll be amazing.
Well, job's nearly done. You're close, but not super close. Stokes, all the best, mate.
Thank you.
I hope the next round of fixtures goes well for you.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
What a man. Right, okay, well, that was the thoughts of Stokes. Let's take a look at the fixtures, or the previous fixtures from the featured matches. Danny Pitbull, 8-2 win against GN10. We've seen quite a lot of goals in this round of fixtures. A really impressive win for Jaden as well, and Yago as well, Casey.
Yeah, I think specifically looking at the Harvey Waters versus Jaden, that started off very, very end-to-end, very close game, but Jaden in the latter half of the game stepped it up, and we saw him after. He had a massive smile on his face, so he will be hoping to get that bracket reset going into the grand final for that. But Danny Pitbull, we did predict that one on the stage. He was very, very dominant throughout the course of his match against GN10, and again, Yago versus Gabriel Pien, close match again, but Yago did come out on top 5-3.
And GN10, touching back on that Danny Pitbull game, is by all means, no bad player. He's a fantastic player, so what a statement that is for Danny Pitbull.
Yeah, I think that just goes to show Danny Pitbull has been competing a lot more recently. It's interesting because the leagues take place at different parts of the year, and so Danny Pitbull competed later on in the year. EMLS is very, very early, so I'm curious to see how much practice has been done in between those times.
Well, Dennis won 7-4 last time against Stokes, and Stokes has got that chance for revenge in the final against Dennis. How do you see it going, Casey?
Honestly, I see a bracket reset happening.
Ooh.
I see it. I think that Stokes is coming in with a vengeance. He's not happy with how, he said it was a 10-minute span that he was not happy with that, and the tides turned quickly in that match. And he's right, that match was very, very close. It could have gone either way, but I think that there might be an opportunity. I'm not saying that Stokes might win it all, but there might be a bracket reset.
Well, if there is a bracket reset, we will be here covering it all, of course. And we look at the other bracket, and it's Bryce against Danny Pitbull. How do you see that one going?
Another rematch here. I love the rematches. Everyone can go out for a vengeance here and try to get back into it. And so, not quite sure how this one's going to go. It's because Bryce was very, very dominant in that first one, but it could go either way because Bryce has been sitting. He might be a bit cold. Danny's been playing consistently in that lower bracket, so will that affect the game? I'm not sure.
Yeah, potentially. That's an interesting one. For those of you that are wondering at home, Casey, maybe we can explain to the viewers about a bracket reset.
Yes, so it is double elimination, so every player will not leave the competition unless they lose 2. So if you are currently on all wins, you need to lose 2. So if you do lose that first one, you get a redemption opportunity to do another rematch and reset the bracket.
So to confirm, you must lose 2 games. So those in the upper final, for example, Redlac on the bracket that you're seeing on the screen, would lose to Jaden. If he was to lose to Jaden, he would get another opportunity. So they're in a much stronger position. And speaking of strong position, we've got Iago coming up against Manu Bashore. Manu's been exceptional so far. He's in the upper final. How do you see this side going?
It's interesting because I feel like Manu played like 4 hours ago as well, so he's coming off a cold game. But if anyone can do it and continue on with the domination that he has had this year, it is Manu. And so, but Iago, do not count him out of this one because he's had a few very, very close matches and he's fought his way through that lower bracket.
Well, this is what it's all come down to. The featured matches: Bryce against Danny Pitbull, Dennis and Footwiz Stokes, who's looking for redemption, Redlac against Jaden, and Manu Bashore against Iago. Looking at these fixtures, can we expect any shocks?
I think so. I think if there are any bracket resets, that should be considered a shock because we should first anticipate the players who are winning to continue winning. But I see a couple upsets here. I think we're going to see another round of games after this one.
And we can see there on the screen our players getting ready for the game. There's Danny Pitbull. There's Danny Pitbull's side as well. Always looking relaxed, Danny, isn't he?
He is. He always has the same look on his face as well. He's very, very in the zone, and it shows in his gameplay. His mentality is top tier.
And I suppose you could say the same for his opponent, Bryce, as well, who looks extremely calm as always. Always looking ready to go. And yeah, it's just going to be a fascinating game.
Yeah, I mean, I think if I'm Bryce, I'm also feeling great because I haven't lost today. Any person sitting in that upper bracket should be feeling good going into this last game because they haven't made those mistakes to drop them into the lower one. And we should say that we have lost a lot of great players coming into this last stage. I mean, we're looking at players like Stingray Jr., K1 John. It's so many players that are now going home.
And you've got the opportunity in the Twitch chat, of course, as you can see on the screen, to vote using the hashtags who you think is going to win our featured game between Bryce and Danny Pitbull. Let's talk more about them players that we've lost because it just shows how much it means for all of this roster of sensational players. We've got so much to come later on today, so much to come tomorrow as well to decide as Brandon steps in to the hostess. But yeah, it's crazy, isn't it?
It's also crazy because each group, only one person goes through. So we're losing so many players throughout the entirety of today and tomorrow. But I'm already envisioning Sunday. It's about to be a battle of the best 16 players of all 250. It's going to be insane.
Well, yeah, it's going to be an absolute sensational. And of course, remember, there are 2 esports places up for grabs. Two spots to Riyadh, which is career-changing, Casey.
It is. It is career-changing. And there's also money on the line as well. We can't forget about that because a lot of players have paid their way to get here today. But yeah, they want to lock in those spots going over to Saudi Arabia.
And our casters are joining us here on the host desk. We've got a sensational round of fixtures, haven't we? And Brandon, how do we call these?
They are the big games, aren't they? It feels horrible as well that 4 of those players, they get so close to making it through to Sunday and doing half the job. But as you said, it's got to happen. There's only 2 spots available. But I reckon we're going to see some resets because remember, if you lose to a player that's come through the loser bracket, the bracket resets. So it could be going a long way, especially as all of these are repeated matchups.
I mean, it's sensational. The fact that these players have got an opportunity to have redemption in a way, Mike. Stokes is already really talking about his chances of redemption. That must play a huge part.
Well, one, it takes away any excuses. If you get beat twice by the same guy in some of these cases, it was what it was meant to be. And also, maybe I'm cynical, but I don't feel the pain here. I like what I'm seeing. I like that these are the matchups, these are the send-offs. Something has to happen. Maybe it's just me. I don't know. Pure competition. It's not about who's got the best friends, the best relationships, the most content, the most followers. It doesn't matter. It's all about what you're going to do right here, right now, and you get to decide your future.
Well, let's not make you wait any longer. Our featured game, Bryce Danny Pitbull, is underway.
Well then, this is it for our first quarter of players from the 64 that were split into 4 groups of 16. Now there's only 8 that remain, and they are playing in important matchups. The game they've played today. 4 will go home, and 4 will make it through to the top 16 on Sunday. We're kicking off here with Bryce against Danny Pitbull. Of course, Bryce, who played in the E-League 1 earlier this year, teammates of Catcher of FC Claremont. And a decent run in that tournament, but unfortunately not decent enough to get an E-Champions League or an FC Pro World Championship spot. For Danny Pitbull, this will mean more than ever for him because He didn't have the best season this year in the Serie A. He was one round away from qualifying for the World Championships. He did make the Champions League, unfortunately there. Still made top 8, which is fantastic. But if he wants to make it to a World Cup, Mike, this is his only way now.
I mean, that's the story for the majority of the competitors. There's not another pathway. It's going to be here, it's going to be Sweden, maybe some sort of last chance, and you send it.
Also, keep in mind that Danny Pitbull is coming from the lower bracket, so if Danny Pitbull wins this game, it will be a rematch again. If Bryce wins, that is it. He's in the top 16. Speaking of Bryce, he's able to win that back perfectly well. We haven't kicked off any of our other matches yet, so if you are crying out for Stokes against Dennis, we've not kicked that one off yet. Codes have been sent. Jaden against Redlac has not kicked off either. And Manny Bashore against Iago, the rematch there. We're waiting to load into that game also. Big chance. Interesting touch there from Dembele. Puts on a play to R9, who absolutely fluffs his lines.
Bryce's reaction is my reaction. Head shaking a little bit this way, a little bit that way. He thought he did the hard work. It wasn't perfect build-up, but it got to where it needed to be. And if anything, you would have bet on R9 finishing. Middle of the pitch, plenty of time. Bread and butter location. R9 GPS.
He's got in the target at least there.
It's unusual.
Well, Bryce with a corner. Out for another corner again.
Yeah, and to your point, what we missed, what we're seeing online is you don't have the same player pool. So a lot of these corners you're able to take advantage of Haaland, or you can isolate Giroud, or you can isolate even Sorloth. And with this level of defenders and just the sheer size, it's making it more difficult. Then you add in maybe a Ruud Gullit if you have him in the midfield.
Oh, that flick on is perfect!
Of course, when I start speaking on it. We hadn't seen any corners. We weren't seeing him live. It was time green. Bryce is up 1-0, 12th minute. Absolute curse at the commentator, but it's got to be fair. We've been watching a lot of games. We see the instant replays of some corners, but all the live matches, it hasn't been happening. This is the first one on the day, and this is our 4th round. Potentially we get 5 rounds as well. Remember, we should remind everyone at home, some of these matchups, well, all of them, there's a winner and a loser in terms of a winner's bracket, loser's bracket. You could have a reset if the competitor coming from the loser's bracket is able to win the first match. Hope that came across collectively.
Absolutely, which, as you said, in this case, would be Danny Pitbull.
Yeah.
Forcing a reset if he was to win.
So if he were to win this game, he'd have to play again, is the point that we're making, to have a decider.
Well, Bryce made the most of that corner, flicked it on into the back post. Danny Pitbull might make the most of this one, trying to croquetto his way around the box. We still haven't kicked off in our other matches yet. Stokes is just typing in the game code now. I can see on the corner of my right eye. Bryce looking for a second. Ball roll finds Haaland, who might fancy a finesse from there.
Surely offside.
Offside, yeah.
And also the first time that we've seen Ruud Gullit feature as a right back. Seen him on the pitch plenty, mostly as a center mid or a holding mid, the classic Ruud Gullit role. But he has now been converted to a right back on Bryce's squad.
Well, I believe it's his ultimate team birthday item. It's got like the most in-game stats of any icon in the game. Such a well-rounded in-game item, lofted into the box towards the back post. And there he is, Mike. Spoke about how good he is. Showing exactly what he's made of.
And I heard Case and FG touch on it a little bit, but this tournament, as well as Sweden, could be also the biggest movements for a lot of these players or competitors' careers in terms of increasing their stock. If you have a big tournament here, you make a real push. If you can get yourself into a top 2 position, guarantee yourself a world final here at the Esports World Cup, you've done a lot for your next year, your upcoming season, where you're likely to sign a big contract. You're working out a re-up. You've got more leverage than you had before. You have the claim, and you've deserved it. You've earned it to be one of the best in the world. It's undisputed.
On top of that as well, Mike, you've got this whole conversation about this being the best club now with the Esports World Cup this year. What if you do well for a Team Liquid or a Cloud9 and they turn around and go, you know what, we're going to come back into space actually?
I was going to say, what's the bonus structure look like? We talked about it at the top of the show, but If you win as a club, there's an extra $7 million.
In case you missed it, by the way, Nicholas signing for Cloud9. I think that's Cloud9's first ever FC Pro player. And speaking of Nicholas, by the way, he is in a very good situation. Remember, his bracket comes up later on this evening here from DreamHack Dallas. He played against FootWizMark in his opening game. He won 5-2, and he is in the upper bracket semi-final. He has been on a bit of a run as the new player for Cloud9. Well, I'll be having a little look at the other brackets as well to give you the lowdown of how other players are getting on. Dolomite looking good. Big chance here for Danny Pitbull.
Oh, Petr Cech.
Fingertips on it from Petr Cech. Olilito looking really good as well. Big 13-0 win I've just seen coming from him. Well, let's jump over to it if we can. Game B is the one where Tom Stokes is in action against Dennis. Remember, they played earlier today. Dennis won that game after being 3-1 down at the halfway point, Mike. Dennis showing what he's really about.
And the scoreline might not support it, but he kind of squeaked by. Remember, he scored a couple goals late to maybe have some powder stats, but it was a very close affair, a lot of back and forth.
Bryce. Certainly got a love for Ousmane Dembele, I bet he has.
Oh.
Into Mbappe. Well played, Danny Pitbull.
And we talk about the stock again. I believe in this matchup as well. Danny Pitbull comes in with a bigger name. If Bryce is able to get the job done here, solidify himself, move on to Sunday, maybe make a run there, another one of those players that can almost guarantee himself a contract for next season. Amongst having the potential, of course, to increase your pocketbook, do some stocking, some stuffing.
Some cash stocking.
That's probably the wrong season, but if we're getting closer to December, add to your fortunes, if you will.
Keeper comes out there. Oh, Petr Cech. Danny Pitbull. Keeper's gone missing.
What is going on?
What on earth have we just seen from Bryce? He's not happy about it at all. He's questioning why Petr Cech has come out that far and just basically gifted Danny Pitbull with a goal.
I don't know if we're going to see another goal like that today. Off his line. I don't know if he brought him out. He had to have brought him out. Has a kind of a janky touch as well, and it gives Danny Pitbull not only the interception or takes it off him where he's got time to work with, but he had so much extra time. He got to resurface, line it up, extra pass. Goalkeeper's still out of position. And against the grain, it's got to be said, Bryce has done such a good job really hugging the sideline, a lot of switching back and forth, which we will see as a constant here. It's just where you're going to unlock a lot of that earlier initial space.
Well, let's jump to game B if we can. Tom Stokes in action against Dennis, where there has been a goal. And it's gone the way of Stokes. 12 minutes in, remember, whoever wins this matchup will be in the top 16 for Sunday's bracket, where those all-important 2 Esports World Cup spots will be available.
Love to have a microphone in there. Danny's talking to himself. I don't think he's talking to the coach. I think that one was for him. I'm not happy with the giveaway. We've got another corner kick as well. We've seen Bryce convert on his first corner kick opportunity. This time going for a little bit of a different package. Van der Sar does a good job to get off his line.
Well, we've kicked off everywhere now, I can't confirm. Jaden against Red Lac, that's 0-0, and Manu Bishore has just kicked off against Yago. There's been a goal over in game B. We're going to stay with this one. They gave us a great game earlier today, Mike, and they're going to continue to give us a great game here. Dennis 20 of FC Clon has pulled a goal back there. That's 1-1 now. It's a rematch from earlier today.
From an entertainment perspective, this is a matchup that I like a lot. A lot of back and forth. There will be holes on the defensive end. Stokes is coming off not only an impressive win, but some of the goals that he scored. Again, he felt a little more fluid.
And speaking of goals, Manu Bishore scored 8 earlier today against Yago. 2 minutes in. He may have had a 2-hour break, Mike. It's not fazed him at all. The mechanics there. The world champion for a reason. Chance. Goal!
There's goals everywhere. I was going to say, Manu Bishore has been dangerous. He's deadly. He's got a certain level of not only focus, but deception with his offense. The intangibles on point. Coming into this tournament, surely he's one of the men to beat. If you had to pick a short list of maybe 5 players to watch, I think for most people that are consuming the competitive circuit, Manu Bashour's on that list.
You just say, look, he's in the 16, isn't he? You might even go one step further and say, does he take one of the 2 spots? Could go that far. Well,
I would definitely. I was always leaning on at least top 8. He probably wouldn't be happy with top 8, but again, on the shorthand, got to be in your 5 players to watch. There's got to be a couple underdog stories. I'm calling it here.
I agree.
We talked about it, like guys you never thought you'd see, not only on Sunday, but that are actually making a run. Not just top 16. They're making a real run. 1 game away, 2 games away.
goals are going in everywhere. If we can go to game D after this one too. It's a big goal back from Bryce, who had a terrible moment of just poor goalkeeper there from Petr. He scored a goal back now. He's 2-1 up on the stroke of half-time. And we'll stay with this one as our feature game. We can see the chat. We know you want to be watching Stokes, so we'll stay with it.
And it's worth mentioning, Stokes will be under more pressure than Dennis here. This is an elimination game.
Big goal here, Mike. Penalty that was given against Manu Bashour. Cafu goes into the book. And Iago had the ultimate chance to score from the spot. This is only 4 minutes in, by the way. 1-1.
I was also going to say the same for the matchup with Danny Pitbull. Danny Pitbull might feel a little more pressure because, again, it's an elimination game. He doesn't get the double dip. Again, if you're just tuning in, these are the key matchups here. This will finalize what's happening on Sunday, or at least our first bit of competitors.
Yeah.
But if you're perfect up to this point, you've got the luxury of your opponent has to beat you twice.
Absolutely. As we said, Stokes has to win, as you said, Mike, this game, and then he has to win again if he wants to be in that top 16. Vitinha.
Oh.
Lovely little cancel there of the shot. Vitinha steal, reverse elastico.
Oh, that's dirty. That's disgusting. That has some filth. That's gross in the best of ways. The stop, the resurface, the realign, dialed. Little elastico for the people. Why not make it a reverse across the body? 2-all in this affair. And I'm not mad if we just leave it here.
Whatever.
We know there's going to be more in this.
Whatever prescription he's got on those glasses as well, Stokes. Can I get that as well? will it make me play any better? Or at least do that around the box?
Man.
Lovely little cancellation of the shot. And then he came into the reverse elastico. That's 2-2 there.
That's why Vitinha's in the lineup for a reason. A lot of people aren't using him in the midfield, but you can see how you can work with them. They got a certain relationship, a certain rapport.
Let us know as well at home. Again, we can see you guys watching. If you had to give us a few names who you expect to be in that top 16, or you want to go one step further and say you expect to book the 2 spots at the Esports World Cup, you let us know, because right now we've got no clue. Dennis back in front.
And maybe if the chat give us a top 5. I think top 16, we're getting ambitious. Give us a few names. We can talk about Nico a little bit too. I feel like over the course of all the events we've worked together, I've thought about this. I don't believe we've seen a more consistent FC player ever. Didn't say the best season ever. Didn't even say the best player ever, even though a couple more wins, and I think that's clear as well. But most consistent.
Well, the chat saying, of course, there's a lot of love for the hashtag guys. Shorey and Tom both playing in this tournament. Higgins and Stokes in the final 2. I mean, Tex also is in this tournament. Nicholas is in this tournament. A lot of love for Iago.
MS Desari's due for a result. It's been a minute.
I mean, I'll have a little look at MS Desari's running the bracket, and I'll let you know how he's getting on, because he is competing right now to the side of us. Has he been having a good day in the tournament? We will find out. What's happening in... And what's happening in Game 8? There seems to be a bit of a... Can we have a look at Game 8? I don't know what's going on there. R9's having a celebration on screen. 2-2. Danny Pitbull's just scored from this scenario, Mike.
See the build up here. R9. Baseline, cut, move, groove, R1 into the right place. 5-star weak foot, not an issue, not a problem.
Back into this one, 3-2. Goals are going in our other matchups as well. Game D. Trying to find Dasari's name on the bracket, but I feel like he's gone undercover. One of those moments, you know, when you can't find the game attack.
It's a LAN event. He can't go undercover.
I know
we're gonna see him.
He's not called himself MS Dasari on the bracket. I think I found him. I think his game attack might be KGRD 1999. It might be. It probably isn't, but the chat know what he's gone undercover as. Please let us know. Right, where are we going now? Let's have a look at game D. Manu Bishore was 2-1 up. He's just gone 3-1 up, as you can see at the top hand side of your screen through this goal there.
Mastery of the basics. We talk about all the fancy extras, maybe the extracurriculars, if you will. But at the end of the day, it still comes down to intangibles. And often the best intangibles put you in a position. You got to have the foundation if you want to have consistency. Stokes on the counter, a lot of space to work with here.
Havertz on the overlap.
Havertz versus Havertz.
Game C, goal over here, Mike. It's a goal back, an important one for Jaden Groden, who was 2-0 down against Redlac. Remember, this is all on the road to the Esports World Cup in Riyadh this summer. From the 15th to the 18th of August is when the $1 million FC24 Esports World Cup tournament will be happening. That's lofted in. Araujo does well to just stop the original chance. People asking about Tom, Shori and Tex. I believe they're all playing tomorrow. They're not in action today. 128 players are playing today, 128 players are playing tomorrow. Hullet, Hansen, can't find Mbappe. Goal back for Yago there. You can see it top hand side of your screen. 4 players from this round will qualify for the top 16 on Sunday. Well, at half-time, if we can, let's go and check into Game A if possible. And if we can go and stay with Game A for a bit, that would be great. It's Bryce against Danny Pitbull. We'll stay with it for a little while. Tom Stokes, Elastico in his way, all around the box there.
This Vinny moves different.
That one is going into half-time. I will let you know if anything does change in that matchup between Dennis and Stokes. This is Bryce against Danny Pitbull. Mike?
Pitbull's pulled it back. He was down 2-1, kind of coming into halftime here. And remember, this is an elimination game for Danny Pitbull. He'd have to reset the bracket in order to keep the dream alive.
If you're not familiar with the Esports World Cup, it's completely outside of the FC Pro structure. It is a 60 million esports tournament which is running all summer long in Riyadh. It's made over so many weeks, I think potentially 12 weeks in total, maybe more. Of course, each game makes up a set amount of the prize pool. FC24 makes up $1 million of it. The way you can get there is, of course, through the DreamHack events in Dallas and Sweden. 8 players also get invited too. This is where 2 of the tickets will be earned this weekend. Manu Bishore 4-2 up now. Half-time between Stokes and Dennis. Dennis still in front. Manu Bishore leading 4-2 as we just saw. That one's in the 35th minute. Big chance for Bryce. Nice step overs for Mbappe. Tries to go back inside again.
He might have had it. I don't know if he needed that extra step over. He already had a slight advantage. Could be onside. It's closer than it looks. It is.
Big chance. Vitinha. Wrong player.
It's
still
not,
a team of the season item.
It's not the wrong player. I don't think it's the right shot selection. Opens up the body, takes the finesse a little early. He had time, clearly, for another touch. Maybe the nerves got to him a little bit. Remember, you're feeling it at this moment. You have to. If you're Danny, you have to be feeling it a little bit. You know you need to be perfect. You've been battling back. Bryce, a frustrating player to go up against, does a really good job with some of his game management on the build-up. There's so much swinging side to side. You have to be completely patient. If not, you're going to leave gaps. You're going to leave holes. We've already seen him convert from a corner kick. Just maybe adds to some of that frustration. And it's good on Bryce. Bryce has been one of the players that maybe we haven't built up enough on his performance in the day.
Well, 71 minutes on the clock on that game, Mike. We'll leave it now. We'll jump back to this one. Stokes against Dennis. Winner goes into Sunday's top 16. Loser is out of the tournament. And if they're off to Sweden, that's where their attentions will be in 2 weeks' time. People asking for the Yago game. We're not going to show it because, as it currently stands, Manabishore is 5-2 up in that. 35 minutes on the clock. We'll show parts of it, but as you can see, Manu is pulling away in that one. Redlac against Jaden Groden. Redlac 2-1 up. 52 minutes on the clock in that game. It's Hansen again on the edge of the box. He's been getting so much joy in those areas as Tom Stokes. And he's going to get that joy again.
Oh, it's gorgeous.
A lot of players, Mike, don't often go for those shots because the percentages aren't always that great.
It's, again, just a mix-up. Sometimes you have to make sure they respect it, that it can happen, that it can go in, that you're open to it. It doesn't always have to be that final piece of build-up where you're almost tapping it home. It does depend on the individual as well. We have seen Stokes plays in a way that it's not methodical. There's a lot of creativity. You couldn't predict what he's going to do sometimes in that final third, from the passing to the dribbles to the skills. And when it's working, you're going to feel that pressure. When it's not, there might be some mistakes. But either way, it always makes for entertaining gameplay. We talk about it once, we talk about it twice. We can make it 3 times. Here's that Vinny. We know about him.
He's been a real menace, hasn't he, for Stokes?
Yeah, that's what we're looking for. A menace. You say, not this again. I don't want to see it. Even winning some of the chip-through balls and positions that maybe the percentages wouldn't say that he should take this down.
We've got a couple of goals from Game D and Game C. We'll give you them on a replay as soon as we can. Replay from this one, Manu Bashore. He looks like he's in the top 16, Mike. 6-2 now.
It's just getting out of hand. It's too much. It's too much.
What a ball that is over the top. Into Havertz, who's in at right back. Big chance for Dennis!
Oh.
And of all players to score a goal from you, he's run all the way from right back.
Oh my goodness. To squeeze that in. Near post, full power, time green, not a big angle.
Another goal here, Mike, as well. Redlac 3-1 up in that one against Jaden.
It's a good finish.
Remember, winners of this game go through to Sunday's top 16. We've got a really narrow game in Game A as well. 85 minutes on the clock. If it goes to extra time, or there is a late goal in it, we'll let you know. Bryce against Danny Pitbull. It's 2-2 as it stands. Really is I score, you score this one, Mike. Back over to you, Tom Stokes.
So who can do it late and make it great? Here.
Lofted.
Oh. Still a lot of time left here. Very different styles, but it's matched up so well between Stokes and Dennis.
Chance to break again. Havertz having a lot of joy. Mbappe, one more into Haaland.
It's nice with the entry ball, nice with the heel-to-heel. Gets the angle again, can't miss from there. Now you're starting to feel some of that pressure from Tom Stokes.
Right, this one's in a pause now, 5-3. We are heading into extra time unless there's going to be a late goal in Game A. We're going to join it live now. Remember, Danny Pitbull has to win to force a bracket reset. We're going to extra time. Nothing to separate the two.
Yeah, if we go around the horn here, we've got Manu Bashor already one step through the door, 6-2 coming into the second half.
Well, as it stands, Mike, there's not really going to be a bracket reset potentially, other than maybe this game.
Yeah, it could be that way. Dennis is the favorite. It's not what we expected. I would say between 4 matches, you expect someone to get the job
maybe
done.
at least 2, don't you?
Yeah, something to happen. Someone to shake it up a little bit. Little chef, little cook up. It's barbecue season.
Well, the games are obviously a little bit behind the other one. Redlack's in the 66th minute. He's 4-1 up. Manu Bashore is 6-2 up in the 49th minute. Right, they played extra time earlier today, Mike, and it was Bryce that came out on top after being in a losing position. Let's see how these next 30 will end up. Bryce wins, he's in the top 16. Danny Pitbull wins, we do a bracket reset and we play the game all again.
Let's look at some of the key subs now, because fatigue starts to sit in. It matters a lot more once you get into extra time. I don't mind the idea there from Bryce. Execution might not have been perfect. We saw the likes of Teo Hernandez is on. I'm expecting maybe another fullback swap.
Stokes is 5-3 down, 66 minutes on the clock for those asking about that result.
Oh, Cristiano Ronaldo.
Chance, Danny Pitbull, Alex Mateus, one more pass into Haaland. Danny Pitbull wants a bracket reset.
We said there had to be one. We kind of spoke it into existence. Also, Cristiano making an appearance. As I was saying, I was looking at what players have been getting subbed on. We've seen a lot of Olivier Giroud, which might be surprising. When in FC history have we said you would prefer Olivier Giroud to Cristiano Ronaldo?
Never. He's had an interesting year, Olivier Giroud, because he had a Team of the Week goalkeeper prime, didn't he, at the start of the year? Now he ends up getting a pretty decent one to end the year as well.
Still got him in my club. Still using the goalkeeper from time to time. I'm feeling it.
Bryce now.
Sorloff is on. Teo came on as well for Danny Pitbull, so both players brought him on. Little player lock there with Cristiano. A lot of space out wide. Good turn. Mbappe looking for options, finding options. Mateus with the finish.
Danny Pitbull might be the only player of these 4 matches that's going to give us a bracket reset. And he's so composed. He doesn't really show any emotion this year, Mike. So it's a big part of his game he's been working on, not to get sucked in to any of the drama and just keep it all in tuck, which is so hard to do, especially when you're playing Elimination FC every single game when you're in the lower bracket.
I was going to say, is it just too early? I imagine, and I'm getting way ahead of myself, but we see Danny Pitbull on a Sunday battling through oppositions, doubling his money in every single round. I think we're going to see a little emotion.
Right. We're going back to Stokes. Do you know why?
Is he back in it?
He's back in the game.
Oh, he's back in the game. Of course he is.
5-4. He's back in it. We will stay with this one. Remember, Stokes also in the same scenario as Danny Pitbull from the lower bracket. If he wins the game or sends us into extra time and then goes to win, of course, we would reset the bracket then. Dennis 20, he's beaten him before. Has he got enough in the locker to do it again? Couple more goals going in the other games as well. Redlack pulling away now in that matchup. And Mbappe, the goal scorer. A lot of time left, Mike.
Stokes should have upwards maybe 3 to 4 opportunities. It depends how good the press is. And if you're Stokes here, you got to be careful to not get too ambitious, too aggressive. You want to definitely forge something, but we know how quickly this game can punish you.
We saw that when they last played, these two. I think Dennis scored 3 goals in 7 minutes.
I was going to say, maybe at the end of the game when he was adding on, it might have been 3 goals in less than that, 3 or 4 minutes.
Danny Pitbull has conceded a goal. 4-3 up now.
Stokes has brought Pateas on as well. It's all going to come down to this press.
Right. This is the lowdown on all the games as it currently stands, Mike. That's why we're on this screen. Of course, we are still following our feature game there as Stokes is trying to find an attack. Dennis 5-4 up still, of course, in this game. Big chance for Stokes! 5-5 for all square!
The story is back on. Remember, he was down 2 goals. I don't think anyone had written the script. They hadn't wrote him off yet. But you're saying maybe Dennis had done enough. We started talking about resets and lack thereof. Storyline could have changed.
Some other scores as well. Sorry, Mike. 6-3, Manabishore leading. Yago's got a couple goals back there. There is still a lot of time to be played. But I think one game we can say, which is definitely done. 10 minutes left on the clock, Mike. Redlac, he is going to be one of our 16 players that will be in action on Sunday.
He's done a lot for his stock. I think coming into this, I'd say he's a player that people knew. They were aware, they've seen some of the content. But I'm not sure that you would have had him in your top 16. And I think that's a fair statement.
Pull it. Mbappe stops in his tracks by Virgil van Dijk. Dennis has been in front a handful of times now. Haaland in a running race. He could be through. Up against the goalkeeper.
Oh!
Enough does Van der Sar. Where was the ball roll?
What?
I think he's in shock that wherever he input into the controller hasn't registered.
How does he not convert? He was cooking, a lot of space, a lot of opportunity, plenty of room to run. Body feint, La Croqueta, step over, ball roll, something. Even an R1 around the goalkeeper. Kept it 2 straight line.
Chance goes begging, and it's back to Dennis now to maybe to take his final chance in the game. Is he going to wait for the final chance? Massive switch of play, brings in Teo Hernandez, who has got pace for days.
Another switch. Okay.
Pull it. Wins a corner. Tom Stokes puts his hand up to the referee, he gets a corner. Headphone off. Words of wisdom going in from Ethan. Can Dennis defend this corner now? Haaland is there, whipped in towards the back post. Haaland does get something on it, but not enough. Goal gone in over in this game. I tell you what, Yago, I'm sorry for counting you out so early. 6-4 now, 15 minutes left in that one. That one's lofted all the way to the back post. He's got a second bite out as Ousmane Dembele. Let's jump back into our featured game. Added time of 2 minutes. This could be heartbreak. Defended well. Strap yourselves in. We're off to extra time.
Are you not entertained? We said it would be a goodie. We said it might have classic material. Stokes and Dennis are giving us something special. And we haven't seen penalty kicks yet, but I'm not against it. It could be on the agenda.
Right, we've got a full-time result, Mike. Our first player in the top 16, which we can confirm before any other player, Redlac. Congratulations to him. He'll be going through into Sunday's top 16, where, as we said, it all happens on Sunday. That is where the 2 World Cup spots are up for grabs. GG's.
How's the Pitbull doing?
We're going to go and check out Danny Pitbull, I believe, just for a couple of in-game minutes while we're in this pause. Full-time result there for Redlac. Danny Pitbull is looking to reset the bracket. We'll go to game A and try and see the closing moments here from the game.
Ooh. Space to work with here.
Well, I believe this is some highlights from before the game. This is now live.
Okay.
Oh no, this is live, I should say.
And Dennis is on the board.
Extra time kicks off. And Dennis takes the lead once again. And I can confirm as well, we're not going to go to game 8. Danny Pitbull has just scored again. Danny Pitbull resets the bracket. He will play again against Bryce.
Can Stokes do the same is the next question. Does he have an answer? Worst feeling conceding from kickoff to start extra time as well. Teo, a lot of space to work with.
There he is, Teo Hernandez. No one's in the box though. Mateus. Deflected. Back into the path of Dennis. Lose, you're out of the tournament. Win, you're in the top 16 Sunday. Full-time result, Danny Pitbull. Bracket reset confirmed. He'll play against Bryce straight away. I tell you what, Yago is 6'5" now. He's only a goal behind Manny Bashore. Fair play.
I need to send an apology. I had written him
I do.
off.
I'll write it with you, Mike. Pele. Block there from Virgil van Dijk. Manny Bashore hanging on to a 6-5 lead. Tom Stokes, big switch of play, surely on the cards. No, it goes back in. Hernandez. Managed very well there.
Yeah, not a bad idea. Tried to isolate
no,
it.
dispossessed. Not sure what happened there from Mateus.
Yeah, went for a ball roll scoop, then into a cancellation. Didn't quite get the bounce. Thomas probing.
Chance to break away. Big touch there from Haaland. Is there a cross around the box? He goes for a shot instead. Haaland still in possession.
Oh.
Croqueta!
Oh my goodness.
That falls so nicely on the rebound for him. 6-6.
What is this Haaland celebration here? Nothing? And you see the difference that Haaland can make as well. Breaks through, gets a couple bounces to go his way, aims for the near post, big first touch. The La Croqueta allows him to resurface again, re-angle, gets a bounce back. It's what you do in those moments though from Stokes, and he's back in at 6-all.
Goal for the visitors, number 11, Erling Haaland.
Well, I can confirm another full-time result. Manny Bashore in the top 16. Yago eliminated, but that was not easy at all. 6-5 win. Second player on paper in the top 16 for Sunday. Red Lat, Manny Bashore. Just to have the mental side of this game, Mike. To concede, to score, to chase the game constantly.
And for both competitors, because we've seen both Dennis and Stokes face adversity in the matchups. Multiple lead changes and rebuttals and replies, late goals, early opportunities. A little bit of everything.
Giroud.
Ooh.
Well, he's Haaland's sub, isn't he, in this team? And he's got to put himself about. And just for context as well, after these games have concluded, there will be a short break. And then we will be back to see 64 more players in action for our second half of the day here in DreamHack Dallas. And into the pause at the halfway point here. Remember, Stokes wins, bracket reset happens. If Dennis wins, he'll be in the top 16 also on Sunday.
This might be more of a battle of wits. Can you make a bounce? Can you create a moment? Can you handle some of the game management, the pressure? I'm expecting a lot of switches of the pitch. No one wants to make a mistake. Uh-oh.
Stokes. Giroud barging his way across the pitch. Where's that one going?
Get it out of there. See Giroud with some of the shielding, again, that larger body type, that frame, now with some dribbling, now with some skill moves, Now with a little more responsiveness.
Can confirm Danny Pitbull against Bryce has kicked off for its bracket reset. We will join the game after this is finished. We'll stay with this one now because we could be going to penalties to decide what on earth happens. De Bruyne over, step over to nice, Mateus, back to Mbappe, who's completely off target there. How's he not hitting the target?
You would ask for better. Oh, a lot of space.
Goal in this game, Mike. Bryce leads 4 minutes in. Remember, bracket reset was formed by Danny Pitbull. One of those two will be in the top 16 for Sunday too.
Solid goalkeeper movement, maybe even better finishing or being a little more clinical. Waits it out, gets full power. But this game has all our attention at the moment. Oof.
5 minutes.
Big switch, knockdown. Vinny off the bench for Bryce. Not a bad idea, wrong target man aiming at Vinny.
Defending well again. Stokes back on the hunt now. Giroud off the bench fresh. Alongside Haaland, there is many aerial options there. Has he got enough to make a bracket reset happen? Stokes lofted in. There's Haaland back to R9, who's just offsides.
It was close.
And it won't count.
It was close. And in this circumstance, both players, they just don't want to make a mistake. If your opponent's going to get something, you make them earn it. You can see defensively, it's a little more passive. There's no team press, not a bunch of teammate contain. The risk or the double teams, it's not there. It's not in action.
Added time of 1 minute. Has Dennis got a goal? Or are we going into penalties to decide what on earth happens here? Bellingham heads it down to Mateus! It's heartbreak!
Dennis with a beautiful setup. Knocks it down. It's a goal that we're familiar with. Mateus in the right place, right time. Key minute, 120th, walk off. Little goalkeeper movement, but there's nothing you can do from there.
No bracket reset and no more DreamHack Dallas for Tom Stokes. Unfortunately, Dennis has played so well when he's been asked questions of. He's come back again and again and again. He's not had to drop down from the upper bracket. Any time has been played. 7-6. A real end-to-end thriller between the two. And it will be Dennis 20 that will be in the top 16 for Sunday's bracket for Stokes now, Mike. It's a case of, look, it's all about Sweden.
I think he's still got a lot to build with on this. Played some of the most entertaining footy back and forth. A lot of goals. Dennis was impressive, handled a bunch of big moments, faced adversity, was able to have answers. Stokes battled back in that game. If you remember, he was down 5-3. He really forced that extra time. Got himself into a position, nearly a bracket reset. He might not see it like that right now, but it's still an impressive feat. And now he prepares for Sweden.
Certainly does. As we said, headline news. 3 players in the top 16 now. Dennis, Manny Bashore, Redlac. And as it looks to be, unless Danny Pitbull can get us a goal back now, potentially the French player of Bryce. Just seen off camera as well, Mike, to the right of us. Nicholas is here. And he'll be on broadcast this afternoon.
He's in his fresh new kit as well. As you mentioned before,
Cloud9.
It's gone official.
Lofted in. Bryce, that's a gift. Haaland! Free kick. Got away with that one.
Danny Pitbull should feel fortunate. Tried to double back there with some of the player locking in order to defend against the back post cross. He had a bad matchup there with Cafu, so he took Virgil van Dijk in order to anticipate the pass. It might have been enough just to offset Bryce there. I don't think Danny can afford to go down 3 goals.
It's a lot to play as well, Mike. You know, you force the bracket reset, you've got to be at it again.
There's always questions around mental endurance, but I think you can argue the same for Bryce. He's in a similar situation where lost the game, now can you battle back, can you regain some momentum?
"26 minutes in."
Concession Walker, please go to the ticket office to meet Nathan. Thank you.
Havertz looking for space here, just probing, taking your time, as you would expect with Bryce. Talked about it before, Ruud Gullit being implemented often as a fullback. It's a new role for him this year.
Well, not many people have backed him there, but especially when you've got an unlocked team where you can use any player, then why not?
I think the question comes down to your preference in the midfield. I would prefer Ruud Gullit to the likes of Rudiger as a fullback, which is more the standard choice. But then it's an exchange almost to have Gullit in the midfield. Short option available here. Looking to target the likes of Haaland. Easy for Van der Sar. Danny with the build-up. Needs to create something here. If there's something we have to credit with Bryce in particular, a lot of his build-up's been very patient. He's already got a couple goals. He doesn't have to rush anything. Extra pass, Vitinha, Pateas. Ankles, lost. Little persuasion within the box. Maybe it's time for Danny to convert from a set piece. Near post, Haaland off the post, crossbar. Again, we talked about how Ruud Gullit had been switched over to a fullback position. It's mainly because Rudiger is now taking that center back role. And you want that added size just to defend against the likes of a Haaland or a Sorloth. I don't think we'll see a Didier Drogba. You might see an Olivier Giroud late stage. The same with Cristiano Ronaldo.
Chance for Bryce around the corner. Can he make the most of this one to find a foot before half-time? Mbappe. Speaking of Rudiger, doing exactly what he had to do. Or not, Bryce.
Oh.
He's won the ball, ref!
I'd like to see that on a replay.
It's a gift for Bryce. No laugh about it. Needs to make the most of the chance, though. Penalty to come in. Is Danny Pitbull going to be 3-0 down? Yes, he is.
Is it too much to overcome? That's the question. We have seen goal deficits in general because we have these longer halves. You have more time to work with. It's just about tactical approaches, mentality. Can you get it rolling? Can you switch what's happening on the virtual pitch? Can you put some people under some pressure? This game, Danny Pitbull's had no answer. Best chance coming from a corner kick. Came off the crossbar. But Bryce has controlled it start to finish. Maybe a little harsh if you're looking at that penalty kick. I thought the tackle was clean.
It's cruising. See the frustration there for Danny Pitbull. The good thing he has got, though, Mike, as we said, 9-minute half, so we're not even in the second half yet.
If Danny can get something by halftime, you start to have a little more belief, maybe a little more hope. Even the penalty kick halfway guesses the right direction. You can go up high, you can go down low. Might feel a little hard done.
This was the only game that forced the bracket reset.
Substitution for the visitors. Coming off the pitch, Number 4, Havertz. Coming onto the pitch, number 15.
And this is what Danny's got to shift here. Bryce has done such a good job with the build-up out of the back. A little more methodical, structured, even robotic at times. Doesn't have to activate any of the creativity with these big switches. And also the clock works in your favor. Ruud Gullit looking to turn the corner. Pulls it back, Mbappe.
Trivela! 4-0.
That might be it. Gets a little bit of a friendly bounce, but does the most with it. It's a beautiful elastico. Lines it up outside of the boot. You know the reverse. We know it well. 1 is good, 2 is better. A lot of big changes have to be made here. It's just, again, the question is going to be, can you even press Bryce? Can you push him out of what he's been able to do for the build-up? He's got max width. A lot of swinging it side to side. It's part of his game plan before being ahead. He's comfortable. He's cozy. He's in the back seat.
I mean, Mike, you've been in these moments where you've travelled all around the world competing in past times. For Danny Pitbull, you've played so well. You've been up the bracket, you've been down the bracket, you've been in bracket resets, and then if you end like this, it's so hard to find any positive in it, isn't it?
He needs everything to go perfect at this point. But it's not impossible. And I'm not just trying to build a line. It's not impossible. It just has to be perfect, and he's got to change the tempo of the game. Right now it's very slow. It's controlled. That plays into Bryce's hand. Allows him to work down the clock a little bit. But it's sort of a catch-22. You throw more risk out there, there'll be more space to work with. Ruud Gullit recycles. If anything, Bryce looking for the final attack. He might get it. Rudiger again to Havertz. The average back line, I think, is 6'4" between Bryce's players. He might take this all the way back to the keeper just to send it to halftime.
What a half. After a bracket reset as well, Mike. It can shape players sometimes, not for him. I think it's a wake-up call, wasn't it? If I don't win this game, I am eliminated and I'm not in the top 16.
And in a certain regard, you feel like you blew it, and this is the best response you could have ever had. I've been in these circumstances too, and I hate going into a bracket reset if I was leading, because my mentality is swapped often into, I gave this away. I was the front runner, and it's hard to recover and dial back in and keep that focus and not think about the game that you just lost. I think we're all guilty of that if you're playing online, especially throughout a weekend league or foot champs, even division rivals. If you lose a game, you go back to back. You're a little more rushed, a little more brash, not nearly as focused. You're upset. You're slightly tilted. Now escalate that maybe times 10 at a competitive event, live.
You're thinking, look, I've spent X amount of money to get here. As we said, it's the key part of this event here at DreamHack.
Start overthinking everything, every choice you made up to the point. And it's if you don't see yourself in Sunday after making that level of commitment, it's kind of a failed experiment. I think everyone here, no one's just trying to get some practice or some reps. Even Mark wants to see himself on Sunday, already having the qualification.
Well, I think the lucky thing as well on top of that, Mike, is that a lot of players have got the backing from their esports teams, which has taken a blow off them, so to speak. But regardless of what the team expectation was, still there. Haaland for 5 potentially. Keeper's gone out. You're really walking on a thin tightrope when you're moving the goalkeeper at any point.
It's been calculated, well planned, maybe even diplomatic with the way that Bryce has put this together. Perfection. It's taken Danny out of the game. Any momentum that he had, forget about it. Early goals, held onto the ball. It's been clinical. Whether it's counterattack, finding space, overlapping runs. Maybe most impressive has just been the way that he slowed down the game with effort, or effortlessly, with ease. And we're talking about someone who has a champion's pedigree. We've seen him in finals, seen him win finals with Danny Pitbull. You would have never guessed that if you're just coming into this matchup. Just came from the ECL. It's probably on your flight.
He's probably knackered. He had to go even one step further, Mike. He had to go through Boston. He had to change through there. One more.
Oh.
should have scored and made it 6.
I think he mistimed the finish.
Yeah, just for some context as well for those that are tuning in from around the world, we are going to be going to a quick break after this, but then we'll be back to see 64 more players in action. Some of those names include Olilito, Nicholas, MS Tasarin, just to name a few. Mbappe, Danny needs this, and it's not landed.
And maybe a good stat up to this point too. This is the only reset we saw, but all 4 competitors that had that advantage of being undefeated going into these final matchups, these qualification matchups, they all went forward. They all leveraged that advantage. No one was able to cause the break.
Yeah.
Even to get to this point, Danny had to battle through forcing extra time and then, of course, winning in extra time. Oh, a lot of space.
Just on side as well, I believe, Arno. Keeper's off his line, over his head. And look, this is another French player, Mike, that's popped out. Showed exactly what he could do in the French E-League 1 this year. Teammates of Catch-Up, who is also here competing. And maybe this is the opportunity needed just to show again to the world what he's all about.
Yeah, I saw the Peixoto's in-house earlier as well. I don't think Fuma ended up making the trip, but I think we'll see him in Sweden. Oh.
Rice. Stop it.
Again, just perfection, pinpoint. Right places, the right timing, the correct alignment. A little La Croqueta, the right choice of the skills, tucks it home, creates an angle that wasn't there, at least not naturally. You see some of the conversation between Danny and Dagnall, but there's nothing to do here. Just a picture-perfect response from Bryce. And I think you have to give him so much credit. And again, another guy that I think had room to improve his stock. We'll see how this all ends up on Sunday. But when you're looking at re-signing and renegotiating, you're talking about next year's numbers and still what you can achieve this year as well. This is huge. Big, big first step. Remember, we started with 256.
As we said, top 4 this year in the E-League 1. Just a few days ago as well, we actually went and won the French Cup that took place with the best players from the French clubs. Montaxa was in there, Fuma was in there, RVP legend. The list goes on. He had a really intense final against Olympique Lyon's Lex. So if anything, he's just peaked probably at the best week ever, Mike. That was only on the 25th, what, 31st we are now. Won that, enjoyed the celebrations for a day, then jumped straight on the plane here to Dallas.
To your point, about as good timelines you could work with there in terms of making sure you got that tune-up, feeling confidence.
Appreciate the effort here still from Danny Pitbull. He just can't find a way through.
It's just taking the steam out of the match. We expected maybe to have some sort of battle back or a reply in the second half. It didn't happen. Didn't come to fruition.
And also, we need to talk about the bigger picture here, Mike. You make top 16, you actually go into the prize pot, don't you?
Mm-hmm.
$2,000 is achieved for getting a top 16, which if you've paid your own way to get it, that will certainly cover your flights at least in a couple of nights.
It's one of those scenarios too. It reminds me of some of the old school events where you almost nearly double your take home every round on Sunday. So if you can get yourself from top 16 into top 10, you get up to 3K. You move into the top 8, you're at 4K. You move into the top 6, you're at 6. You move into the top 4, you're at 8. Third is 12. Unfortunately, third place, you're not getting yourself into the event. But first and second, 25 and 15, good numbers. Good numbers plus another placement and another guarantee.
Well, plus another 10K, I believe. I think you get at least 10K for being in the grand finals out in Riyadh, Mike. So,
and we might see the guys that finish at the top. They might go to Sweden as well and try to double dip. Why not?
Danny Pitbull. Is there a way through? There is. 5 goals in 20 minutes.
That would be remarkable.
It would be remarkable. But I don't think it's happening. A lot of people wanting to follow along with the brackets at home as well. I believe there is a link in the chat. Exclamation mark bracket. You just need to change the number at the end to look at a different bracket.
Maybe update us on some results.
Yeah, I'll have a look.
You know, we've seen quite a few big names in action.
Well, this is what we've got to look forward to coming up after our break. We've got Goal Poacher against Nicholas99.
Okay.
On one part of the bracket.
Oh, Bryce. Stop it, Bryce. Even brought on the big man himself, Sorloff. If you did not complete that SBC, you're missing out. Love him, hate him. The man is a monster. He's a beast. He's out of control. Scores for fun. Makes a big difference. Also extremely affordable. I think if anything, we're giving him some more credibility and qualification. A little stamp of approval. See him in the pro lineups when you have unlimited resource. What about Dolan Mike?
Dolan Mike, he's going to be in action. Mike, he is in a final as well. He'll be one of our featured matchups when we kick off. Oli Lito looking very strong as well. He's also going to be...
Do we know their oppositions for potential stage matches?
We do. Adidas FIFA.
Okay.
For Oli Lito again. I'm sure we'll confirm those names when we get onto the broadcast of who they actually are, if they're gone undercover or not. And then we'll be seeing this is a great game as well. One of our featured matchups. We've got Marwan MC of Bordeaux from the League One. He takes on Max of Ajax, who has got one of those spots at the FC Pro World Championships. He got it through the performance that Ajax had in the Eredivisie earlier this year. He hasn't really had a big chance to show what he can do on the big stage. This would be that for him as well. Bryce looking for 8. And he will be on his way to that top 16 on Sunday.
The main man, Sorloff, again, a lot of space to work with, way too much time. I mean, this game's been over as we got into the second half, but if you're a fan of Danny Pitbull, which I think most people are, at least deep down, this might be one of those to take a break.
Well, it's the slouch back in the chair as well.
Yeah, once the demeanor shifts.
I mean, overall, Mike, we look at the 4 players that have gone through.
You wouldn't have predicted this group.
No.
Manu Bashir you would have had there, for sure. I don't know if you would have had Dennis.
No.
I'm not sure. I'm just speaking out loud here.
Look, I mean, there was a lot of UK players in that first part of the bracket as well today. There was only going to be a matter of time before one of them potentially went through.
Same with even Bryce, but I don't know if Bryce was the guy you would have thought would have scooted through. I think most of us would have had Danny Pitbull in that top 4.
Tell you what, superb.
He's going for 10.
Bring this form into Sunday. The French Cup winner, top 4 in the League One this year. He will be in the top 16 on Sunday, where he will be fighting for one of those tickets to Riyadh for the Esports World Cup. I think he might be on his way for 10 goals.
Potentially another consolation here for Danny. He's got the press on, but again, you got the slouch back. You feel defeated. A lot of space. Sorloff feeding Holland. That's not what you want to go up against. Oh, and there's number 10. Double digits.
10-1. There's a lot of happy French fans in the chat. Watch out for him on Sunday.
Yeah, now it's a question, how far can Bryce take this?
He's looking solid.
I wouldn't be surprised if we just see Danny hold the ball a little bit here. Hope he gets to enjoy the rest of his weekend in Dallas. Maybe take a couple personal days. Any other results you want to highlight? A little preview for the people?
I think the big preview is, look, Nicholas is going to be in action, Olilito is going to be in, Dull and Mike. It's another stacked afternoon of matches. We've got 4 more rounds to bring you.
And it looks like MS Dossery is still playing.
In the game, he's
it
in
looks
the
like
game.
Lamps is still playing as well, so that might be the scenario. That
I think
could
he's
be.
in loser bracket, MS Dossery.
Mm-hmm.
Not 11, Bryce.
Uh-oh.
Potentially so.
Uh-oh.
It's all off. There we have it. 60 players eliminated already from the 256. 4 into Sunday's top 16. And in a little bit of time, we're going to be doing it all over again. Congratulations to Bryce that goes through. And as FG and Case join us back on the desk. Look, we're a quarter of the way through. 4 players are in. Some you would expect, and some you would say maybe it's a bit of a surprise.
Yeah, probably the first surprise of many we've seen in the opening session. An absolutely convincing win there by Bryce we've just seen. 4 qualify onto Sunday, but the job is nowhere near finished, is it, Mike?
Not at all. We were just talking about it on stream, but I don't think you would have predicted this to be some of the players in the front 4.
Yeah.
Manu Bashir, I think everybody had there. To your point, we expected someone maybe to come through from England, or maybe there's a Frenchman or something, but I would have had Danny going through as well, and he's not. So we don't have the same household names, but they're rising. Their stock is on the up and up leading into Sunday.
Casey, surprise of the day?
Stingray Jr., we didn't get to see much of him on the broadcast today. He lost to Jaden, he lost to Harvey, and that was his day. I think we anticipated a lot better from him today.
And we've seen a lot of players just simply get here and lose straight away and then lose their spot, and we're probably going to see that later on. Let's take a look at the brackets as they are. Brandon, so we've just seen Bryce winning 10-1. He's through to Sunday.
What was interesting about that as well, FG, was the only player to make a bracket reset happen, Danny Pitbull. But one thing we can also say, me and Mike were speaking about, no one flipped it around, did they? All the players that came through the winners bracket all went through in the end.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it was a great game. I mean, the reset one, but the last one was just absolute domination, wasn't it?
Maybe it took everything out of Danny Pitbull to get into that position, and he looked defeated after the first half.
And we saw Stokes as well defeated again by Dennis, beaten twice by him today. Mike, you said earlier on in the broadcast, if you get beat twice, it's sort of your own fault.
It's hard to say that you deserved it, but if you watch those back, they are as tight of games as you can get. That 7-4 is misleading, because Dennis adds 2 goals in the 90th minute. That's really a 5-4 loss, and then the other one was in extra time in the 120th minute. If you want to watch some entertaining FC back, that's where I'm taking you.
We weren't spoiled. We weren't dry for entertainment, I should say, FG. Like, we had some brilliant games there, but Stokes especially gave us some great matches.
Yeah, an absolute pioneer of the esports. It's a shame to see him go. Casey, over to the other side, we saw Redlac make it through to Sunday.
We did, and there were a lot of players from England in this group, so a lot of players that know each other in this group as well, but Redlac dominated throughout that upper bracket. He didn't take it to that extra game as well because Jaden was not able to beat him. But power to Jaden, because in that losers bracket, he beat a lot of very, very good players, and with massive wins as well. He won 8-1 at one point too, but no, Redlac is the one making it through out of bracket C.
Redlac made it through indeed, and then the other bracket, probably not so much of a surprise to see Manu Bashore do what he does best, Mike.
It looked like himself. He was expressive, and he went up against Yago twice. And shout out to Yago, by the way, because he was down big in that finale. I think he was down 6-1 at one point, or 6-2, and he was able to kind of push something back, feel a little pressure, make Manu Bashore maybe not look so perfect, so unbeatable. But either way, that was the clear cut, I think, for all of us. If you're looking at the bracket ahead of time, you're saying this guy's going through. I don't care what happens today. We can bet on Manu Bashore.
And there's still so many players to join them in Sunday, and we're going to go and take a short break. And when we're back, we'll be back for another group, another set where 4 more players will make it to Sunday. Hello and welcome back to DreamHack Dallas. We are on American soil and we've got more players who are looking to secure their spot at Riyadh this August at the Esports World Cup. Joining me on the host deck is Casey. Casey, we've seen the morning session. Here we are on a brand new one, the afternoon. We've got a really good lineup as well, haven't we?
I'm excited. There are some massive names in this second group of players today. We saw some upsets earlier. We might see some upsets in this group, but we're going to run it back, copy paste it, and it's about to be epic.
Well, if the morning's anything to go by, you are in for a treat. Let's just keep you all updated with how things are going to work. That is right. All of our players here are bidding for a spot at Riyadh in July for the World Cup. Casey, what does it mean to them players?
I mean, that is everything. For a lot of these players, this is their last chance to compete. Their leagues might be over, and this is such a massive stage to get to the Esports World Cup, go over to Saudi Arabia. But only 2 players from this weekend will be going, and so it's a very coveted spot.
There are only 2 players possibly who will be going from Sunday to the E-World Cup. Now, it's not just the players that we're focusing on for this, it's also the clubs.
$60 million! You've been seeing that a lot, right? What does it all mean, though? Here's my friend Alex Machine Richardson to help explain.
So, 60 mil, 20 tournaments, 8 weeks. You probably already know. But how does a club prove themselves to be the very best in the world? That is where the Esports World Cup Club Championship comes in.
The Club Championship is where things really heat up. $20 million awarded to the top 16 clubs, with the newly crowned best club in the world awarded an astonishing $7 million.
Wait, so how does that actually work?
It's simple. We've got 20 tournaments. In each tournament, the top 8 teams get awarded points towards their club championship total. The higher you place, the more points you get. Now, these points are worth the same in all titles, so it is important to not put all of your eggs in one basket. But it's important to remember that the club champion needs to win at least one individual game tournament.
Nice, so we'll probably be seeing clubs trying to qualify across a range of games to have the best chance of getting their hands on $7 million.
Yeah, man, there's your incentive. More clubs, across more games, more competition.
And so the race begins. This summer, we will crown the best esports club in the world.
Wow, wow, wow. Casey, I don't know about you, but I think that is absolutely sensational. $7 million to a club in the world this year.
No, everything's connected as well. So say you have MS Daughtry for Falcons. If they're competing in another competition, Fortnite, fighting games, all of those points will add up, and one club, one team will have $7 million by the end of it. Insane.
Absolutely insane indeed. Let's take a look at the brackets then, shall we? We'll go with Group 2, Bracket A. First off, we've got some really, really well-known players here. I'm looking at this, and of course, we've got Mark 11 in this side. Mark 11's already qualified.
He is, but he had a tough first matchup. He had Nicholas in his very first match, which brought him down to the loser's side. But he has made his way through that quite well. A couple other names to look at here. Goal Poacher. He's going to be going up against Nicholas. Goal Poacher had a very good run in E-Premier League, but I think he's trying to redeem himself because he couldn't quite finish out there strong. But it's going to be a very tough matchup against Nicholas. But also on the lower bracket, we have DP Ashoto versus Diogo Mendes, which is Cat Lover. but they will have a very good matchup as well. Both very big names in the scene, and I think that this group is actually pretty sweaty, to be honest.
Both some sensational players in this group. I'm looking at that Nicholas Goal Poacher game, and it's so tough to call, but we've got all the action to come in Bracket A as we move over to Bracket B. This is another side that you just look and it's just full of big names, isn't it, Casey?
It is. Massive names in this one as well. I'm seeing the likes of Dylan Mike in the upper bracket. We have LJR Piashoto in the lower bracket, which is a bit surprising to me that he dropped down to that one. We've had a couple upsets here. I'm looking at a player like Blasic, who I've seen compete for Mexico for many, many years. He is currently out of the competition, out of that lower bracket. It's interesting, though, because there's been multiple rounds that the stream hasn't seen. So there's some players that you might not even see today. They're already out of the competition. They might have flown here from across the world and their day is done. But there's still a few left.
Indeed, there are a lot of players who've done their prelim rounds before and haven't made it. But the ones that have, you will be seeing. And 4 players will go through to Sunday's finale, where the last 16 will face off for the 2 spots at the Esports World Cup. Let's take a look at Bracket C then. Another bracket which isn't disappointing at all.
Yes, I'm looking at that upper final bracket. Very exciting. We have Alalito. He's had a very, very good season in MLS playing for NYCFC. And Adina FIFA, who I believe is also from North America. We don't know much about him, but he's in the upper bracket. Again, we're seeing people come to this competition that we may not have heard about before, and they're dominating. And so he will be going up against Alalito, a massive name in the scene. We also have Chosita in the lower bracket. That'll be a very, very interesting game as well. Jordi Reyes competing from Houston in the EMLS. He's in the lower bracket. Those are just a few of the names that I'm excited to watch.
Yeah, and Oli Lito, a man who's won things in various
so many
countries.
things.
How do you think players are going to face this? Because the atmosphere around the arena, like we're seeing, is very much old school esports. There's a lot of consoles everywhere. There's not too much space, but it's a sensational opportunity as we see Bracket D on the screen as well.
Yes, we do have a few names here. We have Max, who is from the Netherlands. He competes for Ajax against Marwan. He is competing in Liga 1, so that'll actually be a very, very good matchup. Both players competing in top leagues throughout the world. I'm looking down here in the lower bracket. We have Virgil, who has had a great season as well in the Serie A. And we have Kareem from Apogee. He's going to be great. King CJ as well is in that lower bracket, fighting his way. Oh, he actually lost to Kareem. Unfortunate.
Yeah.
That's a sad one for me.
That
big fan
is
of King CJ.
one. Yeah, I am a big fan of him as well. Now let's take a look at the feature matches. You're probably wondering the games that we're going to be showing here on the broadcast. Goal Poacher Nicholas, no surprise to see that as the feature match, the upper final. Then it's the others as well. But I mean, I'm looking to the Oli Lito one, Casey. I really enjoy watching Oli Lito play, and he never really seems phased in this situation.
He doesn't. He has some of the best mentality that we have seen. He always has a smile on his face, one of the nicest guys in the scene. But I will say, even though he's one of the nicest guys off the virtual pitch, I would not want to see him on that virtual pitch because he is very, very difficult to go against.
He is indeed, and we'll be watching the Goal Poacher game against Nicholas. Nicholas is such a pioneer in esports, isn't he? What a player.
He is. He recently won La Liga. He's had so many accolades, many, many World Championship finals, many trophies for him. Recently signed for Cloud9, and he's trying to make his name here at the Esports World Cup.
The players are nearly ready. The matches are nearly underway. I do want to point out as well, we can see Jaden now in a coaching position. We saw him earlier on trying his luck. Unfortunately, he didn't make it through to Sunday, but he's now a coach.
Yeah, I mean, he could potentially find a way to get through here. He is coaching Goal Poacher, and it is going to be a good game here.
Yep, let's get on with the game, and let's head over to our casters, Mike LaBelle and Brandon Smith.
Thank you very much, FG and Case. Well, we've had a short interval here, and we're back on the way for the second half of action. In our next sort of 64 players that will be competing for those 4 important spots at the Esports World Cup, of course, on Sunday. I mean, look, Nicholas, about 12 hours ago, Mike, I wasn't sure if he was going to compete. I heard his flight was delayed. He was stuck in New York, but he did get here to Dallas, Texas at about 4 or 5 a.m. this morning. He was able to swap his play time to this afternoon. And he's not looked out of place so far. He's been in the upper bracket. Now he will take on Goal Poacher, who is going to start this game, potentially the better of the 2, just offside there.
Man, I thought that was onside. I was going to say, what a message to send early on. And you don't go against Nicholas. He's known as the Iceman for a reason. He's won nearly everything in the scene throughout the years, 1v1s, 2v2s. You name the competition, Nicholas has been a part of it. We talked about it earlier on at the top of the show, but he'd be in my Mount Rushmore of FC players, all-time greats. And he's likely to finish as goal poacher.
Oh no, not the man for the job. Haaland steps up after just being offside a minute before was Arnhem. Remember, 4 games taking place at the same time. And it's not the only goal that we've missed, because there's been a goal over in that game as well. Marwan of Bordeaux leading Max by a goal to 0.
Yeah, I might have been interrupted building a storyline there, you know. But either way, even though that maybe goes against the grain of the storyline, I think when it's all said and done, it's likely that Nicholas might have that clear status of being the greatest to do it.
What is it? 7 World Cups he's made in a row.
Yeah, we've seen him in playoffs. We've seen him, like I said, in the 2v2s. We've seen him in the E-Club, E-Nation. You name it. He's been a part of everything. I can't think of a competition. We've seen him in E-Champions League. We've seen him win E-Champions League. We've seen him, like, do everything.
Well, Nicholas' first chance in the box.
And that's across 6, 7, going on 7 now. 7 different years of installments.
Which is ridiculous to be that consistent year after year. Big chance, dispossessed. Let's see what's happening in goal. Game B, sorry, there's been a goal in that one. And it has come the way of Jota Ball, who leads by a goal to 0 against Mike in that game. Back to our feature matchup, Nicholas in action here. That is Jota Ball or Jose Ballion. He went undercover as, I don't know, something Gary, I believe, in the bracket. But he's up against Mike. He's been very convincing in the upper bracket here. Goal poacher leads Nicholas by a goal to 0. Let's jump across. Another goal has gone in over on this side of things. It's Adina FIFA leading Olilito by a goal to 0 there of Ninjas in Pyjamas, the Spaniard. An early start for him. And there's also been another goal in Game C as well.
And could you imagine this? I know it's early, but a result like this for goal poacher. Up against Nicholas and kind of giving him that push, that resurgence.
Well, it sort of takes a bit of weight off your shoulders as well, Mike, because you're in the grand final. Nicholas goes down to the loser bracket. You're praying that someone is going to stop him, and it's not Nicholas that comes back through.
You're just hoping not to join that losers bracket. You need to win out after that.
And the headline news, Nicholas representing Cloud9, Mike. I think their first ever FC Pro player.
With the addition of the Esports World Cup and clubs getting involved in the FC scene, it's created new avenues we've never seen previously. With more traditional esports teams looking to get involved, building out a bit of the roster. Remember, there is the club aspect of the Esports World Cup with a cool 7 million extra up for grabs.
Well, by his own standards, Nicholas, he didn't have the best Champions League. Able to make it through the group stages there, which for him in his standards were pretty poor. However, weeks before that, he won the Cup and the League in the Liga FC Pro, which is how he got his qualification up to the Champions League and to the FC Pro World Championships. Goal over here, it is Olilito. Not Olilito, it's Mike, sorry, that has equalised here. Olilito has also equalised in his game. 1-1 against Jose Ballion. And it's Marwan of Morocco, which I'm sure will have a few fans watching. He's up by a goal to 0 against Max. People in the chat saying, why would you show loser bracket over upper bracket? Well, this is the upper bracket. We will show the loser bracket later, but this is the upper bracket right now.
And I will say this, maybe there's just a bias on my end, but I like seeing elimination games.
Oh, we will.
Even that's not the case for what you're seeing on screen, but I do like elimination games from a personal preference.
Goal poacher. brilliant start here, leading Nicholas by a goal to nil, 27 minutes in. If you win this game, you go through to the grand final of your group. You win that, you qualify for the top 16 on Sunday. I know it's quite confusing for people tuning in that are trying to grasp the format here. Basically, 256 players split into 16 different groups. Goal poacher looking for a second. R9 unable to do that. And then in that group of 16, only one player of the 16 then makes it through to the Sunday 16. So the winner of each group basically makes it through to the knockouts.
If it's easier for each session that you're watching, we're getting down to the final four. So we had our earlier session, I would say the morning session, but it was still kind of an afternoon. Now we have the evening sessions. We have 4 from before, we'll get 4 tonight. Gives us our initial 8, and then tomorrow we start that same process over again.
Absolutely, and look, and if you missed the earlier stage today, as Mike was saying, Redlac was one of those 4 players to get through. Dennis from Germany, Manu Bashore and Bryce, they're all in to Sunday's top 16 already. Dolomite 2-1 up over there, 17 minutes on the clock. I spoke to Dolomite because Dylan and a lot of the German players, Mike, were in the USA, sort of touring around the USA for the last week or so. I said, have you played any games in between? He went, no, I haven't.
He's lying. Yeah, I got a message from Dolan. He said that he was coming to New York to do some training.
Okay.
So I don't know how much training they did, but either way, I was out of town, so I didn't get to give you the full details. But they definitely asked about locations to play, so I think they played a few games. Yeah, I think they definitely played some games. But I like that he came in, maybe a little bit of some gamification, saying we didn't even practice. We were just getting our body right, if you will. Not having to be jet lagged.
Goal poacher corner comes in.
It's been all goal poacher as well. If you've been dialed into this match, could have easily had a second.
Olilito still drawing 1-1 for those asking. Great to see as well, Jaden sitting behind him, poaching him. Oh! Virgil van Dijk, that was some leap. Just goes wide. You're asking where the qualification 3 and qualification 4 is the groups. That's tomorrow. Just qualifiers 1 and 2 today here in DreamHack Dallas. Anders does play tomorrow. Tex plays tomorrow. Shorey plays tomorrow. Tom plays tomorrow. Goal poacher's done so well here, hasn't he, in these first 36 minutes or so.
Yeah, I almost don't want to jinx him. He had the offside goal, of course. It was disallowed. It was close at that. He's had a couple knockdowns, maybe not go his way. We saw a corner kick just a moment ago. But this is also Nicholas 101. Keeps you close. When he gets a chance, you expect it to go.
Bellingham!
Oh!
Off the post. It's Nicholas's best chance he's had so far in the game. So close to coming back in. Update over here. Dolomite 3-1. He leads. 27 minutes on the clock there. He's lofted it into the back post. You know the rest. Haaland scores. Big goal there. If we can have a look at game D as well, because one player is pulling away in that game. And also game C. There's been goals in Olilito's game.
Been impressed with goal poachers this far.
Couple of updates, Mike, in the other games. Marwan, 3-0, he leads. It came from losing possession there. And the Moroccan was able to get away with that turn from Mbappe. 3-0 in 30 minutes.
Maybe it's too early, but I'm surprised we're not hearing him. Usually you get some emotion. We've had a relatively quiet main stage, all things considered.
No real celebrations yet, has there? Mbappe, step overs for days. Stopped in his tracks. Game C, if we can. What's happening here? Olilito against Jose Ballion. It is Olilito that leads by 2 goals to 1.
Wow. Wow. Come on. The player lock usage to get to that point, and then to set it up, a little flick, hit the volley. Maybe the first goal we've seen like that as well throughout the day. I'm looking through the highlights. I'm almost filtering of what's happened, what kind of build-up opportunities, and that's a confident individual if you're pulling that out right now on the big stage.
Mbappe. Steal, stopped. Could be a tap-in! Vitinha just fighting for the badge, quite literally. Jumped into a slide tackle, Mike, and he's just scored from that.
The saying is that if there's a will, there's a way. I feel like if there's a will, there's a Nicholas. I don't know if that works the same way, but he always seems to get himself into positions. They're always close matches. It becomes a battle of the wits. Difficult situations. It's not a beautiful goal, but he's starting to get his way into this. You can feel that he's moving. He's getting a little bit of momentum, and now he's carrying that into halftime. A little bit of a team talk.
You can never count him out either, can you?
No, you just can't. There's something about him, and he's been winning the same way every single year. He doesn't typically blow you out, keeps you close, but at the same time, you never pull ahead either. It's very rare that we see a game where we're saying that's over. Come to the 70th minute.
Always gets in front, doesn't he? And for goal poacher's efforts as well, Mike, in that first 45, he sits there and thinks, well, hasn't got me too far.
If anything, he needed more. That's kind of what we were getting at. Like, you look good, you got to convert. You have to finish those opportunities. Especially against, again, someone that we talk about champions pedigree, but there's a reason that we see a lot of repeat winners. We got new faces every single year in terms of players coming into the scene and getting good results and over-delivering, and we give them compliments and superlatives. But when it talks about guys that are actually hoisting trophies, it's not that big of a group.
Absolutely, it's a very small group, isn't it, of people that have won before. Speaking of a name that's been winning trophies and had quite a few of them in his career, is that man, Mike. 4-1 he leads. Remember, he went 1-0 down in the game to Jose Ballion. It's 4-1 up.
He's rocking and rolling. We're seeing Holland's right foot. Could be a little bit of a toss-up. It's been a reoccurring message on the day. But Mike's putting this man, this individual, under pressure. It could be another one of those situations you see things get out of hand.
Goal in game C as well. Has gone in over there. We'll let you know what's happening in the game between Olilito and Adida FIFA. Well, what has happened here? Olilito was 2-1 up, 41 minutes on the clock. He concedes from this corner here, goes all the way through into Haaland. All square at 2-2. Back to our main featured game. Goal poacher against Nicholas.
Did you notice that Nicholas is using Emery in the midfield, which has not been a choice that we've seen in any other squad lineup? Remember, you have unlimited selections. So that means you put him on that pedestal at that level, that he is the most premier center mid available to you.
He must have done something right to be in that starting 11. You're absolutely right.
It's an unusual choice. That's all I'm saying.
Taking all the time in the world, and there's Ousmane Dembele, goal poacher. Coutinho, where's the one more pass? Bellingham tries his best to fake shot.
I guess the same could be said. He's got Ruben Diaz as a center back as well. Those are two selections I don't think you're going to see in any other squads today. Uh-oh.
Dispossessed, and this is where Nicholas will get you. Haaland, Mbappe's got loads of time. Step overs away.
Cannot afford mistakes like that. Out of the back, gets caught slipping, holds onto the ball too long, ends up with a fake shot from Rudiger. Haaland takes it off his feet, a little R1 dribble, you're into space, you lay it off, one step over for the good, you eye the goalkeeper, smash it on the near post. It's just another day in the office, so it's way too easy. Make him earn it. That's a freebie.
You know he's not going to waste those opportunities, Nicholas, is he?
Never.
When they come
Never.
Goal back over here. Is it another one for Mike? It is on the stroke of half-time. 5-1 he leads.
It's looking like a rout.
Goal poacher, first 40 minutes, so convincing, so confident, creating chances.
But this is what happens. Nicholas will outlast you. He'll adjust, he'll pivot. You just got to make it difficult. You can't give out presents. And it's all about the defending, the micromanaging. If you watch how compact and clever Nicholas is with some of the movement between the midfielders and the defenders, and then how he breaks out of those spaces, it's impressive, it's been consistent, it's reliable, it's proven. At the end of the day, we talk about, again, all the beautiful work here and the pretty plays, but it's still your foundational. What are you built on?
He doesn't need 10, 11 chances. Right. I saw a game in the Champions League against Rib Torret for Nicholas, where Nicholas has, I think, 3 shots, to rip Torres 18, and he drew the game 3-3. That's the difference with him. Nicholas is back in this one, it's safe to say. The new man for Cloud9, showing why he put pen to paper for an esports org like that.
And there's such prime time material in that. A bait and switch, a double dip. You see the player lock. We go here, we go there. We hit the layoff. We move the players out of position. You see in the game a little bit better. He's reintroducing himself. And again, Goal Poacher is such a premium first half. To not have a lead is a problem.
Only a goal as well. He desperately needed a second or something, didn't he, from that first half? This is the upper finals for those that are asking him. Whoever wins these 4 matches goes into their grand final of their group, where they would then be 1 game away from qualifying for Sunday's top 16. Goal Poacher again, please remember as well, all these players that lose this game, they're not out, they just go down to the lower bracket where, of course, things get more difficult.
Get a little bit shaky in that lower bracket.
Well, scores around the games. We'll give him to you as soon as we can. Every match is in the second half, though. In our upper side here. This is the lowdown then across all the games. Adidas FIFA 2-2 against Olilito. Max of Ajax 4-0 down against Marwan. You've got Jose Ballion up against Dylan Mike. That's 5-1 to Dylan Mike, and Nicholas 3-1 up. Big chance here for Goal Poacher. Needs this to pull himself back into the game. Let's jump back into our featured game. Bit of confusion as well about Nicholas. I know he was actually in 2 different brackets today. He wasn't able to play the morning session, so he actually played in the afternoon session. So those buys you may have seen or the walkovers, he never actually played in those games. He's just been moved into the afternoon session.
And we should mention that's due to flight delays and cancellations and things that were out of his control. It wasn't as if there was a negotiation where he moved brackets. Oh.
Chance. Goal!
It's just picture perfect. This is how you teach it. It's how you write it up. The extra passes, you swing it back to the top of the box, you drop it down. I know, broken record over here. Admittedly, that's fine. But the fundamentals and the foundation does not change. Nicholas plays the same way in some regard. He adjusts for the meta, what works, what doesn't work. But the general play is the same even 7 years ago. The way that his defensive shape, how he steps, how he sits back, when the offside trap. The same with when you're recycling. You're looking for key passes, key areas. It's a mastery of the spacing and player position.
And so consistent, always. He wins this game, he'll be 1 win away from top 16 on Sunday. I will be utterly shocked, Mike, if he's not in that top 16. He has to be there.
I'll agree with that sentiment. I don't see a world without Nicholas making the final day, Championship Sunday.
Adidas FIFA leading Olilito 3-2. That's in the 61st minute. Marwan still 4-0 up against Max of Ajax. Focus Dolomite, 5-1 up. And over here, Nicholas, after being 1-0 down, is 4-1 up in this all-important up and final.
One more.
Possession somehow.
I've always said Nicholas has a way of playing the game where he makes you feel like you could do what he does. When you watch him play, because a lot of it's simplicity still. This is not an overusage of skills or a bunch of, again, fancy flicks or tricks or anything along those lines. But the reality is you just can't.
Well, back over we jump. There was a goal back here. There is still 25 in-game minutes left in these 9-minute halves. But it would be a remarkable comeback if it was to do that. No one was challenging Olivier Giroud in that area.
Might have been a bit of a nose finish there. I don't think he got much of a head on it. All count the same.
Goal Poacher.
It's a good build-up.
Really well done. Trying out for a penalty. I think that's what he was asking for.
How are we doing in the Olito matchup? What do we have for updated scores here?
He's 3-2 down at the moment, Mike. 68 minutes left on it. Still a lot of time. Game D, we've just had another goal in it. Is it going to be a potential comeback for Max? We will have to see which way that one has gone.
Spoiler, it's Olivier Giroud on the...
Yeah, Giroud again, isn't it?
Yeah, making a difference. Impactful. So much space here for Nicholas to take care of, take advantage of.
Time not on your side. Plus 3 goals needed against Nicholas, who's going to just really tighten up along the back line. Has to score this. Haaland does!
I still think if you're goal poacher, you might be asking what if questions. What if I took this chance a little bit different? What if I converted from here? Because he's had opportunities to make this a competitive matchup. I know we've given a lot of superlatives and compliments, and we've built up Nicholas as a player, and he's earned that. He's earned that with the accolades, the achievements, the consistency, you name it. But goal poacher has had those opportunities to score more goals. Whether it's hit and post here, a little bit of offsides there, a knockdown that was wrong, an extra skill that you didn't need or lack thereof. He's been in the right areas, especially in the first half.
Yeah, and that's where it comes back. When you're playing against Nicholas, Mike, you just can't afford to miss those chances, can you?
And that's where you've got to still, it's in your headspace a little bit. If I just did this differently. Even if you don't want to be there, it's the reality.
Well, we got a goal from another game, and we mentioned Olivier Giroud was involved. I'll show you that one a little bit later on. That was Max who scored that, 4-2. He is down now. 50 minutes left in that game. Olilito is still losing, 3-2. Dolomite, nothing's changed there. He is 5-1 up. Well, this was that goal that we were teasing you about. Olivier Giroud, again from a corner. And again in the air, showing his aerial presence.
Better keep an eye on Olivier Giroud. Oh, disgusting.
Nicholas makes it 5. I know there is a very happy Juanma that will be watching at home. He might not be here coaching him, but I'm sure we'll be watching every single game. Nicholas is through to a grand final. If he wins later, he is in the top 16.
Step over, turn and burn. Mbappe, the right man for the job. Boosted. Easy peasy. I was going to say lemon squeezy, but I didn't want to force it. Either way, it's a beautiful finish and a great setup as well from Nicholas. When you have moments of risk, you want to make sure that you get the benefits, the reward. So I always look at measuring almost an X and Y axis of risk to reward. That was perfection. If you beat that last man, you're gone, and now you can kind of wrap up the game.
Right, we're going to leave that, Mike, because it's pretty much done. Nicholas is on his way through. This game, though, is a lot more tight.
Interesting.
Jose Ballion against Olilito. Jose Ballion, of course, the Spaniard, who I think just recently signed for David De Gea's Esports organisation. I got that wrong. He's playing against Dolomite. Sorry, this is Adida FIFA, who is also from Spain. He didn't sign for David De Gea's Esports organisation. I know he plays in the Man United kit. Heads it back across. Able to clear it out.
Could be a reckless final 10 minutes here. You would think that Alito's going to bring the all-out pressure. Constant pressure. Got to take some risks. A lot of space to work with.
Power shot blocked. Nicholas scores again. He's 6-2 up. Right, goal in this one, Mike. We haven't really spoken about Dolomite much. You know why? Because he's still cruising.
Quick footwork, easy tap home.
6-1. Dolomite's on his way to a grand final. What's happened here? Equaliser. Olilito back square at 3-3.
You can kind of see the replay there on the back end. Looked like a basic drop down. Haaland again on the dominant left foot. Make a decision, cross the body, near post. Bit of a 50-50 depending on the goalkeeper movement and the commitment to that goalkeeper movement. You almost have to over-anticipate if you actually want to have a chance in a lot of those circumstances with the goalkeepers. So now big question, can Alito get the job done? Or are we going to show some heart here?
I'll try and take a little look here, Mike, of who is in the lower brackets for a lot of these groups, of who they could be going into, because, of course, there's a handful of names that might not have remained on the winner's side of the bracket. I mean, kicking off a Group A first and foremost, we know that Goal Poacher is going down. And I can confirm that Footwiz Mark is down there. And someone that's called Cat Lover 0111.
That sounds like a burner account.
Yeah, I'm sure that isn't maybe a random.
Oh, what a finesse. Dolan adding some more. Why not?
I've just heard it's Diogo Mendes.
Does he even have a cat is the question. I'm not sure.
I don't know. Does he have a cat? We'll have to find out. So Footwiz Mark against Diogo Mendes. Winner of that one will then, of course, play against Goal Poacher on that part of the bracket.
It's a good matchup. Goal Poacher and Diogo. Take that. Diogo, of course, signing for Austin FC, joining EMLS. Big move for the season.
Unfortunately, both Peixoto brothers out of the competition.
That's a surprise. I mean, that tells you to the quality and the credit to the players that are here. So two of the best players in France. Both of them have had major international runs throughout the years.
We'll be seeing Chasita in action in the lower bracket game up next as well. Takes on Rafa Montero. Final 6 minutes left on this one. Adida FIFA, Trivella!
It's a lovely setup.
Big goal!
Almost an old school Trivella setup there with the ball roll before. Lines up the Neymar angle. We don't see that quite as frequently present day, but if you were playing the game first month, second month, that was bread and butter every day of the week. Keep it on repeat. I might even score 5 to 10 of those over the course of a weekend league.
Just seeing as well, MS Dasari eliminated from the tournament. He lost in the lower bracket. He won't be in action, unfortunately, a little bit later on today. It'll be Karim is back against Angela Tremor, 18. Look forward to seeing what pro that is. I'm sure it's someone that we know.
I wonder with MS Dasari as well, because he's managing a lot, of course, with Falcons. If maybe he's a little distracted. He's got quite a few affairs happening right now. Falcons being, of course, one of the teams as well in Saudi that you're expecting to have representation across many games and potentially to be able to win.
Well, he said he's been here since Sunday, Dasari. He said he's been watching, of course, his other esports teams, Counter-Strike and so forth, because that's the involvement that he has to have. Naturally, his time is just split up a lot more.
That would be the question, or I'm at least going to put it out there. Are we going to be able to still see the best of MS Dasari as he's sharing roles in terms of managing and overseeing everything with Falcons?
Well, hopefully he might be in Sweden, potentially so. Final 4 minutes here. Adida FIFA looks like he could be going through to the grand final in this knockout bracket.
Yeah, we think Olito's got maybe 2 chances. Definitely has the ball now, has a build, maybe has a counter press. If he could take it off him for the counter press, that should create some sort of opportunity, or at least put you in an advantageous position. This has been the battle of the pauses and tactical swaps and adjustments. A lot of coaching back and forth.
Full-time results there. Nicholas winning his game. Dula Mike winning his game. Marwan as well, winning 6-3.
No surprises there. Mostly the favorites, at least by namesake, getting through. This, though, would be an upset if you see Alito drop down.
Right, last couple of changes being made. Alito's ready to jump back into the game. Indeed, FIFA very much in fort still.
And you don't have to go quick if you're Alito, but at the same time, you want to put yourself in a position to at least be able to have another counter press where your players are, again, pushed up the pitch. Because we've seen this time and time again. If it's too late, swing it side to side, maybe bring it back to the goalkeeper, 1 clearance, and that's going to wrap up the fixture.
He's still making changes, Indeed, FIFA.
I don't know how many changes you can make over the course of this. Yeah, maybe there's some gamification here too, where you're just buying time, letting them overthink it a little bit.
Those custom tactics and sliders are certainly being reworked.
And who'd you have say that we had sitting? We have Mark that's still in the competition. Of course, already has a qualified spot. guaranteed to see him in Riyadh.
Jasita also, that lower bracket. Again, after this game, it will be all lower bracket elimination games until we get back to our grand finals. Back underway now, 4 minutes. Let's see if Olilito can turn it around, or Adida will be one game away from a top 16. Can he see out the clock? Canate, so much space. Rolito's had to put bodies forward. Desperate to win the ball back, just to give himself one more attack. He wins it back and gives possession away. It's a really tough touch, which you can't do anything about. Here we go, Olilito. Big last chance for you. Dembele not going to win that running race. Has to recycle all the way back around Vitinha. Vinny Jr. intercepted. And in time at 2 minutes, just a minute left. And it looks as if Olilito's going down in the trenches in that lower bracket. Or not. 10 in-game seconds. And
he ran it out.
It out of play. And that's a full-time result there. Olilito goes down. Adida into a winners' grand final. One of the only free agents in this competition, looking still for a club or potentially an esports org as he continues his journey in this one. But that is round one done here from DreamHack Dallas. Sorry, in our afternoon session. So now it's back to FG and Case.
Wow, what a round one that was as well, indeed, Casey. That's a bit of a shock there, seeing Adida take down a man like Olilito. Remember, nobody is out of the tournament as of yet. Them players who have lost this round of fixtures will head into the lower bracket. And like Brandon Smith said on commentary, it's like the trenches.
It is. Expect the unexpected here. You can come here as a player that is pretty much unheard of and take down massive names like Olilito. But he's not done. He's still in it. But very impressive from Adida, who is from North America, free agent, currently not signed anywhere, and doing really well.
And some really, really good goals in that game. Let's take a look at the highlights now of the game. It was an interesting start to proceedings, wasn't it, Casey?
It was.
And this is the Nicholas game, it is.
Yes, versus Goal Poacher. And Goal Poacher actually had a very dominant first few minutes of the game. It took a little while for Nicholas to really get set in this match here, but it's like as soon as the ignition was started, Nicholas set off, and Goal Poacher couldn't really do much about it. It's interesting, though, because he had very, very different type of goals. Mike LaBelle said it on broadcast. He's one of the most consistent players. He knows the fundamentals, but he's able to add in a lot of those meta tactics into his gameplay as well. And Goal Poacher here tries to get it back in there, and he can't quite do it. 80th minute, run with Mbappe, fastest man on the pitch any day of the week. Nicholas 5-2. And he doesn't stop there, FG, does he?
No, he doesn't indeed. There's almost like an air of inevitability about Nicholas. I don't know what it is about him, but whenever he goes a goal down, you always back him to come back. And he's actually joining us on the host desk. And we'll ask you that question, Nicholas. How do you keep doing it? You stay calm all the time whenever you concede.
Yeah, I think I don't know, it's just me. It's my personality. But yeah, as I say, it's really important to stay calm. Even if you're losing, you're winning. And I think that's the key part of the success.
Now, I have to ask, the one goal where you scored, it was kind of a slide tackle situation. Do you ever feel bad about scoring goals like that, or is it like I'll take what I can get?
Yes, I think it's lucky, but I'm pressing to stand tackle, to do it. I'm pressing the button, so I think it's 50-50. It's like an ugly goal, but I think I deserve it.
It goes in the back of the net, so we take it.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's talk about Riyadh then. The reason everybody's here. It's a long road this weekend in Dallas. What would it mean to you to make it to the World Cup?
Yeah, I think it should be amazing, but it's really tough. Even here, it's only 2 spots. And I know in Sweden it's 6, but it's only 2 spots and 256 players. It's really hard, even thinking, even try to dream. But yeah, it should be really good. That's the, to be there is so important.
Now, looking at the lower bracket, you get to sit back for a few rounds and watch. Is there anyone in the lower bracket that you don't want to go against? We got Mark 11, Diogo Mendes, anyone that you don't want to face off against?
No, I don't care. I always, when I play, I don't care about the other players. And I think it's, for this tournament, trying to do just enjoy every moment. So it's hard because we are competing, we want to win. But now I'm trying to enjoy, and I think I'm doing really well.
Yeah, you are absolutely doing really well. Now, you mentioned there's more spots available in Sweden, but there's also a lot more players in Sweden. Looking at it here, the whole format, the tournament format, if you do go through today, you're coming back on Sunday. What would tomorrow look like if you were to get through?
I think for tomorrow, I think I will try to rest and try to visit the city. But yeah, for tomorrow is always a tough group, you know, and always this. For Sunday, 16 players should be the really, really good 16 players. But yeah, let's see. I hope to say, yeah, I'm qualified for Sunday.
Well, listen, all the best. Congratulations on your win. We'll catch up with you a little bit later on. Casey, let's just talk then about the whole round as a whole. We will see all of the results on the screen for you guys watching at home. It was an impressive round. Not too many shocks here. I think maybe the Olilito fixture is the only one where you expected potentially a different result.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest shock here. The other ones were expected, you could probably say. I think that the Max versus Marwan game I thought would be a bit closer, but Marwan from Morocco competed very, very well. And Goal Poacher versus Nicholas I thought was going to be a good game, but anticipated that Nicholas went through there. But I'm curious to see after this how Olilito goes forward, because that's a tough game to lose. And now he's going into that lower bracket.
Well, Olilito is a man with so much experience in this esports. Now, if you're wondering, those players that have lost in these upper finals have not been knocked out. You need to essentially lose 2 games in order to be knocked out, which means these guys are heading into the loser bracket. But it is in the trenches, because if they lose one more fixture, then unfortunately their journey is over.
They are. That is the end of the road for them. They could have traveled all the way across the world. I know that most of these players, they arrived here very early in the day. They've watched all of round 1, but now it is their time to shine, and so they do not want to lose those 2 games. But we do have some brackets here that we could take a deep dive into. For Group 2, Bracket A, we've seen Nicholas go into that upper bracket. Goal Poacher, who did lose there, will drop down into the lower bracket. But first, we do have Cat Lover, aka Diogo Mendes, going up against Footwiz Mark 11.
And what a fixture that is, by the way. Mark 11, by the way, is already qualified. I just had a chat with him off camera, and that man has travelled for around 18 hours to be here.
Wow.
For a man who's already qualified for the World Cup, he is here essentially to get the practice in, potentially get some prize money as well. We'll get the prize money up for you in a minute, and we'll come back and talk about that fixture. But let's carry on going through the brackets, and let's look at Bracket B from Group 2. Because here, once again, Casey, we've got some really, really big names.
We do. So Dylan Mike does go through to that grand final, and we have Eden, Finesse, and Dorta in the lower semifinal. They'll be going up against the loser from Dylan Mike's match, which is Gary. And so honestly, both these players, we don't know too much about, and so it's those type of situations that anything could happen.
Well, anything could happen. He actually lost 8-1 to Focus Dullen, and I mean, it must be a really, really difficult thing to recover from when you've lost like that. How do you think he's going to react?
Yeah, I mean, you could go one of 2 ways. You could be really upset and going into this next match and going in with a bad mindset. But you know what? Ted Lasso, I learned this one thing. Do you want to hear it?
Oh, you're going to tell me it?
Yes, I am. Have the mind of a goldfish, because goldfish don't remember things in the past. And so moving forward, you just reset and keep moving on. If you guys watch Ted Lasso, you'd all know.
I bet you guys didn't expect to hear from Ted Lasso and get told by Casey to have a mind of a goldfish.
That's it.
But yeah, definitely forget about that and try and hopefully get through to that final, which will be an interesting one. Bracket C looks like this. Olilito, as we discussed, is in the lower final, but all is not lost for him, Casey.
It is not. So he does have that extra opportunity to go on. He will be playing the winner of Chusita versus Rafa Montero. And again, Adida is in that upper bracket, so he gets to sit back pretty and watch this lower semifinal match move on. But I'm interested to see, because Chusisa, he is a very, very good player. I anticipate a lot from him for this match. If he does move on, that match against Olilito will be very intense.
Well, yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's actually going to be interesting to see if we see any more rematches as well in the finals. We did see a lot of rematches in session 1, and there's players there that won't forget defeats. So we could be in for such a really, really interesting round of fixtures. And let's have a look at Bracket D then. The bracket is on the screen right now. And again, it's a lot of players who are potentially unknown in the scene and who are playing, but I mean, there's no surprise the man in the final, is there?
No. So we do have Marwan coming through out of Morocco. He had a very, very good win over Max from IX. He will drop down. He is not done in the competition after that loss to Marwan. He'll be going down into the lower final. But first, we have Angular Tremor going up against Apogee. Kareem, that's going to be a very good game. I've heard from a lot of different pros that they highly rate Kareem, so that'll be a good match.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see if he lives up to the expectation. I want to touch back onto the prize money, but before we do, let's go to the featured matches first and take a look at the matches that are coming up for you guys on the broadcast. So here we are, Diogo Mendes versus Footwiz Mark, and then Daughter versus Eden Find, Shasita versus Rafa Montero, and then the final fixture as well as Angular Tremor versus Opg Karimi. What's standing out for you here then, Casey?
I mean, it's got to be that top match. Diogo Mendes versus Footwiz Mark 11. We have Mark 11, who was the runner-up in last year's World Championship. Diogo Mendes has a lot of accolades previously with Fnatic. He has made it to a Masters final, currently playing with Austin FC and EMLS. He had a very good run there. But I think that this is going to be an interesting one, especially because Mark is already qualified. I don't know if that affects your mindset going into this at all, though.
Well, speaking to Mark off camera, I don't think it does. He's here to do a job. He wants to get the job done. He's going to be in Sweden as well. And the fact that he is already qualified doesn't matter. He's here for the prize money, here for the experience. On the other side, Diogo Mendes is fighting for a spot, like many players here. And that's a man who is a very, very good FC player and could potentially have the opportunity to knock out somebody, but it doesn't really matter as much to Mark 11, may I say?
It doesn't, but for either player in this competition on this weekend, if they lose now, they are out. So in this moment, it does matter a lot.
And these players, of course, have made huge sacrifices as we wait for the players to get ready for their game. They've made huge sacrifices to be here, and you can see the prize pool on the screen right now. And we're looking at 13th to 16th spot, Casey, $2,000. Now, there's players who've traveled from all around the world, and $2,000, they'll still be at a loss.
They might be at a loss because some players are also paying for their coach to be here. They're paying for the flights, the hotel, the food, everything to get here. It's an expensive trip to get here, but like at the end of the day, they work so hard throughout the entirety of the season. It's moments like this that it's worth it. But they want to even make it even more worth it with that prize money to offset it.
Well, absolutely. I mean, you're looking at the prize pool on the screen right now, and if you get through to Sunday, you're guaranteed to be on this prize pool ladder. But we're looking at first and second, not just for the $25,000 for first place and the $15,000 for second, but most importantly, a place in Riyadh, one of the most hotly anticipated tournaments in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, the Esports World Cup.
Yes, and that is all of the glory. That's where everyone is trying to be. That's where all the money is, and everyone wants to be in Saudi Arabia in August, but only 2 people from this competition make it. And it's going to be very intense.
We're seeing live pictures of our featured match, the players in our featured match, and we're probably going to get underway in around 2 or 3 minutes. But let's bring in our casters, Brandon Smith and Mike Lavelle. We've got a great lineup of fixtures here, Brandon. What are we expecting?
I mean, in the nicest way, hopefully some drama, because this is Elimination FC now, isn't it? Mark 11, Chasitas, quite a few Footwiz lads on stage at the moment. And just looking forward to seeing some players I haven't really seen much of this year. I mean, Diogo Mendes coming up. Of course, we saw him in the MLS. He would hope to have a better tournament there. He wants to have a good run here. And more important, that game right on the end pod there is one that I'm certainly want to keep my eye on. Karim is back. Has had a ridiculous run in the lower bracket. Loads of people at home are saying, FG, where's MS Tasari? He's been eliminated.
Yeah, interestingly enough, well, crazily enough, he didn't even get a chance to feature on the broadcast, Mike, did he?
We talked about it a little bit. I think he's got too many obligations, maybe, to be solely focused on FC. He's managing everything with Falcons, of course. He's preparing for the Esports World Cup. Got a bunch of teams, and he's kind of the main man. I'm giving him that pass. I'm just throwing it out there. I don't know if that's the case or not, but that's what I'm saying.
I'm sure he'd be really grateful with that pass because he is doing a brilliant job with everything he's doing at Falcons. But Casey, let's touch again on the players who are on the stage right now. This is, like Brandon said, elimination time. This is the most important period. But unfortunately, half of our players that are on the stage are not going to be here again.
Right. I think Mike mentioned it earlier. It's these games right here that are the most anticipated because you lose, you're out. It is your last chance. And if you don't succeed here, any mistake that you might have, it might cost you, and you might be done for the rest of the weekend.
Yeah, there's probably a lot of pressure on these players, Brandon. The games are on the way, by the way. We've got about a minute and a half to go. But, I mean, Brandon, there's one man who's already qualified. But speaking to him off camera, he's still very motivated, and he takes on Diogo Mendes.
Yeah, I mean, look, we know Mark's already qualified, isn't he, for the Esports World Cup in Riyadh later this year. He's here for cash and practice.
I'm convinced he's a villain, but I'm okay with that. I like it.
He could be a villain, yeah.
Yeah, he's coming here to knock out the competition and collect some $ on the way.
Spoken like a true former pro. Right, let's not make you guys wait anymore. Mike and Brandon, take it away. The games are ready.
Yeah, let's jump into it. There are more elimination games here from DreamHack Dallas. We'll kick off first and foremost with this one. I was wondering who Angular Tremor is. It's Lamps, so we can get that changed. It is Lamps, who doesn't need an introduction. He is a top player. I mean, has done enough to sort of make it onto the international stage a handful of times. He's given us some incredible moments in the MLS as well, Mike.
And he's usually very reactive. If you get a win here, you get a chance for an interview. I bet you he won't disappoint in that
Free
interview.
header. Free goal. And on the opposite side of the screen, it is the man that played for Bordeaux this year in the League One. Of course, part of Apogee Esports as well. Karim is back. Lost his opening game in the bracket. Has had to go through the lower bracket. He avoided MS Desaris, who's on the opposite side as him. But that's a bit of a gift of a goal.
Big mistake from Lamps. Unfortunate bounce from there, and Karim is most definitely back.
Pretty decent team as well. Him and his teammate are both in this afternoon session here. Marwan could be in for a second. Karim into Bellingham. It took a deflection. Easy keep it in the end. Just looking at the run that Karim has had to have. He lost his opening game earlier today. 5 goals to 3 to Max of Ajax. Went down into the lower bracket. Big 8-2 win. Had to play against a handful of Germans as well. Played against Predator FIFA, played against King CJ. And now he's here in this matchup now. Lamps actually eliminated MS Desari earlier today. Eliminated Exceed Virgil 2 of Italy. Some massive names there in the lower bracket we just reeled off. Waiting for Lamps to get into this game now. Here we go.
Oh. First usage we've seen of Lauren James as well. Of course, new team of the season item. It's well defended there for Karim, moving the Van der Sar, anticipated the cross. Good build up here, big takeaway. Started to maybe build into the game a little bit as well, because Karim could have had a couple to start this, and it would have been inopportune would be a nice way of stating it for Lamps. But I don't know if you can afford a slow start. There's not multiple fixtures in terms of we're not dealing with aggregate score lines. We don't have a best of 3. I'm just looking through some of the past ways that we had everything set up. It's not a Swiss format. We talked about it being a little more ruthless in terms of how this works. You can technically play 2 games and be out of the competition, and you traveled all this way for 30 to 40 minutes. And I don't mind that, but that's the reality of what we're doing today, or what we're doing over the weekend.
Big chance. Mbappe cleared away.
Oh. You also see Karim's using Messi as well. Would not be uncommon throughout playing the game, of course, but again, not someone we're seeing in action very frequently amongst the competitors.
R9 saves. Out he goes for a corner. First proper chance we've seen from Lamps. We're going to leave that for a split second because this is also a massive game that needs a mention too, Mike. It's Diogo Mendes, of course, up against Footwiz Mark 11, who's already qualified for the Esports World Cup, runner-up last year in the World Cup. Out in Riyadh, he'll be over the moon to get back out there again to show what he can do on the biggest of stages. 0-0 so far. Both, of course, been down into that lower bracket, fighting their way through.
course, Diogo signing for Austin FC this year. Received an introduction into EMLS. Didn't have a bad season, but for Diogo, I believe the main goal had to be top 2 again in order to get that instant qualification. He didn't make it to the finals. So I'd still say that he would view it as, I don't know if I want to say a failure, but definitely didn't reach his own personal expectation. So this could be a way that he's basically back in Texas now. Oof, and on the board.
Heard you.
Yeah. Lovely step over. Bangs it on the near post with Mbappe. And I was going to say, it's kind of his return here. With EMLS, the finals were in Austin. It was a hometown crowd for him. And now, of course, being in Dallas, can he make something happen? Can he make something shake?
Well, replay here quickly. Karim is back, is up by 2 goals to 0 against Lamps. And it came from here. Corner that was recycled. Hampton had the chance to drop the shoulder. 2-0 in that one. Diogo Mendes one up over here. He had to play against Nicholas earlier today, did Diogo. That was the player that threw him down into the lower bracket. Slight controller issue there for Mark 11. Not sure what's happened. Let's go back, if we can, to maybe game D or game C. There is, of course, another game underway. This one here, Chasita recently put pen to paper with Team Footwiz. After representing FC Andorra in the La Liga FC Pro. Could be in for an early chance as he looks to whip that across in the air. Vinny Jr. winning the header.
That's an unlikely setup. It was lobbed to perfection. He was in the right place at the right time. He's just never the target man, especially not for that type of cross. Typically, if you have a smaller player, you'd be whipping in the cross, whether it's for the front post, for the back post, something on an early cross. This was truly a floated cross. Vinny climbs. He's on the ladder, the rocket ship, you name it. I don't know if we're going to see that happen again. I'll throw it out there early. I don't know Vinny scoring headers, whether they're contested or they're wide open. It's just really not part of his DNA, and he's typically not in those types of positions.
I think he was able to get there, Mike, just as you're right to say, because the cross was one of them where he was just in front, wasn't he? With a little bit of pace that he had.
Even that type of cross where it's a bit more that lob, when you're looking more or less for the back post, I mean, this one floats into perfect position. It again, would be more so aimed at a larger player, a more physical player, someone who has aerial as a play style plus. Basically everyone but Vinny, or anyone but Vinny.
1-0. He leads in this elimination game. Rafa Montero of Apogee Esports sitting on the opposite side of the stage. Is it 2 for Chasita? Mbappe, it is!
He came to the right game. I was going to say maybe Rafa Montero didn't expect a cross to Vinny Jr. either, therefore leaving it maybe more as an option for that first goal. It would not have been my first priority if I'm defending to take away Vinny going into some sort of crossing run, whether it's in the front post or the back post. It's just not a tier 1 issue of concern. Still plenty of time for Rafa Montero to get something going. If we've learned anything, though, we do not want to give up crosses against Chusita. Looking 2 for 2.
It will punish you, won't it? Well, if we can, let's queue up game D and go over there for a bit between Karim is back and Lamps. See what's happening over there. That one's slowly approaching half-time.
Careful build-up here from Chusita.
We'll give you the lowdown in case we miss anything. We might be in for a live chance here. Lionel Messi. Lionel Messi starting this one.
I mean, I talked about it. We haven't really seen him in action. The same with Vieira. If you look at the midfield, Lamps is using Lauren James out wide.
I mean, look, it's all those little personal preferences, isn't it, Mike?
There's small details, but the reality is, even with the pros, they might not have used every player that's accessible to them. Not every account that they've had, even throughout playing the entirety of the year, has unlocked each version and variation. You go with what you know.
Chance for Lamps. He bulldozes past Virgil van Dijk. Mbappe. Completely off target. He won't want to see that one again.
and just had to be over-aimed, overstruck. Big mistake.
Lamps does score. And we spoke about Lauren James. That's why she's in the team, our team of the season in game item. There might be the same 8 or 9 players.
And she received the upgrade, being a 97 overall, and kind of bursting onto the scene. I don't think anyone expected that big of an upgrade. Even though she has a previous iterations, you got 5-star weak foot, 5-star skill moves, you got the finesse shot trait, you got the rapid trait, or playstyle plus, I should say, and it makes a big difference for the movement, the expression. In many circumstances, we've had Trickster, but unless you're using certain skill moves, I don't think you're really getting a major benefit from Trickster unless you feel there's some sort of hidden animation that goes with the playstyle. But either way, Lauren James has been one of those pleasant surprises in terms of a big upgrade over the course of the team of the season.
Great to see a slightly different path of variety, there you go, in some of these teams. Added time of 1 minute. At half-time, we will leave this game and we'll go maybe back to game A if we can cue that up.
And we should reiterate, these are all elimination games. So this is win and you keep the dream together, lose, you go home. Pretty simple. And it's on day numero uno. So you really feel like you underperformed if you're not at least knocking on the door of truly getting into that top 16.
Well, it's quite nice for some of these players as well, Mike, who have qualified for Sunday. Well, my days! Just looks across to another game there. There was a ridiculous chance that was missed. But if you qualify for Sunday, you get tomorrow to chill out.
That's what I was saying, though, as well. I think if you talk to any competitor, it's a failed weekend if they don't get themselves to Sunday. You don't sign up for this. You don't spend the money. You don't invest the time. You don't get on a flight or get a car, whatever it needs to be, if you don't believe you can get into the top 16. So out of the 256, every single player believes that they have a chance to make a run and get into that top 16 and maybe even go further from there.
There was a slight pause in this game because both players were having some controller issues, we heard.
Both these guys will be well aware of each other. Diogo's been in the scene for quite some time. We saw him with some of the 2v2s. He's always linked with Tex there for quite a minute. I remember meeting Mark. Our first time watching Mark play was throughout some of the online cups. And then last year really being his breakthrough.
Mbappe can't find a way through that. But, you know, for Mark, he qualified for the FC Pro Open. Didn't have a great tournament there, but then went away and improved his craft, improved his gameplay, won the Australian E-League, which was then his ticket back into the FC Pro World Championships. And then obviously, as we know, he's the only player that's here that's actually already playing in the Esports World Cup later this year in the summer. But with how it works, you are still allowed to play in these qualification tournaments. Here's Mark now. He could have won on his own for Mbappe there. He might still win a second time. Well played, Diogo. Standing strong with João Cancelo, who came in from right back to make the all-important block.
And Mark stands in a trophy room all his own, being the most accomplished Australian we've ever had in the scene, even being as young as he is, representing the region well. Some of the build-up here. Bastoni in use. Makes me happy. New team of the season item. Would recommend. Jude Bellingham probing. This is a good build-up. Mbappe. Step overs. Looking for space.
Good mark.
It's great defending. It's got to be said from Diogo.
Not falling into the trap though, was he, Diogo? Didn't dive into a tackle.
And that's easier said than done, especially in those circumstances. Right when you get on the edge of the box, you got to start making decisions. You can't rely on the AI. You can't deal with too much assistance. You've got to be going for that challenge, or at least making your opposition have to move a little bit. It's no longer a waiting game.
Mark still working his opponent out. And Diogo still just standing strong defensively. Really impressive still so far.
Yeah, his maneuvering of the players. Again, we talk about the micromanaging, but being able to simultaneously switch players, move the goalkeeper when necessary, come on and off where a teammate contain. Just to induce certain levels of pressure, but not to be overexposed.
Well, there's one game that we haven't really talked about so far. Game B, if we can give you a replay there. This one's an interesting one because it kicked off late, but it's between KhazixMayJump's daughter and Yuval Belli, the Israeli player who we haven't really spoken about too much today. He won the Liga Portugal League this year. He's actually qualified for the FC Pro World or play-ins from that competition there. So he's also got another chance to qualify for another World Championships later on this summer. He leads in that one.
Big switch of the pitch.
Chasita 3-0 up still in his game. Karim is back, 2-1 up still there, 65 minutes on the clock.
At halftime, I was going to say it might be worth checking to see what's happening in the game D.
Yeah, we'll definitely go to game D if we can at halftime. And let you know if Lamps has been able to get back into the game.
Let's go build up.
Oh no, Elastico is nice. Mark still can't find a way through. That will do us for the halfway point. Diogo Mendes still in front. We can go to game D.
If he was a little more decisive there, I think he had the breakthrough. If anything, watching Mark play there, almost too careful. Almost too pristine.
Just wanted to maybe take a shot.
Take a shot, or maybe take the step over and just take a chance to see if you get maybe a bounce to go your way, or whatever it might be. You're looking for that perfect extra pass or that extra dribble or the extra touch. And sometimes that works, but there has to be a little bit of give and take.
Big goal here. We missed it. Lamps back at 2-2, but for how long as Karim is trying his best to cause all sort of problems there for Rudiger and Virgil van Dijk. Still in possession is the Italian. Represented Bordeaux, as we said, this year in the E-League 1. Hansen still trying to turn that round and then go one-on-one with João Cancelo.
And that's a good example of what I was saying. Mark should probably mix a little bit of that in. It's not perfect, but if you get through, you're into a lot of extra space, you get a burst, you get some sort of opportunity.
Chance for Lamps. Hasn't led in this game so far. Might now!
Oh.
Poor header from Erling Haaland. I got it wrong. Yuval is now back in this game. It's 1-1 now. He was trailing to the Esports daughter there. That was 1-1. Now it's 1-0. Now it's 1-1. Big goal back for Yuval Belli. Back to this one now. Lamps. Trying to find a way through. All these games are elimination matches. You will be out of this Dallas DreamHack qualifier. And 4 more players will survive into that next round of that lower bracket. Mbappe back to Messi. Prove why he is in the team.
And shook out of a defensive position. Gets to, again, resurface. Messi at the top of the box. One step over for the good. Never going to stop that. Take space. Maybe even a bit of a feint. Almost dead center. Probably the most difficult place to move a goalkeeper as well, because it does end up being a complete guessing game. Point blank range, and you got full range of motion for the shot selection, if that makes sense. A little to the left, a little to the right, top corner here, top corner there. You got a lot to look at. Harder to be predictable.
As we said, I think that's the first time I've seen Messi start as well, Mike.
Same. But I'll stay on my own island here talking about it. Sometimes you got to go with players that you've had a lot of minutes with, you've had a lot of game time with. There is a certain trust factor. You're comfortable. You know what you're going to get. Is it always the best player that's available? Not necessarily, but at least you understand every animation. You understand the movements, the offensive positioning, the defensive positioning, the chase back, how they work forward. And sometimes you got to be very reactive, and I want to go with guys that I at least understand what I'm dealing with. And Messi has very unique movements as well. If you get used to Messi movements, a lot of players don't have those, for better or for worse. There's little touches just because of his body type and who he is as a player.
A little bit like Ronaldinho, isn't it? Just got those own sort of custom animations.
If you've gotten used to using Ronaldinho, you can't just replace him with another winger without putting that into motion. You kind of got to study it a little bit.
Well, the winner of this one will play against Max of Ajax in the lower bracket final. Vinny Jr. Back to Mbappe. Laps will tie us up again.
Extra pass. Again, 101 there.
Spoke about being patient over here, Mike. Mark has been able to find a way back.
Ooh, nice gnarly cancellation. A little bit of a friendly bounce or a friendly bump beforehand, but it's still what you do with it. You got the resurface there on the McGeady cancel, and then he's able to convert. It also helps this a low-scoring affair. If Diogo had been getting off, the way that Mark was playing was maybe a little too passive on the offensive end. Had a lot of the ball, had a lot of the possession. Just hasn't been bursting through, hasn't been putting you under pressure. You haven't felt that offensive onslaught. Some players you go up against, you just feel it. They're in your face constantly. Stokes is one of those guys. Manu Bashir is one of those guys where you score goals in bunches, but you're going to feel them. There's a presence. I would even say K1 John often because he has a counter press. Right when he loses the ball, he's there. We'll see what Tex brings to the table tomorrow. I was happy to see Lise being back into motion, feeling motivated. I saw he made a video ready to become the best FC player. The whole hashtag house coming through as a collective.
I mean, there's so many big players in action tomorrow as well. Sort of been split between the 2 days. Umit, Anders, they'll be in action too.
Good example, Anders. If you've ever played against Anders, you've had the displeasure of losing that game, but the way that he puts you under pressure, especially just with stepovers alone, it's unbelievable. I feel like I'm in a guessing game at all times.
Lofted through. Here's Lamps. Looking at that all-important fourth goal, dispossessed by João Cancelo.
Surprisingly, a bit of a mistouch there from Vinicius Jr.
Well, we haven't seen this game for a while, Mike. It's Chasita up against Rafa Montero. There's been another goal in this one for Footwiz. It's Chasita that now leads by 4-1 here. 20 minutes left. He looks like he's on his way to that losers final in his group. Karim. On the and that one nearly went through perfectly to Cristiano Ronaldo.
I was almost positive that he created enough of a gap there from Karim.
Well, as it looks as well, Chasita will play Oli Lito in a lower final. What a game that one plans to be. Big chance here for Karim. No way through there. Are we on our way to potentially some extra time? Haven't seen too much of it.
We also haven't seen penalty kicks, and part of that is because the extra time periods are longer than they normally would. The same with the halves, as we talk about, because we used to see penalties time in and time out.
Lamps.
I don't know what he was going for there. Surely a cancellation. Must have been power shot into cancel and was too late on the cancel.
Goal back in game C. Is it too little too late, though? Rafa Montero getting a goal back. Nice step overs into the drop of the shoulder. Finds one back. Winner of that one plays Oli Lito.
This should be the last chance for full time, especially if Lamps does this right. Maybe a couple switches of the pitch and then you go forward. On cue.
Breaks the lines. Just pass it across. There you go.
His defense folded. That was poor. He had to feel the nerves. There's no other way around it. Karim with bad player switching. Teo Hernandez, the easiest gap of your life, walks through it. We saw that unfolding from the jump. Lay it off, tap it home. Had to be nerves.
Out of all the goals that went in, that was probably the most simplest.
This is a goal I'm scoring all day. I'm doing the same goal. 90th minute. We're going to repeat this one all day.
Well, we'll leave that game for a second. We'll let you know what happens. As it stands, Lamps is going through to the next stage of the tournament. He'll be playing against Max, as we said, of Ajax. We've got this one here, Diogo Mendes against Footwiz Mark. 1-1 is the scoreline so far.
I'm still thinking about it. There's just no player pressure there. He leaves them such a lane to walk through. And Teo Hernandez is not one of the best dribbling fullbacks in the game. He's not bad with a little bit of technical, but he's not a skill move junkie.
Mark building up nicely. Mbappe, Rodri. Bellingham all getting involved in this attack. Winner of this one plays goal poacher.
It's beautiful.
Havertz does well. Oh, I saw the...
Oh, I thought he read that perfect. This is what I'm talking about, though, with Mark. The build-up is so pretty. it is easy on the eyes. I mean, all the little touches, the pass and move, the tiki-taka, the exchange. You're telling a story. I want to buy the novel. It might be a little too pretty, but as a gameplay aficionado, I'm not mad about it.
That was interesting for a split second there. He said he read it well because the goalkeeper's...
That's what he just missed. He mistimed the shot, but it was a great read.
Back to you, Diogo. Can you find yourself a match winner? Bellingham punches it into Ousmane Dembele. Still 8 minutes left.
It's just more direct. Ping, 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 boom, and you go forward. I'm not saying it's better. It's just a little more direct. And Diogo was something he needs. He's not trying to go home. This is his big opportunity to, I don't want to say salvage a season because it just doesn't seem right, but kind of to reintroduce himself as a 1v1 player that's still at that top level. Because we used to see him at all the international events.
Full-time result, Lamps will win 4-3. Karim is back out of the tournament here in DreamHack Dallas. Game B, we'll check in there for a split second, if we can, to give you the lowdown between Tuzzy Esports' daughter and Yuval Belli. Still 1-1 here. The winner of this game will play Jose Ballion in the lower final.
And we got a different atmosphere with the later evening games. Earlier today, we saw a lot of big scores, back and forth, even in the elimination matches. This has been more tense. It's been more cagey. It's been something that I'm familiar with in these types of circumstances. When both parties could go home, you tighten up a little bit.
De Bruyne finds Haaland. Another goal goes in for Chesita. We'll leave him alone. He's on his way through to a lower final. Of course, the winner of that one will play up against Oli Lito. What's happening here? No, no, no. It's ugly. You will not like that one.
I need an explanation. I thought it was a penalty. It didn't get called. Then you donate an opportunity in the middle of the pitch, the 18-yard box. Did it take a deflection? Was it just a mistimed pass? Did you get a little nervy? Sweaty hands?
Potentially so, because every game, as you said, is elimination.
We've seen a couple situations. You don't write scripts like that. It doesn't happen in normal anything. From leaving the lane that we saw for the 100 or the 90th minute for Lamps, it was almost like as if you were presenting a red carpet.
Well, someone who hasn't been given a red carpet, although he's qualified for the Esports World Cup already, is Footwiz Mark, because he looks like he's been eliminated from this tournament. Diogo Mendes will send him packing. He will be there, of course, in Saudi. He will be there in Sweden in a few weeks' time. But he won't be going any further in Dallas.
And Mark won't be happy about that. That might seem like an obvious statement, but he's had so much of the controlling build-up and the possession, and again, the intricacies, the details, things that we compliment. He just didn't have the final third or the final pass or the final skill move or the final sprint. That last piece of the puzzle wasn't perfect, but everything else was right, spot on.
And we have to applaud Diogo as well, how composed he's been, especially defensively in that game. He will be going through, and of course he will be playing against Goal Poacher in that lower final. Might get one more goal on his way through. Yeah, why not? Right, well, that game's done. Let's go to game B. It's one of our final ones that we'll conclude here. As we said, Mark will be out of the tournament. We'll be seeing him again, if not in Sweden, in Riyadh for the grand finals for the Esports World Cup. Of course, our invited player from Oceania, who is already there. Back to this one. It is Tuzzy Esports' daughter that leads by 2-1. Yuval still chasing for a way back in this. As we said, winner of this will be playing against Jose Ballion in the lower final. Winner of that game will then play against Dylan Mike from the Focus Clan.
And Yuval, if you recall, he's kind of always had a reputation of being next up. And online, he's fantastic. There could be a little bit of a question mark with some of the LAN experience. If you recall, he was #1 online last year for a good portion. He's really showing up and showing out. He was someone that was very feared. But again, in person,
reverse elastico.
There you have it.
You spoke about it, Mike.
I spoke it in.
There you go.
He needed that.
2-2. He's back all square in this one.
But you see where I'm coming from. We see him online. You can see the results online, and you say, this guy is ready. He's prime time. He's proactive. He's innovative. He's gifted and talented. But we hadn't necessarily seen that, or we haven't up to this point seen that level of delivery in a LAN environment.
Well, who sits behind him, of course, his fellow
Goal for the visitors, number 13.
Israeli national teammate. Of course, Nisap, he will be in action tomorrow. 2-2, 8 minutes left. Only game left to finish in this round.
It's really the three of them that are fantastic between these two, and then adding in Feldman. You would think even from maybe an E-Nation's perspective, they could have made a deeper push.
Definitely, they've sort of just, as you said, emerged through that online era and continued to push forward. He might be on for a winner here. Ronaldo, Pateus, Mbappe. It's perfect FC from Yuval Belly.
That's just excellent. Able to produce a moment of originality. Just extra passing. Again, intricate, very detailed, short passes. They connect quickly. Everything is timed perfectly. Maybe he needed that push. I'm not going to give myself that credit, but they can hear us talking. I don't even think he has headphones in.
Well, a couple of changes being made for daughter of Tuzzy Esports. So much choice on the bench as well. Of course, these being super accounts, you could argue. So many good players, so many good options. I think Cruyff's coming on.
Spoiled for choice.
I expect a very aggressive last 4 or 5 in-game minutes. Jumping back in right now. Here we go. Four in-game minutes left to see this one out.
For the visitors, number 7, Kylian Mbappe.
And to set up a match against Jose Ballion in the lower final. Final 2 minutes. He will get a chance. Can he make the most of it? Just see this out now, Mike, really, innit? Keep the ball.
I thought it was a little risky to go to the goalkeeper so early. You have 2 minutes of added time. Should be looking for the switch.
Oh, my.
Oh.
He got away with that one. Goal kick.
Something felt uneasy. I'm just throwing that out there. Something felt uneasy.
Well, 4 more players will be eliminated here from DreamHack Dallas. He's giving it away again. And then he's giving it back to him. Chance gone begging. Yuval Belly is through to that lower final. Commiserations for Tuzzy Esports and their pro. He will be eliminated from the tournament. Free kick will be played. And that will do us, Mike. 2 more rounds to come. And then we'll know 8 players that are in the top 16 for Sunday. GG's Yuval. Big win for him. He will be going through, as we said, into the next round of the competition. We say goodbye to a handful of players there. Still 2 more rounds to come here, a lower final and a grand final. For now, I'll pass it back to FG and Case. What a round of games, guys.
What a round indeed. Thank you so much to Brandon and Mike. On the comms, Casey, what do you make of that?
Fantastic round of games. I do love some good lower bracket matchups. I looked at the score lines at halftime, and 3 of them were tied. So very, very end-to-end, very close matches, and we've lost a few players.
We've lost a few players indeed. Now let's head to the highlights from our featured match. It was Diogo Mendes who knocked out Mark 11, who, remember, has already qualified for the tournament, as we see the highlights.
Yes, so Diogo does go up very quickly there with an amazing shot from Mbappe. Mark 11 does have an answer for him after halftime, twisting and turning in the box, again scoring with Mbappe, but Diogo, 81st minute, he worked for this goal. He definitely did. Amazing pass straight in there. And he doesn't stop there. 88th minute, Vinny Jr. twisting, turning, Mbappe, green timed. One more on the board, over the top through ball, over to Mbappe. He sends it quickly over to Haaland, green timed again. That makes it 4-1 for Diogo.
4-1 indeed, and it's great to say that Diogo's joining us here. Congratulations, mate, on that win against Mark 11. I want to ask you straight away, let's address the elephant in the room, shall we? Mark 11's already qualified for the tournament. Did that play a piece in your mind, knowing that you had a lot more to play for in that game?
Because like, even though he's already qualified, like, there's still money on the line here and reputation, obviously, so like he's trying his hardest. So I knew that he would come with everything. Didn't really play on my mind. I had a really slow start to the day. Like, really, I can't lie, I haven't really been playing the game that much. So after MLS, so had a really slow start. But I'm not sure you noticed, behind me I had Armando, who actually coached Jafonso in the MLS, and they won. And I was playing with a headset on and music. I took my headset off, and he's basically like guiding me. Like, he's guiding me through the game, and it's a game changer.
So what kind of conversations are you having with Armando during those games? What would you say is the best advice he's given you throughout the day?
To be honest, like, it's not like one thing. It's just like during the game while I'm playing, like, I do a lot of like dumb stuff. So he's just helping me like cut that out of my game, and basically like I said, literally guiding me through it. I have the ball on the right, and he's like, do this, and sometimes like it works, sometimes it doesn't, but I've found it very helpful, and honestly, all credit goes to him.
He's a really, really good guy as well, actually. Let's carry on speaking about the conversation of coaches, because everybody here has got one coach with them, and you're saying you're always listening to him, which is making a massive difference. Previously, with your previous coaches, have you been like that, or is it just simply with him?
This was the first time I took my headset off, and I'm like, because normally I don't like when coaches like talk to you during the game. This was the first time, because I was struggling so much earlier, like I was playing so bad. I was like, I need something different, and he came and sat behind me. Jafonso was sat behind me as well when we were in the playing area, and just the Portuguese guys, and honestly, it's been really helpful.
Love that. So let's look forward. Goal Poacher is next. What are your thoughts going into that match?
He's a friend, so straight away, not the nicest matchup. But if I play like I played in that game, I can definitely win. But I've played really bad in the other game, so this really depends on what Diogo Mendes comes out.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned that. I mean, does it play on your mind, the previous games? Because you've said, yeah, you played really badly, but if we go off your last performance, that Diogo Mendes looks like he can beat anyone.
Yeah, it does play on my mind, because I know like I can be very inconsistent at times, and it's also, like I said, I haven't really, since the MLS, like my season was over, or I thought it was, until this got announced, and it was very hard for me to turn the competitive like chip in my brain back on. So I was very worried coming into this, but here we are, losers final, and yeah, hopefully that Diogo Mendes turns up, but it's a coin toss.
Yeah, you've got a few more opportunities as well. Let's have a word on Dallas as a whole and this whole setup. It's like an old school esports setup, isn't it? You're playing your earlier games right next to other people and stuff. What was that like for you?
Amazing. Honestly, like, this has been one of my favorite events. I've been to loads of events pre-COVID. I went to loads of events, LAN events, and this has genuinely been one of my favorites, because everyone's here, everyone's vibing, and like after the event, we'll go get food, we'll get drinks, like, if you're over 21. But yeah, I love it.
I love the way you got that in there as well. Mate, absolute pleasure having you here on the host test. Thank you so much. Best of luck in your game against Goal Poacher. Let's take a look at the other fixtures, the other results, may I say, from the featured matches, Casey. And to be honest with you, we just saw goals, goals, and goals.
Goals galore, that is right. So we did just chat about the Diogo versus Footwiz Mark, that is 4-1. But for Tusi Esports Dorta, he fell short against Yuval Belly 3-2. That was a very close match up until the end. We also had Chuzita, which was actually the least close out of all of them. He pretty much dominated against Rafa Montero throughout the entirety of the match. And last but not least, Lamps versus Kareem is back, was 4-3. That one was also very end-to-end, but we saw a very nice celebration from Lamps as he scored that 93rd minute goal.
Yeah, we could expect a lot of passion from Lamps, and it's great to see him going through. Let's take a look at the bracket as things stand then on this side. Group 2, Bracket A. Nicholas is in the final, and then it's a case of Diogo Mendes or Goal Poacher to face him. First things first, Nicholas in the final. What a challenge that is.
What a challenge, but they can't be thinking about that yet because they do have the lower bracket final still to go. Both players have lost to Nicholas today, so hopefully they're not thinking about that grand final quite yet because only one of them will make it to go back up to the upper bracket to hopefully reset it against Nicholas. But either way, all three players, very top tier.
And based on what Casey just said, I'll run through the rules again for a potential bracket reset. In order for Nicholas to not go through to Sunday, he must lose 2 games. He's currently not lost a single one, which means if you come up from that lower final, you have to beat him twice. Bracket B looks like this. Focus Dullen is in the final, and we've got a lower final to look forward to as well, Casey.
We do as well, and that is, so we do have a lot of different screen names here. They go by different names online, so if you guys are having a hard time keeping track, we do apologize, but we do have Jose versus Yuval Belly as well. So we will have that lower bracket, but they're waiting on Dullen Mike. He's just been sitting here for quite a while watching these lower brackets going through, but I don't know what to anticipate here. I think this one's going to be a high-scoring game.
Well, if the morning session is anything to go by, there will be a couple of bracket resets and a lot of goals. Adida FIFA's in the final as well, but looking at that lower final, it's Oli Lito against Chuzita. Who do you see going through there?
Interesting one because Chuzita is coming off of a massive win, lots of goals there, a lot of dominance. Alito is coming off of a tough loss. I talked to him offline a little bit. He's feeling not great about that performance, but we know he has what it takes. He has succeeded at many different competitions, and so this one is going to be an interesting one. But they do have the unknown player, Adida FIFA from North America, waiting for them on the other side.
Yeah, unknown indeed, but he is in the final after a 4-3 win against Oli Lito, and the same rules apply, of course, for a bracket reset. He must lose on 2 occasions. Stranger things have definitely happened. Group 2, Bracket D, may I say, is heating up nicely, isn't it?
It is. I'm excited for this one. We do have Marwan sitting pretty in the final spot, but we have Max from IX versus Lamps, who is Angular Tremor, who is coming off of a big win here. Max has been sitting out after his last win, but this one is interesting. I think Lamps is coming off of a big win, a last-minute win, so that might propel him with a bit of motivation going into this, but Max might have something else to say about that.
We are just about 2 minutes away from our games as we look at the featured matches on the screen. Which one's catching your eye, Casey?
All of them? Is that it? Can I say that? Is that a cheat answer? Honestly, all of these are such great matches with such amazing players. A lot of them have very, very great accolades. There's a player on every single level here that I'm excited to watch. But especially coming off of that massive win, Diogo Mendes versus Mark, I think that this game versus Goal Poacher is very interesting.
Yeah, and our featured match on the broadcast will be Oli Lito going up against Chuzita. And we've spoken a bit about Oli Lito, of course. You could argue a little bit of a shock result for him, which put him in the losers bracket. But he's up against a man, as we see him on the screen getting ready. We're about 1.5 minutes away from the games. We see him on the screen getting ready. He's a man that's done a lot in esports. And I don't know whether he'll be feeling pressure.
Yeah, I'm interested to see. I mean, Chuzita recently signed for Footwiz. He has Denman next to him, one of the greatest coaches currently in the scene right now. And so I think that Alito also has Veni as a coach, 2 amazing coaches beside them. It's going to be a good matchup.
Yeah, it's always nice to look behind you and see a person like Denman, who helps so many people from the Footwiz organisation out. And he's always smiling, isn't he?
He is. He always has a smile on his face.
And he is smiling once again as we see Oli Lito getting into the zone. He's got headphones on. We just spoke to Diogo before, and he said that he doesn't want to listen to any music anymore. He wants to listen to his coach. I think them headphones might be staying on Oli Lito's head.
I think so too. Every player is very different in terms of how they interact with their coaches. Some people like to talk to them in game, others only during halftime or maybe during a penalty. But whatever works for you is what you got to go with.
Yep, and we are nearly there. We are nearly ready for our first round of fixtures. So we're going to pass over to our casters, Brandon Smith and Mike LaBelle.
FG and Case, we are waiting to jump into these matches. As we said, 4 more players will be eliminated and 4 more will be heading in through to that all-important grand final matchup, which will conclude our day 1 of action here from DreamHack Dallas. Handshakes between the 2 players, fist bumps between the 2. Olilito loading into his matchup now against Jasita, which hopefully is going to be just 2 really attacking players that are going to offer so much mechanically going forward.
We'll see. I always look at Olilito and think of his balance and structure. Especially, even I would lean on him being more so a defensive player. These matchups I like a lot. I was going through and talking to a few of the pro players as we had maybe a couple-minute break just to run downstairs, and a lot of them were 50-50s in terms of who they think's winning what.
So many good players here, obviously, in this matchup as well. We've got Lamps against Max. Yuval taking on Jose Balion.
I kind of like put it out there early. I still think Yuval's he's been building towards a big win or a big result. And it would be good to see him do that here in Dallas. At least push on to Sunday movement. And then we have Goal Poacher as well as Diogo as well facing off the final of the 4 matchups.
Yeah, they haven't kicked off as of yet in that matchup in the corner.
And coming into this with Olilito and Jasita, if you're talking names again, you would go with Olilito.
Haaland.
You know it's not how that works.
Surprisingly not on target there for Olilito in the first 4 minutes.
And Time Green. Time Green on the header. Big switch here. Havertz. I like seeing so much Vitinha. It's definitely a compliment. We talked about it a little bit earlier on, but I am surprised how many people have chosen him as their front runner in the midfield to kind of control the midfield. One of the best dribblers in the game in that position.
Jasita, first time in Olilito's box. Now we'll start to fly forward with Kai Havertz of all people down the byline. Brilliant. Close control dribbling for a split second there, then was intercepted. Sort of the star player, you could argue today, Mike, has been Vitinha of PSG. He's been everywhere, hasn't he?
What he kind of unlocks for you, too, to a certain degree, is he's got play style pluses in terms of the passing. Ping pass, long ball pass. So he can kind of spread it out there, big switches, options of tiki-taka.
Big chance, Hansen step overs onto a play for R9, who sort of nicked the ball off Hansen there.
I think it threw off Olilito as well. Maybe just a half second, still fantastic goalkeeper movement.
In it goes, goalkeeper came out, didn't really fancy in the end. Very brave from Jasita, keeps possession in.
It almost allows you just to track back to Vitinha, where you have almost a deeper lying playmaker that can still push forward, still has that dribbling, still has the ability to take space.
Breakthrough here, Jose Balion leading by a goal to 0 against Yuval. Barely came from this.
Oh. You can't think that's going in. That's a tough angle on Haaland's weak foot. I know it's team of the season. I understand the stats and the rating, but
it's just a weird angle, isn't it?
I have a certain distrust for Haaland on that right foot. It can be amazing like you just saw there, but you can scuff that and put it out for a throw-in.
Squeezes in, though, for the Spaniard. Still 0-0 here. Olilito against Jasita. Whoever loses is eliminated from the tournament. Winner goes through to the grand final of their bracket. You win that, you qualify for the top 16 on Sunday.
Seeing quite the exchange here from Theo Hernandez and Havertz, switching it back and forth. Draws the corner
back
kick.
defending.
Haaland looking to hug that near post.
There he is, and so is Van der Sar. Jasita again with another corner. Towards it goes all the way through, and it won't be one you'll want to see again. Completely missed whoever that was aimed for.
Good defensive read.
Jasita back on possession again. Expected to go all the way across the turn, and there's where lots of his attacks have been coming from. Lisa does well just to suck up all that pressure.
And with Alito in particular, if you're willing to do the research, there's so much gameplay available from him playing on his personal streams, but also throughout competition over many years, even just this year, that you can do some research. You can do some studying. You can figure out, give or take, some of the tendencies. And we've talked about that a lot with some of the big names because they're such large creators as well. You get a lot more free information across multiple platforms, across previous competitions, and you can kind of use that to your advantage. As long as you don't put them on a pedestal, you and your coach can make a specific game plan or even a counter-tactical approach, try and throw them off a little bit.
Right, there's been a goal over in this game as well, Mike. It's between Max and Lamps. It was a penalty given for that.
Ooh.
We'll have to see that one again.
That might be a little light.
Chance for Araujo, of all players from the spot. He didn't bother changing the kick taker. 20 minutes in, Lamps leads by a goal to nil. And straight away, that's a perfect start there.
Majority of the attacks here from Chasita have been Teo Hernandez looking for the outlets. The exchange between him and Havertz. Here's Vitinha. There's the key pass. Mbappe.
Haaland for Chasita. First goal there.
Maybe a little unlucky there from Alito as well. You see the pass coming in. It's almost as if his players sort of get in the way. Could be. I don't know if you're going to get an offensive almost encroachment there, but he pushes a defender out of the way, allows Haaland to step into space. Once you get into that position, we know what's happening next.
First goal there. Goal poacher against Diogo Mendes has kicked off as well. Game A, if we can cue that up, we'll go into there and have a little look. Another goal over here, 2-0. Jose Ballion leading Yuval Belli.
Goal poacher and Diogo, winner of that game, I believe is going to see themselves going up against Nicholas. It's not quite the reward you were hoping for after you battled through the day.
No, not very pretty, is it? Game A just kicked off. As you mentioned, Mike, winner of this one will play Nicholas. And of course, that game we saw Jose Ballion leading 2-0. He'll be playing against Dylan Mike if he can win that one. Sort of like the final boss, isn't it? You play the final boss in the next round. If you can beat them, you'll force a bracket reset. And then you'll book a spot in the final 16 on Sunday.
I'm sure Dylan Mike won't mind that based on his 8-1 victory earlier today.
It's just going to be a lot of potential repeated matchups, isn't it?
On the other side, the winner of the Olito and Chasita affair, Dita FIFA. There might be some room for some movement there.
One of the few free agents that is still a free agent.
Remember, he scored late against Olito earlier in the tournament.
And in our last game, we'll be playing against Marwan, the winner of Lamps against Max. One of those two will also be in our top 16 for Sunday. Goal poacher started so well against Nicholas, didn't he? As we were saying, 40 minutes in, he was dominating the game, creating chances, but then you just cannot let him back into the tie. Goal poacher! Ooh, Van der Sar, how have you saved that?
Goal poacher has to be converting there. It's still good goalkeeper movement from Diogo. Got to be said, made it much more difficult, took away some of the near posts. Still a fantastic save from Van der Sar.
I'll tell you what, if there wasn't a player there, I would have went all the way in without a touch. That corner was swinging, power shot from Hullet. Big save from Van der Sar. Diogo will keep it in play.
Another unlikely usage or unlikely selection with João Cancelo. Don't see him as a front runner with many of the competitors. Not as good defensively, not as physical. Better with the passing on the offensive end, so there's your trade-off. So it just depends how you want to create opportunities. But that's kind of your short list of pros and cons.
Dembele, I mean, Arnon did very well there to beat Van Dijk in the air to flick that one down. Mendes and then Mbappe. Stepo was a pretty. Penalty! Just dived into that one, the goal poacher.
It's an unlucky animation. We have seen some, I'm not going to say suspect penalties, but just right on the edge.
Diogo Mendes does not miss from there.
He could have stayed up. I'm just going to throw that out there, but I'm sure Diogo won't be mad about that. Goal poacher might have a different exchange of words. Right down central.
Well, we have goals in all of our games. As it currently stands, Jose Ballion 2-0 up against Yuval Belly. Chasita 1-0 up on the stroke of half-time. That is coming into half-time now. Goal has gone in here as well. Lamps was leading, but it's a goal back for Ajax with their pro player in Max. And it came from this.
A couple knockdowns across the body. Gets a bit of a rebound, resurface, same game plan. You isolate Haaland, let him do what he's going to do. It's a different game style than I think we've seen in any previous installment. And we've seen some back post crosses and different skills. And see the near post there from goal poacher. Quite a response to the penalty kick. 20th minute, 1-1. And if anything, our major critique has been, can he finish? Will he finish?
Serious response also. A response that was needed over here for Yuval, who was trailing 2-0 after just 20 minutes. He's back in that tie as well.
Puts us in a position where all games are on the docket. Not saying that we've had a lot of games that have been ended early, but we always had a belief maybe one side over the other side just based on the score lines. You see a 3-0 at half, you say, this could be early doors. All matches are either drawn even or is a 1-goal separator as it stands.
And all our elimination games too. 4 more players will be out. Van Dijk doing well there to come across. Game C, there's been a goal as well. We'll go to it as soon as we can. Chasita and Olilito going toe-to-toe over there. Cancelo lofts in. Haaland stopped with Hullet, who's in at right back. Goal in this one, Mike, and it's a goal back for Olilito, as you can see coming through on your screen. Sure, still one more pass inside, or one extra one as well.
A lot of in-betweens there. Graham with the start of the play. The resurface finds feet. Haaland's almost, if he's calling for it, if he's somewhat open, he's always open. You give him a chance to make a play. Extra pass. 1-1 in that game. And again, these games have turned into those tight affairs. Those I don't want to go home early. Very nifty. They're close in all ways. It's going to come down to small margins, little mistakes.
That one just kicking off for a second half as well. Perfect reply.
They're not that pretty free flow. We talk about that in some of the matchups. That has not been the case. In any of the 4, it's been very structured across the board, methodical across the board, gameplay oriented.
Lofted in, you know where that flick on's going to be. Well played, Rudiger. Oh.
It's close.
You start worrying about a penalty there, don't you?
Again, the animation looks a little funky. Sometimes that's all it comes down to is the way that the player falls.
Goal in game C, and we can see it. I think you might appreciate that one, Mike, when we do see it on the replay between Olilito and Chasita. Diogo Mendes. Big chance potentially for him. Dispossessed. Let's see it now, Mike. This is a special goal. I saw it in the corner of my eye. Just before the shot comes in, look what happens here. Wait for it. There.
Okay. A little side touch. Didn't look like
made all the difference.
It did look like a mistimed shot. I know the angle is in the game. Bunch of step overs, and Alito might feel a little hard done. He worked tough to get back into that. Just scored the equalizer, and then concedes right after.
Chasita leading 2-1 in that game. Back here between goal poacher and Diogo Mendes. 1-1. 36 minutes on the clock.
And they're just kind of stiff. None of the games are super open. I expect that to maybe shift in the last 10 minutes when one side has to go for it.
Goal over here, Lamps. Looks like he's just conceded max of Ajax. 2-1 up, faked the power shot of Haaland, then went back inside. He was trailing 1 goal in that game. 1-0 down. He's back in front now. That one, 60 minutes on the clock.
Clever cancellation, and this year in particular is the first time they've allowed you to cancel out of power shots with skill moves. So if you're going into a power shot, you don't even have to do a cancellation. You can activate the skill move in order to cancel from your initial shot selection. I think he's on. Space to work with. First touch from Dembele was lackluster at best. He's also been an on and off choice between competitors. Some people use him, some stay away from him. I know people that love him, and I know people that can't stand using him this year as well. He's a bit of a mixed review across the board from the community on all levels, whether you're looking at it from a competitive end or even beginner, intermediate, all the way up to, like I said, advanced players.
Mbappe, always going to have one result there. Diogo Mendes back in front.
Once he had that breakthrough, he knew it was coming, and it wasn't going to be on the ground. If you see the likes of Haaland, I think it's a waste. It's a waste to put it towards his feet in those types of circumstances. Let him go get it. I think he's jumping 3-4 feet off the ground, already 6'5". He's built better than your best center back.
It's just a matter of time, isn't it? It goes in the air and you're waiting on.
Aerial for the play style plus. He's meant for greatness. You need something acrobatic. He has that in the locker.
Well, that one's about to go into half-time. It started a little bit late than the others. Goal in game D, we are hearing.
Also got an update up top. Looks like Yuval is drawn even, 2-2.
Big goal back there for him.
Remember, he was down 2-0 for the majority of that game thus far.
You can just see in this game, just looking back on some of the chances, are both our pro players now. Look, 3-1 now, Max leads in this one against Lamps. It's a 2-goal cushion.
It's good money. Slots at home. You see the player lock again, get player into position. You can play a bit of a game between some manual movement. Extra pass across the board. Again, Alito might feel a little hard done there. Green time finish, bounces up right in your pathway. Doesn't come together.
Well, that might have been a replay of a penalty then for a moment. That was live. Still 2-1 down is Olilita. This is Yuval against Jose Ballion. And we have just seen an all-important equaliser in that game, I believe. Or is it a goal to put you in front,
It might be a go-ahead. It might be a go-ahead. Oh, no, you were right. 2-2.
2-2, 55 minutes on the clock there. Remember, he was 2-0 down.
This is a message for Andy Topham. That's Andy Topham. Can you please return to your vehicle immediately? Thank you.
Jose Ballion with his chance. Bellingham and Mbappe, was he onside? Yes, he was not.
I was going to say, it looked like he was still tracking back. First instinct said that was offside. He hadn't planted yet.
If we can, let's go and have a watch of Game C for a while. And see how that one also plays out too. This is live now, Game C. This is Olilito on the hunt for an equaliser. That one goes out of play for a goal kick. Chasita still in the lead 2-1.
See a familiar face with Vinny back there as well, coaching Olilito.
Chasita. Can he manoeuvre his way around all this? Lofted in to Hullitz.
Oh, it's a great ball. Just so well weighted. Almost gets the friendly bounce needed to take it around the goalkeeper as well. Yeah, Olito's probably not thinking about this, but he'll definitely be in action in Sweden, of course, from Sweden. I think it'd be some extra benefits, though, if he could maybe take the weekend off. Already qualified, got his spot locked in.
Especially when there's 512 players there too.
Close, but no cigar there. Looking for Vinny on the overlapping run.
Well, remember, winner of this game will be playing against Adida in the grand final this side of the bracket. And it might be one of our first games to finish from this round.
And I don't want to go out there and say that was it's the best chance you have for maybe an upset coming through the bottom bracket, but Adida probably has the least experience in these types of circumstances.
Chance to break here for Olilito. Vinicius Jr.
Oh, that's not a good touch.
It's gone a bit too wide there. It's allowed some time to get back. Oh, not Haaland! Will square us up again.
You got bailed out there, Brandon. That first touch from Vinny going out wide, you hurt your angle, got to extra pass, was able to find Haaland at the end of it.
Update over here, Lamps looks like he's got a goal back. There is still a lot of time left to find a third there as well. Hansen with it, Lamps, brilliant goal.
Easy on the eyes. Lovely finesse shot. Picking pockets, picking corners, top corners preferred. A lot happening here between these four games.
I mean, they're all going to be ending nicely, aren't they, at the right times? Winner of that game between Lamps and Max will play Marwan. Another goal we missed as well, and it came from this game. It's come the way back of the Spaniard, Jose Ballion. 3-2 up with It's the same goal he scored against Dortmund, I remember, in the Champions League.
What can he do?
Back.
What can he do?
And then we jump back here where there's been another goal. Chasita adds another one onto his tally. It's a 2-goal gap.
Oh, that's as traditional as they come. Pass across. Vinny taps it home. Issue now, if you're an Olilito fan, is he's run out of clock time. Less than 10 minutes to make this happen. At least 2 more attacks, you would think. Something to be said with Olilito in particular. Every time he goes forward, it looks hard. He has to earn it.
Oh, no.
Surely
way
not.
offside.
Surely not.
Final 6 minutes. Remember, Olilito will be going out the tournament if he was to lose this one. Player lock, nice. Where's his cut back? Where's his option? There it is, Hullitz. Could be sending Chasita through to play against Adida FIFA for a spot in the grand final, top 16 on Sunday. Another goal's gone in. Jose Ballion was in front for a minute. Yuval Bellic back at 3-3 here.
Oh, love that. A little scissors with a double step over. Pateas into space, across the body. Tell you what, Yuval battles back. We've seen him down every time that I've seen him on stream, even the matchups when he was playing beforehand. But he gets himself back into some rotations, back into some conversations.
Well, we missed one goal as Max went 4-2 up. Then Lamps has just scored again.
Oh, we're going to need to keep it here.
De Bruyne dispossessed. Last 2 minutes. I think if we can, let's stay on game D.
I'd like to second that request just from a timeline perspective here.
We'll tee it up. We'll get game D back on as soon as we can. There we go. You asked for it, Mike. We're here.
Let's see if Lamps can generate one more chance, or if the clock's going to get run down on. Max can take this to the corner.
Oh, possession given away.
Lamps needs the plus 2 minutes really to get it forward without being too rushed.
Well, he's always been known for these big moments, Lamps, of clutching up when it really matters. We'll play on from the free kick. Not interested in that one. De Bruyne finds Vinicius Jr. Big chance for Lamps. On the rebound. Where's it going? A red card from Erling Haaland.
Oh, I thought he blew it, Brandon. You hate to see a red time finish. The ball bounces for him. Vinny breaks through. You see a couple bumps and bounces. It wasn't a great finish. The goalkeeper movement was good. It rebounds back. It falls to who else but Erling Haaland. Wasn't pretty at the end of this, but
look,
the game continues.
It's elimination, FC24. You do what you need to do. And he's not going to be moaning about that. Lamps never giving up. We said he clutches up in the big moments. He does once again. Looks like we're on our way to extra time there. Yes, we are. Let's leave it for a split second and go.
You get
A, B, C. Well, where should we go?
You gave him the bricks and he built the house. Diogo looking for the knockdown. Doesn't connect. 2-1. Every game's close. We do have a final result, of course, in the Olito matchup. Everything else is still on the cards.
Well, Diogo Mendes is up.
Can Diogo sit tight? He's been good defensively.
Equaliser maybe. No, that didn't go in. It was a corner. Game B live now for you, just because this is at 3-3.
Well, and it's the 85th minute. It's a little farther
Yeah,
progressed.
absolutely.
We're trying right here to bring you all the closeouts.
His chance, Yuval Belly. 2 hands on it from Petr Cech. Lose, you go home. It's the end of your Dallas dream. Win, you're in a even more important matchup.
Interesting selection here. Araujo's a right back. You got Bastoni as a center back, which I'm not mad about. João Cancelo is a left back with a natural righty. It's going to take away some of your crossing. Let's do cutback crosses.
Easy pass off the post. Keeper gets 2 hands on it. Rudiger gets rid of it. Still not fully dealt with. Haaland heads it down. Easy tap in. Big goal.
Whew. That had a lot of moments. We saw the extra pass. We saw the post being hit. I thought it rebounded out. You lob it back into Haaland. You knew the knockdown was coming. Yuval tries to switch players. It's not done quick enough. I think Hansen ends up tapping it home. We had a vamos. Or some sort of celebration.
It was probably our best celebration of the day so far.
Yeah, we had a pop-off of some sort. Today's been wildly respected or respectful. Like I'm used to seeing a little more razzle back and forth. Maybe the matchups, the guys have liked each other a little too much. Let's see if Yuval has a reply for us.
Right, is that the match winner there? Is it Yuval Belly being eliminated from the tournament? We'll have to find out. Is 3 minutes of added time. He's going to now go back on the attack now.
Oh, I think they called him offsides.
Quick goal from game B. This is a replay. 5-4 in game D, sorry. Max leading 5-4 now against Lamps. Do not count him out. He will be back fighting for more. Still a long time left in that one. Last minute of added time. Jose Ballion, it's all in your hands here.
Just got to get it in.
Keeper comes off his line just to try and get the ball back. And that will do us. 3 minutes of added time. It's a full-time result. Jose Ballion into the next round. Yuval Belly out. Goal goes in again in game D. Lamps 5-5.
You asked for it. It delivered. I tell you, this has been the round. Vinny steps through. Left foot. Doesn't matter. Bit of a half volley. instant reply as well, because we just saw Max on the other end.
A full-time result as well. As we said, Olilito eliminated, unfortunately, from the tournament. Chasita goes through. Congratulations to him. This one here, in extra time, we've still got another half to be played. It's 5-5 between the two players. We're yet to see a sort of penalty exit on the main stage yet.
I mean, we've put that out with some fruition now a couple times. It hasn't happened.
We're about to see a full-time result, sorry, Mike, as well, of goal poacher being eliminated. Diogo Mendes 4-1 up.
That means we're going to see Diogo versus Nicholas.
That's your reward, isn't it?
I mean,
surviving the tour, you play against Nicholas.
And you got to beat him twice. Didn't even add that in there. There you go.
I think that will do us now for half-time and extra time. 5-5, still nothing to separate these.
We'll see if they tighten up a little bit here in the second portion of extra time. We are due for penalties. I'm not saying I'm wishing for them, but to have none on the day, that seems like a rarity, especially when the competitors are this close. Good resurface, KDB, Vinny. Hansen, long distance, doesn't connect, gets blocked. Holland looking for options. Vitinha again. Ooh! That would have been spicy. Something nice. Don't still see that skill set up very often, but one of the benefits of having someone that has Trickster, having the 5-star skills. Big tackle.
Lamps. Still trying to squeeze away through.
Seems like the aggressor, there's no doubt about that. But we know also in FC, if you push bodies, there's space in behind. But he's definitely going for it. If you see how Lamps is pressing with some of his players, a little higher line, you're taking more of a risk.
Winners of this game plays Marwan. Winner of that game then qualifies for the final 16, De Bruyne. Dispossessed for Max. Lamps. Feel like he's really got the momentum in this one.
Oh, it's nice usage of the space.
Here he comes now. Dispossessed, De Bruyne. Back over to you, Ajax.
Oof.
Or do we fancy some penalties? Alphonso Davies.
It's open.
Certainly got the legs. Play a lot back inside. Haaland. Giroud. Can De Bruyne turn or find a one more pass? Vitinha lofts it in the air. Mbappe trying to play headers and volleys. Can't get past Rudiger.
I still think that was a smart choice to not make the challenge with Kevin De Bruyne. Doesn't really have the same type of turning, whether it's left stick, it's R1 dribbling. Skill move execution is a little bit slower.
Mbappe, can he get that pass around the corner, just offside? Was the ongoing runner of João Cancelo. Last minute and a half.
He should do a recycle.
Before we go to penalties. Cancelo, Lamps, maybe the last chance of the game for him. Into Hansen, what a save on the rebounds! 2 hands on it for Czech.
Can he get it forward?
Can he get it? He's only got a minute.
It's enough time.
He gets the ball past the halfway line. It's over to him. Overload maybe on this far hand side. Goes back the other way. Kai Havertz. Chance. Power shot of all. He wins a corner though.
Why is he shooting that? Maybe he's shooting for the corner.
Maybe
yes,
he wanted
he
the corner.
corner earlier.
Well, Max, it's to you. Last kick of the game. In the air for Giroud. It's heartbreak here in Dallas, Texas. On one side of your screen, on the other side, Max keeping his Esports World Cup dream alive.
And that was the strategy. Shot for the corner, wanted the corner, delivered on the corner. The last 2 goals from the corner. We said it would make a difference with set pieces, and Olivier Giroud has been that guy. I think he's even been better on corner kicks compared to Haaland or Sorloth. Why? I'm not sure. But he is converting. He's getting into those positions, and he's climbing better than the rest.
You're absolutely right. We said, look, the power shot for there was ridiculous, but he wanted a corner. Just like that, another round is done here in Dallas, Texas. 4 more players are eliminated, and now all that's left to do is look forward to what is going to be our last round of action. FG Case join us back on the desk. FG, I mean, look, 8 players left from the 64 of this portion. It's going to be a really intense final round.
It is indeed. Am I being a little bit cynical saying I wanted a penalty shootout then?
We're all cheering for it. I mean, we kind of teased it. We taunted it. We walked around.
It's just not going to happen, is it?
We've hit three goals in 120th now over the course of the day. So I think it's scuffed now. We're not seeing a penalty kick shootout today.
I mean, how's your nerve as well to take a corner like that in the last minute, Brandon, and get the win?
Well, corners, as we said, they play such an important part. Some players just look for them. That power shot from distance, a finesse shot from distance. You know you're not going to score it, but you're going to get a corner. And if you've really been working on those sort of minute details of this game, it makes all the difference when you need it to. Look no further than what you just saw there.
Yeah, absolutely incredible scenes right down to the last kick or head of the game, shall I say. Let's take a look at the results from the previous round. And this is where we're at going into the last round of fixtures. Go Poacher, 4-1 loss to Diogo Mendes. Once again, Casey, it was a late show from him.
It was. He showed up late in the game. I feel like once he gets in his game towards the end, the rest of the goals will follow. I do feel like Go Poacher did give him a good first half, but Diogo was the smarter player in the second half, ended up winning 4-1, which leads us into our next match, which is Jose Bailon versus Yuval Belli. That was a very end-to-end game. Another late-minute goal there for Jose, and he took the win over Yuval. We also have Alalito going down against Chusita.
Yes, that was our featured game, and let's jump into the highlights for that straight away. Olilito, of course, bowing out of the competition, unfortunately, but from a footwiz side, a very, very good result. And an interesting game, Casey.
Very interesting game. Very end-to-end as well. We have Chusita here with the first goal, but Alalito had another message to say here with Caroline Graham-Hansen. Sends it into Haaland, taps it back over to R9, again to Mbappe. Easy shot in there for Mbappe.
We just saw a lot of goals in games throughout this tournament so far, and this one was no different, but we are seeing the theme of a certain front two of Kylian Mbappe and Erling Haaland causing absolute mayhem.
Absolute mayhem, that is. And here we have Chusita on the ball with Kai Havertz up the wing, sends it back over to Vinny Jr. Easy tap in.
Easy tapping indeed, and we are joined, I'm delighted to say, by not only Chusita, but also his coach, who we bigged up a lot, Denman. And we'll come to you first. Denman, how happy are you from a footwiz perspective of how things are going?
I'm buzzing, mate. It couldn't get better, could it? Let's be honest. So we're in the grand final. Got to win twice against a very good opponent, but to get past Rafa Montero and Olilito is pretty good going in itself, and it was a good performance for him, wasn't it?
Yeah, I'm happy. Like, I was in second round of loser bracket, so I have to win a lot of games to get into the grand final. I have to win twice, but first, obviously, game a game. But I'm happy after the games after Rafa and Olilito. I thought I was great, and now I have to performance.
How does it How does it feel to take down a player like Alalito? Because it was so end-to-end, back and forth. He didn't give up, did he?
Yeah, like for me, it was like the big fish on the bracket. It was like the big opponent, so I knew that it will be like difficult to play and to win against him. But I say to him, like, we have to enjoy this game because it's a big game. It's a game that I should enjoy because I don't know if I will play more games like this. So yeah, it was good. I win and I enjoy. So it was a win-win for me.
Yeah, it was a win-win. I mean, let's talk about the loser bracket then. So you were down there, and from a footwiz perspective, Denman, I'll come to you first. How do you approach that game? Is it completely different to how? Because you've got a lot more to lose. If you lose the game, you're essentially out of the tournament. Well, you are out of the tournament. So how do you approach that from a footwiz side?
To be honest with you, with Chusita, his mentals are top tier, so it's elite. And in the game which he lost, he actually played really good. We just had to tweak a couple of things which he wasn't happy with, and then just go into it and losers bracket, take every game the same way you play every other game. Because essentially, look, you want to win every game anyway, so there's no point going into a losers bracket and feeling all this massive pressure on yourself. Obviously, sometimes you can't help feeling pressure, as we know, but he's really good at handling his emotions and stuff, and I think that's just the main thing, handling your emotions to enable yourself to perform on the pitch as well, and that's exactly what we've done.
Yeah, I wasn't thinking at all in loser bracket. I was thinking like, okay, I have Olilito, let's win. If we don't win, I don't know. I will go to the to the venue, and that's it. But yeah, I think that loser bracket, it's a obviously not good feeling to be at the beginning of the tournament. But when you have that run, you have that confidence, because I was like 5 games in loser bracket now, 4, I don't know, but some wins in a row. So I'm very confident right now, and I'm feeling that I can beat anyone at any time. So yeah, I'm prepared to the grand final.
And let's talk about that next match that you've got ahead. What is your role, Denman, in this? So where do you guys sit back? Do you have like a little... I mean, we see coaches all the time at these events. Sometimes they have their laptops out.
Yep.
Sometimes they have their preparation. Are you already preparing for the next game, and how are you going to approach it?
I'll be completely honest with you. A lot of what I do is not on the pitch, you understand? So like, we've got someone called Johnny back at home who does a lot of work with the players building up to this. That's the most important stuff which goes on, all the preparation and the things which go into it to make sure the players are in the best position possible to go into the tournament. For me, it's pretty much look pretty and just make sure he's not losing his head and just doing stupid things, really. Just like the basic stuff. But yeah, a lot of the hard work goes into the tournament beforehand with Johnny. I've got to give him a shout out, because he's worked with all the players, like from the Aussies to the Spanish and to the English as well. And that's where most of the hard work goes into it.
Yeah, I think it's great, because I am a new part of Footwith, and I really notice that support that, for example, being in Discord with the guys, like with Johnny, like he said, he's a top tier guy. He plays so good. He could be competing, but he doesn't want to. So he's helping us. And yeah, it's great to be part of Footwith. I'm so grateful for that, because I feel that my level is better than was before, and I think that Footwith have like a really impact on my actual level, and I want to give that back to them, obviously.
Now let's talk about your next matchup, Adida. We don't really know too much about him. He's kind of a little bit unknown. How do you go into that knowing that not many people have played him, but he did take out a player like Alito?
Honestly, I'm thinking like on my gameplay, like against Rafa, against Alito, I wasn't thinking at all at, okay, what can I do to stop this from Rafa or from Ole? I was like, okay, I want to do my game. If I win, it's good, because I'm playing good. But the first of all, I want to control the games, to play the way I want to play, and that's the aim. That was the aim on the previously games, and that's the aim against Adida FIFA. Yeah, maybe he's a bit underdog, but he's in the grand final. I have to beat him twice. So it will be a really good matchup for the viewers, and a really difficult matchup for us.
Does it make it easier, you think? I mean, of course, if you were to go on and to beat him in the next game, we do go to a bracket reset. Does that then put you in the advantage, or has he still got the advantage despite potentially losing the game before?
I mean, obviously, it's better to have to win only one, but I think that it's a bit engaña un poco in Spanish, some people will know. Like, it's a bit dangerous for him too, because if he loses the first game, he will be a bit scared, like, okay, I can lose another game. But obviously it's a tough situation for me and for him.
Well, guys, listen, it's been amazing having you both here on the host deck. You guys go and prepare for your next game. Denman, great to see you as always. Keep up the great work with Footwiz. Let's take a look at all of the results from the last round, and before we head into the final round of fixtures. Casey, we could be looking at bracket resets left, right and centre, but here are the results of the featured matches. Diogo Mendes beating Goal Poacher by 4 goals to 1. Gerald Carroll winning 4-3, and Oli Lito going out against the man who we just had here, Chazita, and Lamps last minute of the game being knocked out. That is so cruel for a man who's played so well today.
Yeah, I think that oftentimes we see him trailing matches and somehow he's able to pull it out last minute. But in a situation like this, where Max is also a very consistent player, going into extra time, there's a little bit of fatigue there. He just couldn't quite get it back there. But it was end-to-end the entire game.
End-to-end indeed. Let's take a look at the brackets as to where we are right now. Group 2, Bracket C. We have our final. That man who we just had, Chazita, here against Adida FIFA. In order for Adida to not qualify for Sunday, he has to lose twice. How do you see it going?
He does. It's interesting because I'm thinking backwards to the Danny Pitbull situation. Will we see that again? Because he was able to reset, but he still wasn't completely successful into qualifying for the next one. But I expect a lot out of Chusita here. He seems confident sitting with him up here on the desk with that interview. And Adida FIFA has been sitting here for quite a while now, sitting here cold. And so I'm curious how his mindset is going into this, as this is one of his bigger competitions that he's competed in.
Yeah, it is indeed, but he did have a fantastic result against Oli Lead. So let's look at bracket A. Nicholas against Diogo Mendes. Nicholas, for me, one of the favourites. A massive task for Diogo, but he has been playing really, really well, hasn't he?
Yeah, Diogo is definitely on a run, but they have already played today. Diogo did lose 5-1 to Nicholas, and so I'm curious if that good run in the losers bracket will maybe reset his mindset, as he chatted about in our interview, going into this one, and we might see a different situation, because that was their first game of the day as well.
Well, interestingly enough, he said he altered his tactics with his coaches as well. He said that he took his headphones off and he listened to him, so this could be a completely different challenge for Nicholas to face, but he does only need the one win to qualify as we look at bracket B, the last one. What do you make of this final?
This is a good one. We got Dullin Mike versus Jose Bilon. I'm excited for this one. Again, Dullin Mike was very, very dominant. He scored a lot of goals today. I think that will continue into this one. But we've seen a lot of great things from Jose as well. Taking out Yuval is a very, very good undertaking as well in the last minute. So we'll see maybe if that last minute goal that he scored will propel him into this final.
Well, yeah, but this is, of course, a rematch as well. The last time they met, it was 8-1.
Sheesh.
Which is a huge, huge scoreline, as we are joined in the booth by Brandon Smith and Mike LaBelle. Final round of fixtures. Potential bracket resets, Brandon?
I think some games you could question. I'll be honest. Sorry, Diogo. Nicholas is Nicholas, and I think he goes through to the top 16.
And what about this one, bracket D, Mike? How do you see this one going?
I think Marwan's going to take care of business as well. I don't think we're going to see bracket resets. I'll throw it out there. I'm happy to be the guy that lives on that by himself. I don't know. I look at a lot of these matchups, and I think they're going to be hard to beat twice. I don't see Dullin Mike losing twice. I don't see Nicholas losing twice.
Adida FIFA potential?
Maybe that's your question mark game, because you don't have as much experience, but I don't want to take away from what he's already done today. He could come out here and put in a lot of work versus Chusita, but I like what I see from Chusita, and I just don't have as much to measure with Adida FIFA. But everywhere else, I don't see the double. You got to beat him twice.
Yeah, you have got to beat them twice, of course, to secure your spot in Sunday. We've seen a couple of players making it already. Who's your predictions, Casey?
For all of them?
All of them.
For all of... Oh, my goodness. That's a lot. I don't know if I can take that task on, but...
Maybe the first one. Tell us about the first one.
Honestly, I can't predict it. I can't do it. I can't do it. I do think that it will not be as big of a distance as their 5-1 first match. I think it'll be closer.
I think all the games that should be closer in this stage than if you had there's no way Dullin Mike wins 8-1 again. I don't think that's going to be a repeat situation. If anything, whenever I was in this circumstance, I always said, if I beat somebody, I hope to never play them again, because I always felt like the odds were against me now. So I don't know if that's carrying any sort of energy with these guys, but I always felt that way.
Well, it's nearly time for the final round of fixtures. Me and Casey are going to hand over to our casters, Mike and Brandon, and we'll see you soon.
Thank you very much, FG. In case this was the last round of action here from Dallas, Texas in our DreamHack qualifier day 1. We're going to find 4 more players, aren't we, to the knockout stages. As we said, tomorrow we do this all over again. Another 128 players will come to battle here. We are loading into our first feature matchup, Game A. Nicholas against Diogo Mendes. I mean, look, they've played before, as Case was saying. It was a 5-1 swing. The rematch again, this is the great thing about these brackets and the uppers and the lowers. There will be repeated matches. There will be potentially some different outcomes, but from the style of play and the performance we've seen from Nicholas today, it's going to ask for a lot.
It is a little catch-22, though, because if you're Diogo, you're probably building in confidence. You just battled through the lower bracket. Of course, you got to play Nicholas. I don't want to say bogey player, but it's Nicholas. He beat you earlier on. If anything, Nicholas had to sit and wait. Maybe he's a little colder in terms of getting back into it, into the flow of the game. Is the difference between playing 20 minutes ago and 2 hours ago, and that's kind of the circumstance if we're looking in greater detail here. But if Diogo wants to have a chance to upset Nicholas, I think he has to come out early. If anything, it might be a slow start, but Nicholas always picks up kind of some pacing later on.
Well, the key thing, as we saw earlier today, especially against the goal poacher match, Mike, is the start. You need to have a really important start in this game with the chance you've had to try and stop Nicholas. Speaking of Nicholas, here he comes now. Signed for Cloud9 last night before coming into this one. Mbappe stopped in his tracks by Rudiger. As that game has just kicked off, we've also got a few more kicking off. We've got Marwan against Max. That's Bordeaux against Ajax, 2 football clubs going head-to-head. Game B also kicking off as well. That's Focus Dolomique against Jose Ballion.
When I look at how Nicholas plays too, it's very analytical. That's why we say if you want a chance, you kind of got to come out and set the tone.
Lofted in. You know where that one's ending up or not. How's Haaland not made that one for a change?
We need to have a conversation there. Is that a Raho? Who's he going up against? Surely. I thought that was hitting at least a save opportunity. It had to be something on frame. Big switch is open. Of course, we talked about it earlier, but Diogo using João Cancelo gives you a little more facilitation, maybe less of an athlete, not the same size if you're looking at the defensive end. Haaland catches the offside trap. Not necessarily the player you want out wide, though, unless he's on the back end of a cross.
Well, speaking about Merlin today, he's certainly got a decent pace stat, but you're right, he's more known for the aerial presence in the box. Was pushed out wide there. Nicholas gets the right side there of the defender. Vitinha, Haaland, again Rudiger. Really well done there, Diogo Mendes. Once or twice there.
I agree with Case as well. I think it's a different Diogo. He's been really solid defensively. He's not getting caught out. He's been playing a lot of matches where they were very close and maybe pull away a little bit late. He'd be able to break away as it gets close to the 90th minute. In some ways, maybe a little Nicholas, and so, if you're looking for a compare and contrast. So we'll see. They know each other well. They played already earlier today. Deep release here. Doesn't connect. I just think you have to be perfect to beat Nicholas in terms of being clinical and putting a certain amount of pressure, preferably in the first half.
What's important to add as well, Mike, isn't it? Bracket resets can happen this round. If you've come from the lower bracket, you have to beat your opponent twice.
And we should also mention, we saw one, I guess, halfway reset, but we haven't seen a full reset up to this point. Everyone that was the upper seed earlier today, all 4 of them were able to get their spot for Sunday and lock it in.
Big chance. Pass. Offside.
I don't think so.
Well, goals are going in now in our matchups. Remember, these 4 players, the winners, the 4 winners will go into Sunday's top 16. They will guarantee themselves some prize money. Goal in this game. It's a breakthrough for Max, who's just come fresh off that win against Lamps in the 120th minute from that corner. This is the goal it's come from. Lofted in, this time Haaland. Right place, right time.
Goalkeeper in no man's zone. We will talk about that goal time and time again. It's all about trying to set it up. Haaland looking for the return. Can he get to it? Not quite. Van der Sar steps up. 20 minutes, nothing. Nada. Not a lot of opportunities either. Maybe some probing chances, a lot of switches of the pitch, but nothing too clear-cut.
Goal over in this game. Which way has it gone? Dolomique? No, it's gone the other way. Jose Ballion.
Oh.
Leading by a goal to nil there.
Not 1, but 2. I love that. You also don't see that turn nearly that frequently at all. I remember when it was introduced a few years back, but it hasn't been a rotational. It's not included. It's not common. It's a bit of a rarity, and I like to see it not once but twice again. A little more of that free flow. See if Diogo can create something out of nothing.
Plays short. Cancelo, that is it, lofted in, and
it was too whipped. I actually think if it was lofted, he might have had a chance to challenge. You had Rudiger making a late run.
Goal over here as well. Breakthrough in the game that just kicked off, and it's gone the way of Adida.
Wow. That's nice.
Chasita 1-0 down there. Another goal got in. What are we missing? We're missing Nicholas. Leading by a goal to nil.
But we caught some big boy step overs on the reverse end with Haaland taking up space. Diogo doesn't look happy about however he conceded it. Entry pass. Kevin De Bruyne. A lot of time, a lot of space. Puts Nicholas up 1-0. think nearing the 30th minute in this match. And we've had openers across the board.
Goals are going in. As we said, 4 players already through to the knockouts on the top 16. Saw them earlier on today. Bryce of France getting through. We saw Dennis, 20 doing well. Redlac finding his way through. And Manny Bashore, who will be the next 4 players to join them on Sunday's top 16. We will find out. Current scores on the doors. 2-0 max leads from Ajax.
Oof.
Jose Ballion leading by a goal to 0 against Dulem Mike. And Adida FIFA leading Chasuta by a goal to 0 there as well. Nicholas looking for maybe a second in this one. I mean, that would be a bracket reset if Max does continue that form. Long ball over the top. Mbappe has got the legs to get through. Big chance for Diogo Mendes.
I was going to say he's got to finish, and he does just that. Beautiful over the top, well weighted, perfect amount of spin in the pathway. Good first touch from Mbappe. Another one to settle, eyes up the goalkeeper, hits it on the near post. Lovely counterattack. We haven't seen many of those. Puts him right back in the game.
It's one of them, you have to make the most of it because the chances will be far and few between when you're playing against Nicholas. Brilliant composure there from Diogo. And even more important finish, 1-1.
Uh-oh. I think Diogo had it. I think he had it. I think he was surprised that it opened up for him. Didn't need the extra elastico. It's still good offense. You only have a split second to make a decision in some of those.
Mbappe's turn to have a running race this time. Does he fancy on a power shot? He does. Van Dijk for a second there, taking the ball away from Van der Sar, but didn't mean too much in the end.
Legit end-to-end.
It's just what we want though, isn't it? Qualification matchups these are. Not to the Esports World Cup, to the top 16. Into the prize money. $2,000 guaranteed.
He's on.
Havertz, he is. Into Haaland. It just didn't fall nicely, did it? It fell into his chest.
Oh, that's
and then
a terrible touch. He beat the offside trap.
The ball didn't go with him. It fell behind him. Let's jump across. Goals are going in. Where is it coming from? Chasita.
I heard it.
Back in this one. Bellingham.
Oh.
He doesn't mind. He will continue to recycle it around, send it round the goalkeeper in the end. He was fortunate to get it back in the first place, but made the most of it.
Good patience, but that is quite the bounce to put you into a position to work with it. Comes off both the defenders and falls right to Jude Bellingham.
Well, we teased bracket resets may be happening for the players that have come through the lower bracket. There has also been another goal over in Game B. And if you are a Dulem Mike fan, you might want to look away because Jose Ballion is leading by 2 goals to 0 when it came from a corner from here. Erling Haaland with the flick on at the front post. Haven't seen too many of them today, believe it or not.
We should remind the people as well. Last time those two faced off, a couple hours ago, 8-1 for Dulem Mike.
It's funny what a few hours could do, isn't it? Last chance of the half here for Nicholas. Wins a corner. You can probably understand from corners Nicholas might be quite dangerous. We'll let you know if he scores or not. Goal back here, Marwan. 20 minutes in this game. Important goal for him.
Quality finish.
Nicholas unable to make the most of that corner in the end. Diogo Mendes wins a free kick.
I just feel like Diogo needs something here. He's had a decent first half. Nicholas is just one of those guys that wins the second half constantly. So you gotta have some things working for you. But I've been impressed. Diogo's defended well. He's executed on his offensive plan. He's had good build-up, got into the right locations. He's been able to negate plenty of the attack.
Back over to this one. This is live now. Chasita, 2-1 down. He might be in for a 2-2 equaliser though here. Bellingham.
Good pick out.
Finds Hullet. Still in possession is he this time with Vinicius Junior. Waiting for the right pass. Fakes the power shot. Lofted into Hullitz, who can't convict the chance.
Asking for a lot. I was wondering if he's maybe going for a pass across. Even with that animation, you can get a pass across from the acrobatic, if you will. But if he was going direct, I don't think he could beat the goalkeeper. I think he's onside.
Surely not. He
Yeah,
is.
I think
So
he's
much
onside.
time.
Oh, he's got to score that. It has to hit the back of the net.
He knows it as well. Goal gone in this game. He was 2-0 up, Max of Ajax. Now he's at 2-2 because Marwan has just scored 2 goals in 7 in-game minutes. There's a long ball over the top, and Mbappe's got all the time. Ball rolls inside before then dispatching.
Put Virgil van Dijk off the pitch.
Corner, Chasita.
Ice skating.
After Adidas FIFA probably should have found a third in this game. Front post flick on.
Oh, that could have been back of the net. He's fortunate. Adidas fortunate on that one. This is one of those stories, though. We talked about players that don't have the notoriety. We don't know all the backstory. They don't have the same results. They don't have the same experience. But making a run, they're fearless. Adidas been one of those guys thus far.
And a free agent still, Mike, as well, which is crazy to say.
At this rate, he won't be one for long.
If he makes the top 16, as you're right, even if he doesn't get a ticket to the top 2, if he goes to Sweden, there should be some interest in him for sure. Finesse from distance.
Wow.
Oh!
Wow, it felt good. It looked good. Trajectory on point. All the posts, collect them all.
Well, if we can, let's go back to Game A, our featured matchup. Diogo against Nicholas. 1-1 is still the scoreline over there. However, there might be one more goal here before we leave it. Coutinho. Chasita looking for that equaliser.
Offsides. Didn't track back.
Offside. Right, let's jump across if we can because we've just missed a goal. And it's just gone in live now. Nicholas 2-1 up.
Extra pass across the body. See a head nod of approval from Nicholas as well. See if Diogo has a response. Overlapping run, a lot of space to work with.
Still 2-0 down, Dolomite in that game. Not sure what is going on. Hasn't been able to get going. Back to you, Diogo Mendes. Your time to get back into this one. We'll quickly give you an update on Game C. Chasita 2-1 down. Unfortunately, finds himself 3-1 down now in this game.
Oh.
One of the few players to start Cruyff as well.
Wow. That was dangerously good. The composure, little fake shot, goalkeeper, Stucky.
Extra cancellation, didn't it?
Oh,
The goalkeeper
come
packed him.
on. Sending all sorts of prayers. That's gorgeous.
That one's into half time now. 3-1 to Adidas.
Good pick
42
up.
minutes on the clock. Marwan against Max. There's been another goal in that game. We'll give you Game D as soon as we can.
It's good defense there from Nicholas.
Well, goal's gone in. Which way has it gone? It's gone back the way of Ajax. And it's come from out wide again. I'm pretty sure you know where this one's going to be ending up. Lofted in. You know who it is. Erling Haaland, 3-2. Ajax leading there with their pro player in Max.
Uh-oh, big takeaway. Space to work with. Dembele looking for options.
Diogo. Mbappe finds R9. Ooh, pushed to the ground by Van Dijk.
Those are the type of chances, though. If you get there with Nicholas, you're not going to get to that location on a regular basis. He's got to get something on the board. You need to at least be getting a corner kick, putting something on frame.
Haaland into Mbappe. Well played. Van Dijk once or twice cleared it away. Pause coming in from Diogo. He wants to change something up in these last 25 minutes.
Good step. Room for a counterattack here.
Can he find the passing lanes inside? Can he find a gap through? Tries to step over again. Blocked.
I don't mind that. I think that was creative. It was direct. Took a chance on it.
Keep an eye on Haaland. Or the back post if he wants to go there instead. Step over inside. Nicholas! He didn't need anyone else. And sometimes that's the difference there. Was more of a decoy run, if anything, from Haaland and at the back post.
Just nasty.
Another goal here. Added time of 1 minute. Equaliser for Marwan. 3-3 in this. 6 goals in the first 45 minutes. Evenly split.
I don't know if I'm ready for it. I just felt like I saw Casper and Mbappe over here roasting, toasting, and ghosting, brother. I mean, you're leaving the defender. He's nowhere near. The separation created with that step over.
What's the minute in that one now? About 20 minutes left.
We're talking real margin. Real serious margin. We're going ice skating during the summer. Let's find a rink.
You'd be lucky to do that, wouldn't you?
They exist out here in Dallas.
Yeah?
Oh, yeah. Dallas Stars. I have no idea where that rink is located. Just, I know they have a team.
We can jump around too.
I mean, other games are showing up for us as well. I'm interested almost in the Dolan Mike game. He's down 2-0, 63rd, 64th minute. Maybe he can create something in that one. He's shown so much offense on the day.
Yeah, it's weird why it's not been proven in this scenario. He's still 2-0 down. He's got 25 minutes left of that game.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the clock here. That's the furthest along. Maybe the same actually as this, huh? Yeah.
3-1 Nicholas. There was question marks whether he was going to make it in time here to Dallas, Texas. He was delayed and arrived in the early hours of this morning. He's not looked out of place aside of the jet lag and probably some tiredness. He's been him typical self. Diogo will still get chances. He just has to take them. Frimpong finds Vinicius. There's that lofted ball into Haaland, who's just stopped in his tracks that time, which is often so hard to do. Oh, nicely done again. He's just there. Oof. I don't know how, but he's there.
It's quality defense again. Can't deny him.
Well, Max back up to a 4-3 lead here. If he wins that's a bracket reset in that, Mike.
Man, and I'm not used to seeing Teo Hernandez burst forward like this. It's happened multiple occasions today where the way he's taken space or split the defense, even as simple with ball roll, little R1 dribble, and he's gone. Out of there. Makes the play, breaks down the defense. Scoot, boot. Doesn't shoot typically, but he finds the extra pass.
Chance to break away again. Is he going to get stopped? This time by this Nicholas defence. It is brave. Big tackle from Virgil van Dijk. Wins a corner though. Has to make the most of this.
Yeah. Indeed is going to close out versus Chisita. If anything, that was the game they were saying maybe we'd see a reset. Not the case.
That one's going to end up nicely back to Havertz. Does he fancy it?
Ooh. Cancellation out of the volley. Kevin De Bruyne is going to swing out wide. Frimpong, super substitute. Fresh legs, fresh feet. Good knockdown. Diogo goes to pull it back, should be pushing it forward. Need that burst step over. 10 minutes left. As it stands, we've got a thriller. If we're looking at the Max and Marwan game.
Well, that would be a bracket reset, wouldn't it? Max was to go and see this one out. He's 4-3 up.
Still got time. Has Dolan Mike got on the board, or has it gone from bad to worse? Yeah, Dolan Mike currently down 3-0. It's looking also like a reset matchup.
Well, this is that game you just spoke about there, Mike. 3-0. Down, Dolan Mike. Not sure what's happening there.
Yeah, my bigger concern is not him conceding goals, but the fact that he's got a clean sheet. That he's not been able to score goals. I mean, we haven't seen every detail in that game, so I don't know if there's a bunch of missed chances, but as a player that's known as a bit of an offensive juggernaut, if you will. If you're not scoring, if you're not putting pressure, if you're not giving us some different animations, some sort of jigging in the box.
Well, let's jump back over. Very shortly indeed. 6.5 minutes left in that game. Over here, is that a goal back for Dolan Mike? He has opened up his account in this game.
How much time does he have is the question.
And also, someone else who's scored a goal as well, Mike, to shake this one up a little bit.
Uh-oh. Okay.
3-2. And we said about a corner being important. He made the most of that one.
The man, the myth, the legend at this point with Haaland. If you've learned anything from this broadcast, if you're playing a lot of FC, if you can afford a version of Haaland, he should be there.
If not, take Sorloth.
Yeah, worst case scenario,
chips.
Sorloth will get in there. Even some of the pre-team of the season items are good enough, though, with Haaland.
(4-1), Jose Ballion. He's just scored again. Forget that one for now.
Big takeaway.
Bracket reset happening over there. That will be another matchup we can confirm against Dolan Mike. He'll really have to get his act together.
I think he's on.
Big chance. Diogo Mendes, Frimpong. Is he round the goal? He is!
Oh, what a finish. Wow, I thought Nicholas had baited him. He came out, he cut the angle. That's well done there. The extra touch across the body. You're thinking you want a ball roll, you want an R1, you want to take it around him, but the way that he's backtracking with the goalkeeper, it wasn't an option.
Well, in the meantime, another goal that's gone in. Chicita. 16 minutes left in that one. He's only a goal behind. And look.
Oh, don't write him off. What was I saying?
I mean, in the nice way to Diogo Mendes, I apologise. Look, 8 minutes left in the game. Nicholas had a 2-goal lead. You think, you've got to see that out.
Surely. He's already run into the corner. I love what he did there as well. Shout out to Diogo. That's quality finish. I'm telling you, the goalkeeper movement is good there from Nicholas. I didn't even know Frimpong had that in his locker with the across the body. It's a tough angle.
This is live now.
He's on.
And this could be an equaliser. Mbappe is through. 4-4.
Wow. He was down 4-1. He was down 4-1. We were talking about this being a closeout. Adidas have wrapped it up. There's that experience we talk about sometimes.
Somehow.
Oh, my goodness.
Gone from one game being...
What's going on in the Dolan Mike game? Is Dolan Mike making a comeback too?
Unfortunately not, Mike.
All right.
Unfortunately not.
All right, no Dolan Mike then.
But a bracket reset will be happening there.
Wow. Oh, my goodness.
3 of the 4 games have...
We're going extra time.
Got really, really exciting over here. Are we on our way to extra time? Remember, winner of this goes top 16, loser out of the tournament here in DreamHack Dallas. Is there still some ice from Nicholas to show us? I'm sure there'll be another chance.
Are you making a request? Well, that might be a favorable foul call. I don't know about that one. I think Teo got maybe caught down the sideline. Set up nicely for Nicholas. Oh, Basek is on. Big body, one of the most overpowered center backs in the game. Highly regarded, highly recommended.
Nicholas. And in time of 2 minutes that's been played. Has he got his final chance of the game? He has. Teo Hernandez will try and squeeze it through once or twice. Bizek gets the ball clear. Extra time needed there. Let's jump if we can across the game C. And give you C live now. 4-4 between the two Spanish players.
Oh.
Adida and Chasita. 4-4 here.
Oh, this is nice.
About to get a full-time result as well. Jose Ballion, 4-1 win against Dolomic. Bracket reset confirmed there. They'll be playing again. Max leading 5-3 against Marwan. Bracket reset there also. What a ball that one is over the top. Just blocked in his tracks there by Rudiger.
What an important bump. A little confrontation. Absolute bruiser. Frimpong is on as well here for Adida. Oh,
Play a lock. Poor pass.
Yeah, but I think it was the right call. Sets it up nicely. Maybe on the ground, if it was an early split. I'm feeling a little spicy. I'm feeling hot in the room right now. A few of these games, I had already mentally written them off. I think they're done. And maybe that's on me. We saw 3 goals recovered in 25 minutes of game time. Unanswered.
You see an update there, Max 6-3 up. That match will be reset also. Chasita wins this one. He'll also reset the bracket too. We might even see it 4 times across all of these matches. Extra time has kicked off now as well between Diogo Mendes and Nicholas. Let's see the full-time result for this one first. Someone's going to get one more big chance. It looks to be Adida.
I like how Adida moves the ball around. There's a certain level of confidence, directness. No second guessing, no hesitation. Oh.
Frimpong.
Curse of the commentator.
Unable to find any luck there. Chasita, back to you. 20 in-game seconds. Needs to get that ball past the halfway line, which he has done. Is he on? Yes, he is. Bellingham. Chance for Chasita. Mbappe.
Wow.
Pateas tries to punch it. Extra time needed here. Let's get back to game A if we can.
And quickly, he's probing.
It's in extra time. And this is live now. 96 minutes on the clock.
Vinny.
Here's Diogo. Frimpong, the goal scorer of the third and the most important goal so far in the game.
I like this inclusion of Frimpong as well. We hadn't seen him used very often. A couple guys subbed him on late. Gives you an extra burst.
Bellingham goes all the way through. Diogo needs a cut back. It's lofted in the air. Van Dijk. It's Van Dijk against Mbappe in that scenario.
If it's not Mbappe, you got a Haaland, you got a Sorloth, you got a Giroud. That's hitting the back of the net. But I'm telling you, as a late sub, I don't know if I would start Frimpong just because of size, but as a late sub, he's electric out wide. Gives you a little bit of a different look. Maybe more wingback than fullback in many ways, or more winger than fullback.
Well, it looks as if he's been subbed off on the side of Diogo. It's Cristiano Ronaldo that looks like he's come on. Havertz, this is Nicholas. Dispossessed again. Diogo's played this first 15 of extra time really well.
He doesn't have anything to show for it yet.
That's the problem, isn't it? You can play well, but if it's not affecting the scoreline.
Nicholas does a good job at this as well, where he technically is getting outplayed, but you haven't done anything.
Mbappe drops the shoulder.
Wow.
That could have been maybe a penalty shout.
He got to fall. He's got to fall. Or there's got to be a slide tackle, something. No.
Huge switch of play. Is he going to get there?
Yeah, of course he is.
Havertz.
He's open.
Hansen. Back to Cristiano Ronaldo again.
Ooh. I tell you, we're seeing some details. You know, it's all about the details.
We're seeing Diogo play at a really, really...
Yeah, this is the best we've seen him play today for sure.
Top level. He's had to bring his A game. And by God, he has.
I mean, we're looking at the technicalities, the specifics, the particulars. I like what I'm seeing from Diogo. Dolomite got to show us something too.
Well, his match has just kicked off again, Dolomite. He's in a repeated matchup. He lost 4-1 to Jose Ballion, so the bracket reset there.
And I think, to a certain degree, I think we wrote off Jose. No disrespect. We just said Dolomite won the last one. We know him well. Came out with a statement. Oof. I mean, that's inches. Half second there.
Have to see a completely different performance from him this time round, don't we, Mike? He just wasn't at it, was he? He scored his first goal, I think, in the 80th minute. And as you said, for a player that was scoring so many goals on the build-up to this grand final.
It's also what he's known for. If you tell the Dolomite story, if we made a documentary, it's not about the defense.
Early goal here. There's Dolomite. He's arrived in his second game. We'll leave him to it because we've got a more important game in this current timing moment. 106 minutes in extra time. It's just kicked off for the second half. Nicholas against Diogo Mendes. 3-3 is all square. Let's get back to it. Well, back into this one now. Big chance for Nicholas as we join it live. Pateas, well played there by Diogo and Virgil van Dijk.
What a challenge.
He has been toe-to-toe for Nicholas since he pulled those 2 goals back.
Tell you what, Diogo's going to be challenged. Can he be clutch here? Can we see something in extra time? We still haven't seen penalty kicks. I don't even know if I want to put it out there. I did, but...
And the thing is, even if you beat him once, you've got to beat him again.
Yeah, but you have hope. You got belief.
Of course you do.
You got belief. If you get the first one off Nicholas, especially on a comeback, he was down 3-1. Nicholas is waiting in the corner.
Like 10 in-game minutes left, wasn't it? Extra time's also kicked off in the Chesita game.
It's a good ball.
Against Adida. 4-4 that one in normal time. 30 more minutes needed.
Wow.
Nicholas. Mbappe step over. Went for the slide tackle-esque scoop finish. That one was blocked.
I think that was smart to slow it down there. Diogo thought about going forward. It's unlikely you're going to catch Nicholas on a bunch of counterattacks. We did see one over the top, though. It's been the man of extra time here. Or maybe the man of the hour, Frimpong. Frimpong and Bisek, 2 defender subs.
Goal over in this match here. Max, who's forced the bracket reset, has gone up by Colton. It was R9 at the back post. Let's get back to game A. Featured matchup. Diogo Mendes! Superb!
Oh, that was foul. And you see the reworking. You see the step overs. We said he was going to need to be clutch. He's showcasing something different. Outside of the boot, Travella. 3 goals unanswered. Nicholas still has time. I'm just throwing it out there. He still has time and the ball.
It's the first time he's led in the game, Diogo. 118th minute as well, Mike. Stays like this, we'll do a bracket reset again. They will play one more time.
He's got a certain hunger. So if you beat Nicholas, you can be eating good in Dallas.
Speaking of Nicholas. Alex Mateus there, really poor touch. Went all the way across.
Oh, he got through. That might be it.
Her body. Does he need to score again? He won't. He'll be smart here. Or he should be.
That's it. Wow, we're going to have a reset.
Bracket reset confirmed.
Wow.
Nicolas Diogo Mendes will be played again to decide a spot in the top 16.
No way.
Unless this one gets over the halfway line.
No way.
Well played, Diogo. Halfway there. Has to beat him again, remember. Let's leave that one if we can. Game C. This also. Are we going to get 4 bracket resets, Mike?
I can't believe it.
We had 1 earlier today. We might be in for 4.
And we were so confident as a collective. We all stood up here and said, nah. The form we had been seeing, the guy switched up.
Well, this is Adida. Remember, he's on the upper bracket. Chasita wins, then that's when the bracket reset comes in. Cruyff.
Uh-oh.
Rudiger, pushed to the floor. Oh, no.
They don't teach it like that.
Not sure what happened there. And in time of 1 minute, corner given away. Adida with the chance. Front post, flick on. Not saved again for another one. You know what's coming? Haaland.
Oh, that could have been better. If it was green, I think that's in. Mistimed the header. Wow. We still haven't seen penalty kicks. That has continued as a theme.
Penalty kicks for a bracket reset or a top 16.
I cannot believe we are likely to see complete second games being necessary.
Look, what's happened here? Last time we saw it was 1-0 Dolomite. Why is it Bally on 2-1 up?
I don't know if I like Rudiger as a left back either from Dolomite. You're not going to be able to whip in those same crosses or delivery out of the back. You can still switch the pitch. You could cut back and then whip in the cross, but you're losing a little bit of an option of just a natural left footer having the certain swing or the in swing or the outer swing. If you play a lot, you understand that the precision of passing.
Well, if we can, let's go back to game C, please. Because we're in the second half of extra time there. Adida against Chasita.
Oh, my. Oh,
reverse
my.
Elastico. Oh, why has he not had a better connection to the shot there?
Mistimed it.
Mistimed the shot.
He did. Otherwise, that's back of the net. You don't even need that to be timed. Wow. Jose's on it.
Well, as this chance comes in, we will go back to game C. Adida against Chasita in extra time. Nicolas has just kicked off against Diogo Mendes as well. That one's in a bracket reset. In case you missed it, Diogo Mendes won that game. 4-3, first person to actually beat Nicolas here in Dallas. But because he's from the upper bracket side, he has to reset it.
And if you're just tuning in, Adida FIFA was up 4-1. Chasita came all the way back. It's nice. It's crisp. Woo!
Coutinho.
It's good build-up. It's good defending. Space to work with. Oh.
Cruyff.
Brandon, that deserved better.
Pushed
Step back, pulled
tackles,
him. Yeah, he should have got at least a through ball out of that. When you reach, I teach. The space was there. Rude hole, it wasn't committed. Okay.
Big win.
Oh, I don't think he needed to recycle.
Good idea.
I think he had the forward. We're talking Chusita here. I think he could have gone forward with the body feint-ish step over. He pulled it back.
We've had a goal in this game, Mike, on the bracket reset, and it's gone the way of Diogo Mendes.
Wow. Could you imagine?
Who has continued this form that we've seen.
Wow, what a pick out. It's good.
Remember, whoever wins that game is through to the top 16. Whoever loses out of DreamHack Dallas, they will not be going to the Esports World Cup. Penalties?
I don't know.
We asked for it. We've been asking all day.
I don't know, Brandon.
Or not.
Don't get off this.
Big chance there. We've got to stay with that one. Jose Baleon scored a big goal there. Right, let's jump back to our feature match 3-1. Are we into penalties? We are. Penalties.
Okay.
To the side of top 16.
Wow.
Or a bracket reset. Haaland up first.
Ooh,
misses. Adida. Back to Chazita. Going to be one from Haaland. It will be.
Goes down the middle. Adida has to have this. Put a little pressure on him. Converts. Chazita down the middle for the first. Does he run it up for 2? Vinny Jr. Slots it home.
Perfect pens. Remember, if Chazita wins, the bracket resets. They play one more time. Adida needs to find the back of the net. This time he will. But so far it's been perfect from Footwiz and their Spaniard. Is that form going to continue? It will.
That one's going to hurt your heart. Adida guessed right from the spot. Johan Cruyff. It's saved. It's saved. This will put a real separation for Chazita. Could wrap it up early. Wrap it up early. It does indeed. We have the reset. Everyone got reset. Every single matchup reset, Brandon. Wow. And he was down 4-1, Brandon.
Bracket reset for a 4th time in our evening setup here in DreamHack Dallas. It's been a long old day of FC24, but it continues.
Oh.
As it continues here as well, Nicholas.
How do we miss 2 goals?
We caught this live. We very luckily caught this one live. Nicholas back in front. 2-1 up.
I was going to say, we've been a part of a lot of unlucky moments for Footwiz, but what a battle back. And then a victory in penalty kicks to force the reset.
Important as well, because as you said, Mark got eliminated early today. Stokes was in that qualification game. He gave us a great game, but only lost by a goal. Maybe Chazita, the newest player to sign.
And if you were a betting man, you would have said that Mark or Stokes would be more likely to go further. Might not be the case.
Well, we'll wait for that game to be reset as both players will invite each other again. Adida against Chazita.
It's a great trap.
We've got to talk about it as well, Mike. What is going on for Mike? 3-1 down. He's not had to taste the lower bracket at all here in Dallas. Unfortunately, he's had to taste playing against Jose Baleon twice because he's reset the bracket. He's 3-1 down now. Not looking so good over there.
You couldn't have predicted it.
You really couldn't have. Cancelo is through. Nicholas looking for a third. He goes on his own with the right back. He hits the post. We'll continue to recycle the chance. Well blocked there by Virgil van Dijk.
Wow. What a turn from Haaland. We haven't really seen that too often. It's not really what he's known for.
Equaliser over here. Every game so tight. Max.
Oh man, Max
scoring that. I mean, I don't know how that's got in, but it's got in. Off the back of the body. We're all square there. Bordeaux against Ajax, that matchup.
Max might be the best we've seen on corners this far. I think he scored in a corner a game.
That's what happens when you hang around with PAs in.
Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough.
He'll teach you a thing or two. All of these matches, remember, will qualify you to the top 16 on Sunday. It's our final matches here in day one, here in Dallas. Diogo, have you got an equaliser for us? Let's see it. Step overs are pretty. Oh, that was even better.
I mean, how can you not be impressed? It's giving you everything. Haaland out wide, I'm saying I don't know if he could do it. Gives you 3-4 step overs, cuts inside, extra pass, R9 into space, lines it up with the goalkeeper, picks out the proper corner. It's gorgeous. It's gorgeous. And it's just top flight FC here between both of them.
Well, this is live now. You've been crying out to see Marwan. We got him on. The Moroccan of Bordeaux. 2-2 as it stands against Max of Ajax. One of the few players that are here that have, of course, also qualified for the FC Pro World Championships. Whoa, even game B's had a goal. Chance for Max. Mbappe! 3-2, he leads.
Yeah, Max catches him there. A little bit of player lock, opens up some movement. Mistimed on a 50-50. You lose out on the matchup. Becomes a bit more of a 50-50. Rudiger pulled out of position. Mbappe into an easy split. Virgil can't get there. Across the body, you count those.
Well, Dolomite is keeping this exciting as well.
Oh, my goodness.
He's got a goal back as well. There's a lot of time still being played. This is not over yet.
Where are you taking us? Who's closest right now? Will we stay on Dolan, Mike?
Where should we go?
Does Marwan have a reply? I think he does. Oh!
Done very well there, Rudiger. Another goal gone in the game that ended on penalties about 5 minutes ago.
What a switch. Good step from Virgil.
And if you're a Chasita fan, look away. He is unfortunately 1-0 down. Long way still to be played, but this is a minute 20 into the game.
Oh.
Dida scoring that one with Cruyff.
Look at the tiki-taka. First time passing, everything well weighted. A little extra assistance. Regardless what happens, I'd like to say that nothing that we're seeing from Dida is accidental. It's purposeful. The way that he goes forward, easy on the eyes.
I mean, where do you want to go, Mike?
I think I want to see what's happening with Dolan Mike.
You want to go Dolomite? Let's go Dolomite. Game B if we can.
If you're giving me the request, I'd like to see.
Max?
Because I'm confused what's been happening with him. He hasn't been in the game.
Max has just scored. Max has just scored. We left the game. Max is 4-2 up. Don't worry.
You asked
4-2
me.
up. 29 minutes left in that one. Still 2-2. Nicholas against Diogo Mendes in that one. 1-0 to Adida.
Woo!
Against Chasita. Into a pause we go there. Dolomite only 3-2 down.
Maybe I timed it wrong.
Let's go over to game A. Because there's just been another goal here.
Oh, goodness.
If you look away for a minute, you'll miss a goal. Nicholas back in front.
Pass across, tap in for Holland. Whew, this has the making. I didn't know this would go the distance. None of us knew this would go the distance. If you stayed up with us this evening, you will not, and you have not been disappointed.
Five goals in the first half.
Wow.
Between these two. Another goal gone in here as well. It's 2 goals. Knew it came from this counter-attack here, but Mike, just look at the composure here when you get through with Haaland. No, he doesn't go with Haaland instead.
As you
pass.
do. As you do. All right. What's Dolan Mike's game in? 70th? What minute are we in?
Yeah, let's go Dolomite if we can. Game B.
Trying to manage time zones right now, or timelines.
I think a lot of these players are trying to manage time zones as well because they're extremely jet lagged.
Let me get a chronograph one time for the one time. Here we go. 20 minutes left.
We'll stay with this one for a minute because Dolomite only needs a goal. But there's also been another goal.
Oh, no.
In game D, Marwan has pulled one back. This is 4-3 now. You simply don't know where to look. Mbappe's just taking matters into his own hands here.
Look at the left stick dribble.
Cancelo all the way from fullbacks there. Messi's on the pitch fresh. That's 4-3. Dolomite, have you got a third for us?
And make this exciting. Still don't like this Rudiger left back play. Just putting that out there.
If you have just joined us, all the players that came through the lower bracket have forced a bracket reset. We are looking at a repeated matchup in our grand finals. Here's Mike, Mbappe into Haaland, deflected off the post. It nearly went in.
Wow. Oh. I don't know if I've seen a foursome like this, where all the games have been down to the wire, all bracket resets.
Still Mike. Looking for that all-important equaliser, Vinicius.
It's good defense.
Aggressive on the tackle it was from Jose Ballion. Still not really dealt with it though, because it just continues to come on the pressure from Mike. Step over exit was nice. Araujo, well played.
What a challenge.
Half time as it stands between Nicolas and Diogo Mendes, 3-2. Nicolas is in front in that game. Adida 2-0 up against Jacinta. Max of Ajax 4-3 up against Marwan. 15 minutes left in that one. You can see the scores coming through the top side of your screen.
This game's a little rambunctious, it's got to be said. Not a lot of possession.
Attack, attack, attack. I attack, you attack.
I'm not complaining, on the record.
Final 8 in-game minutes.
Nice. Oof. No.
Hansen's going to get round. Hansen steal for Mike.
Oh, my goodness. Caught the goalkeeper lurking. Wow. Timed it green as well. Thought we had one of those hand in the cookie jar moments. Jose just needs some possession play.
Goal in the other games. It hasn't really made it any more interesting. There's actually a few pullaways, if anything. Game C, Game D. Where do we go first? Game C, this is live now. This is 3-0. We missed the goal in the game. Adida might be on for goal 4.
Oh.
Very nearly was. Game D, goal there as well, or if not, we'll just check in.
Surely it can't happen twice. This is similar to how the first game went. Dida was dominant.
Well, we might be joining at the right time here. Big goal, 6-3 Ajax.
Oh, you can wrap that.
On their way to the top 16 with Max.
Congrats to Max. Battled through a lot of adversity today.
Been a painful bracket for them two on the right-hand side of your screen. They're both in the same bracket, Marwan and Karim. They both play for Bordeaux. They've been teammates this season. Right, let's leave this one. Let's go back to the Mike story, Game B.
So that's a completed reset then. Max coming from the bottom, battling through. Not only forced the reset, but he completed a handshake deal.
First player to do that, isn't it, today?
Put it on the board, confirm it.
5 in-game minutes for Mike.
Oh.
What a win that is, Hansen.
No way.
Could be a 3-on-3. Could be a fresh Cristiano Ronaldo. Could be Mbappe for Mike. What a tackle!
Oh, God. It's sublime. It's superb. It's absolute. He had to be perfect. And he was.
What a chance.
I can't believe that challenge. Unbelievable.
He will hold on and he'll hug this ball. Because there's $2,000 on the line in all these games as well. You go into the prize money. The prize money kicks off on the top 16 on Sunday.
Uh-oh. One more.
One more roll of the dice.
Oh, great read. It's got to be said from what we've seen, Mike probably deserved it. At least to get an equalizer.
Hello. Mbappe!
Oh!
3-3! Mike! He's still alive and breathing!
What are we watching, Brandon? What are we watching?
At this point, I don't know.
Oh, my goodness.
Right, let's quickly go to game A. People asking about Nicholas. Yes, he is winning. 3-2. Last 30 in-game minutes there. Game C. Jasita not been at the races in this game, Mike. 4-0 down. Could be 5-0. Round the goalie. He saved him there.
I would say that this is a game that might be dusted, but the previous game looked similar. The tale of two halves by definition.
All the way through. Needs a goal, Jasita. Needs something to just build some confidence back. There it is. Bellingham.
Oh!
Completely off target. I don't know how that's happened. Right, we're resuming game B. Let's get back to it. Mike against Jose Ballion. We've got to work tomorrow, Mike. I haven't got any voice left at this point.
You'll be drinking tea tonight, brother.
Right, 3-2. Let's go B. Because Mike might snatch it.
No.
In the last minute.
How?
Time of 1 minute.
Jeez. It's a corner kick.
It's a corner.
You gotta be kidding me.
No way. No way. Surely not. We thought we were going to extra time.
He scored in the 90th minute, Brandon.
Dolomite.
How does he have the ball again on the corner kick?
Score this. No. Hullet. Van Dijk. Haaland still looking for an option. He needs to be in the box, not on the edge of the box. Bellingham will just try and delay it.
Wow.
Extra time needed there. You have a full-time result. Game D. Let's go to game D.
Are you sure? Are you sure it's full-time?
Now I've got our 5th player into the knockout stages. We can confirm it in 2 in-game minutes time. Bracket reset done and dusted over here. Mike, 7-4 win. It is Max of Ajax, who will be player number 5 into the knockout stages. 120th minute winner against Lamps to get himself into this game. GG's all round there.
I don't know.
He is in to the top 16. $2,000 guarantee. Right, congratulations. We're leaving it because we're going to game A.
Okay. It's a good read.
Diogo. Fancy an equaliser.
Oh, what a tackle. Some of the defensive plays, Brandon, have been just special, unique, necessary. I mean, these last-ditch challenges. Space to work with.
3-3.
I think he had the layoff to Mbappe. Could have kept it going forward, a little more free-flowing.
Chance for Nicholas. Down that dangerous byline, Nicholas creates a bit of breathing space. 4-2 up, let's go to game B. Extra time.
And you see that mastery of the player lock. Walk it all the way down the end line, little switch, pull him back, onside. Well done from Nicholas.
Extra time here for a spot in the top 16. Dolomite.
Cristiano's on.
Scoring in the 90th minute. Step over to nice. Mbappe.
Good
Corner
goalkeeper
1.
movement. Great goalkeeper movement.
Quick corner as well.
Can we get a shot count for these guys? I need to look at the stats. Whenever this ends.
Oh my. Now the game just swings. Ten minutes already played.
It's a good pick out.
Back to you, Jose Ballion. What have you got for us?
I was going to say, if Jose could break through, there's space to work with. Dolomite is pressing.
Nice switch of play. Haaland. As we said, scores on the doors. Adidas 4-0 up, 60 minutes basically on the clock against Jacinta. He looks like he's going through. Nicholas 4-2 up against Diogo Mendes. 15 minutes left in that one. All eyes on this, but could be on its way to penalties.
Oh, we're starting the penalty talk way too early.
Got to.
It's too early.
Mbappe.
It's missed.
Oh, Van der Sar.
No. Oh my goodness.
To Hernandez.
That was worked out for the better.
Right place, right time.
Space to work with.
Look at the back post.
Oh, it hits his back, of course.
Poor touch there.
Oh yeah.
We're playing just ridiculously long balls.
Can you find options, João Cancelo? He does.
Possession changes hands. We've had a goal back. We'll let you know where it's gone. Half time here. Game A. Goal back. Diogo Mendes has scored. 10 minutes left. If you are just tuning in to the broadcast here, live from DreamHack Dallas, this is our last round of matches for day one. By the end of this, we'll know 8 players that are in the top 16. No. Tomorrow we do it all again. Diogo Mendes, are you looking for an equaliser? He might be on for one.
No. I mean, this is improbable stuff. Big takeaway. Frimpong is on. It's coming back. No.
Taking his time. De Bruyne. Nicely done. CR7. Diogo cooking up something special. Whoa!
I mean, it's brilliant. This is unthinkable. This is preposterous. I got to start using some vocab words. What are we watching today, Brandon? Or tonight? Nicholas twice, back-to-back games, up 2 goals, not a lot of time left. Diogo battles back.
And going
Diogo
toe-to-toe.
pushes new limits.
Going toe-to-toe with him as well.
And it's just quality. Both of them, quality.
Quality here as well between these two. Extra time.
Like, these aren't mistakes. You're making them earn them. Both sides. We're not talking about feeling some pressure. They're rising to the occasion.
Haaland, where's his options? Hernandez beats him in the air.
He must be tired.
Both games drawing. 3-3. Look at the space here for Dolomite Hansen just to run into. He's been offered it.
Out of all the options, I'm surprised we went with the long shot. I guess you were teasing it, lining it up. We have seen some of those go in for Hansen today.
Jacinta still 4-1 down. 70 minutes on the clock in his game.
Pele is on. It's a good turn.
Chance for Dulham. Bellingham. Messi back to defend. We've got closing stage. Honestly, we've got both games in closing stages here. We've got 88 minutes on the clock between Nicholas and Diogo. We've got 3-3 here. I don't know where on earth we should be looking. I'm going to take a risk here. Do we go to game A?
Come on.
We're going A, because it's last attack. It's last attack of the game for Diogo. And in time of 2 minutes.
Hold it a little bit longer. He's got to make sure it's the last touch. There it is.
I'm looking at game B at the same time here. Both are in the last attacks. What's he going to do here? Extra time needed. Right, leave it. Let's go back. Game
Go back,
B.
go back, go back. Quick.
Any time there. We're on our way to penalties, maybe.
It is literally the last attack here as well. Okay. Take us, Brandon.
Any time of 1 minute. Dolomite, have you got ice in those veins? If so, let's see it now. Hansen lofts it in. Haaland's all the time in the world. What's the save from
goalkeeper
Czech?
movement. Wow.
Penalties to decide a spot in the round at 16. Here in DreamHack Dallas, up steps first. It's Dolomite from the spot who does score. Jose, over to you, my friend. Perfect pens, 1 for 1.
Back to Dolan Mike. Cristiano from the spot was subbed on for this. And he converts, goes up top. All right, Jose. KDB.
No
Same
one's
read.
missing.
Same read.
$2,000 on the line, top 16 on Sunday's final. Dolomite scores, 3 from 3 for him. Mbappe and Jose Ballion still all green, 3 for 3.
Both went low and it went up top. Pele. Up the middle again, back to back. Jose, what are you feeling? We haven't seen them really go low. They've been up top. There's the read.
Misses.
There's the save.
Dylan Mike
to take it home.
To take yourself into a top 16. Has to score this one to stay alive. Jose Ballion from the spot. Misses. Dylan Mike in the top 16 here in DreamHack Dallas.
Whew.
It's what he does.
Swap us over. Swap us over to game one. Hey, game. Wow.
He's not happy because Jose's out of the tournament. Dolomite is through.
And we got the,
right,
we
we've
got
got more things to deal with here, Mike. Where are we going now?
You know where we're going. We're here. We're here. Somehow, by the way, in the other game.
I know, he's going to do it.
Yeah. Okay, I just wanted to be clear. Like, update the people. They haven't seen it in a while. Update the people, Brandon. What you're seeing? He's got
scored a goal. He's 4-2 down. There's 10 minutes left in the game.
Brandon's got a multi-monitor. If you don't know on the back end, so he sees all.
8 minutes left in that one. I wouldn't be surprised if Chasita kept us guessing in that game. Extra time here. This is Nicholas against Diogo. Only one of them can be in the top 16.
Oh, great pick out.
Diogo, massive chance. Oh, he went back inside. Maybe there was a shot available.
He did need to resurface. He got the little bounce that you needed. You got to make the most of it. Slight R1 dribble, and he's in for the good.
In case you missed it, headline news, as we said. Max from Ajax is in the top 16, just confirmed. Dolomite with a penalty shootout win after such a poor first game as well, Mike.
He was down in the second game. He forged the comeback.
3-1 down as well.
Oh!
Hello!
Second corner kick in this matchup.
Who else would it be than the Portuguese man himself? Cristiano Ronaldo. No one is safe here in DreamHack.
I'm not going to be able to get any sleep tonight. I'm revved up. These games have just been spectacular. I don't think Nicholas is done. I think he's got a rebuttal in order.
Goal for the visitors. Number 15, Cristiano Ronaldo.
Just to track back, by the way, Dolan Mike scored in the 90th in order to get himself into extra time, to force those penalty kicks. Here's Nicholas, Haaland, Mbappe, couple step overs.
Oh, back inside. Nicholas, always so good from set pieces. Can we see it again?
Saka will get there. It's a good idea. Frimpong with the switch. You see Nicholas in a full-out press now. He's taking away a lot of options.
Still another 15 minutes to be played, remember, in the second half. A lot of time. Full-time result there, by the way. Unfortunately, Shasita out of the tournament. Congratulations to Adida. Had to go through the bracket reset. Had a question mark on him. He's in the top 16. Only free agent in the top 16.
That won't be for long.
Last chance of the half. As it stands, of course, still a long time to be played. Nicholas could be heading out of the competition here. A long 15 minutes here, Mike.
I don't think this ends 5-4. I think we got either Diogo needs to extend the lead or Nicholas is going to have an equalizer. If you are a fan, which you are if you're on the live stream, of competitive FC, watch these matches back. Diogo versus Nicholas, regardless what happens next. The way they have adapted, they've pivoted, they've created comebacks, the goals have been scored, the variety, the build-up play, the pressing, everything is just spot on. You can tell they're elevating.
Well, as we said, Diogo was 3-1 down in with about 80 minutes on the clock in the first original matchup. We thought it was done. He didn't.
He was down 4-2 in this game. You said surely not again.
Oh my, that's a gift. That's an absolute gift for Nicholas with Haaland. But can he make the most of it? That's the question. No, he can't. Well played. Ten in-game minutes.
Diogo's looking a little shaky here. You still got to go forward.
Just taking a breather.
The tension in the room is real.
Look at the right back run all the way on the opposite side. Again, Diogo Mendes deals with another swarm of Nicholas pressure. As it stands, it will be Nicholas leaving the tournament. In case you missed it earlier today as well, Mr. Sari also knocked out the tournament here in DreamHack Dallas. Some of the big names not making it through to that top 16. If he scores another one now, it will certainly be job done for Diogo. Look at the space around here. Vinicius goes out wide. Could be him. Back post is an option. Haaland. Player log into Nicholas's. Haaland's 4 becomes 5, and it's all square again.
You got to say something was happening. Something was coming. If there's one area that I wish Diogo maybe gave us, once he got into the final third, he's still trying to hold it. He had to go forward. You got to go for that next goal. Nicholas defends knowing that you wanted to go side to side or you want to go back. He's challenging you to go forward. It's easier said than done. Still got time. This just seems fitting.
Five more.
I believe each player is going to get one attack here. Diogo will have his chance, and then Nicholas will have his opportunity. Diogo looks stressed. He's been battling.
You have.
This is
gone through it, haven't you? You've gone through all the emotions.
Mental warfare. Nicholas looks like Nicholas. Do you remember when he wore the heart monitor Didn't move.
I remember that, yeah.
Yeah. They slapped the heart monitor on Nicholas. Didn't move.
If anything, it just went down.
And the Iceman was born. Make it official.
5 in-game minutes left to find our last player from day one in the round of 16. You're right to say that, Mike. Both players will get one decent chance each, at least. Well, who's got the ice?
Ooh.
The composure to send you through to Sunday's top 16. Is it Nicholas? No, it's not. It could be Diogo. Last final few minutes for him. It's going to be his real last chance, or not. Nicholas might get 2. Pateas into Vinny Jr. He just keeps on giving.
It looks as if Diogo stopped going forward the same way. He's trying to hold on to a lead. Even when it was drawn even, you have to push on. You have to push forward. A shark can smell blood, and Nicholas is out for it.
He's come back 2 times before in this game, in the last game.
This would be special. Last attack.
Got seconds. 20 in-game seconds gone. Added time of 1 minute gone. It's so hard as well for Diogo. He's given so much across these 2 games. But Nicholas is always there. He's always in the conversation. What a break that is. He's going to win that battle. And he's going to send himself into the top 16. The Iceman still is as cold as ever. Top 16 for Nicholas. Commiserations to Diogo, Mike, who gave such a good game across the 2, forced the bracket reset.
He might not feel like it, but Diogo should be proud. The way he battled. And we stood up here on the desk to a certain degree, wrote him off. There's no way you beat him over 2.
Well, 2 people that have front row seats for everything we've just consumed in the last hour. FG and Case, I mean, where on earth do we start?
Well, what we start with are the 4 players who are through to Sunday, most importantly. Such fine margins, as Mike said. Diogo's got to be super proud of his performance. An interesting fact as well about one of the players who missed a very special event to be here today and has just made it in the Final 4. Adidas FIFA missed his graduation to be here today, and that's been confirmed by his mum, who's at the front and was watching him. I feel like the risk level, Casey, was a lot high.
Very high, definitely. To risk a once-in-a-lifetime thing, graduating high school, obviously this means everything to him. And she literally said, she was like, I'm so proud of him. This is where he's meant to be. And so I think it's pretty darn cool that he misses high school graduation to do that and to win.
I hope he doesn't have to reset the whole year again.
Listen, he's graduated and he's also $2,000 richer, and he's playing on Sunday, and he's given himself a great chance. The only free agent.
I'm saying, he's literally set himself up, hasn't he, on the mantelpiece. So look, whoever I get on here, if I'm playing in Sweden as well or not, I assume he might because he's based in Spain. Get him a club, get him signed.
Yeah, if there's any esports teams out there who are looking for a player, Adidas FIFA is definitely one of them to keep on your radar. Bracket A, Nicholas went through, but it wasn't easy against Diogo, as you just witnessed, Mike.
I mean, that was spectacular. I ran out of superlatives for what we were watching because both competitors rose to the occasion. A lot of times when we get in these positions, you're dealing with extra time, there's a lot of stress, there's pressure, there's tension, mistakes are made. That really wasn't the case. Both of them just got better and better. Forging the comeback, the way that you micromanage, how you had this counter, or finding that space, a little skill here, a cancellation, here's some player luck. It was just an assortment of everything you could ask for. I thought about eating dinner, but then I was like, I'm good. I'm satisfied with what I'm getting right now. I don't need food.
And listen, we've still got one more day to go, so I strongly suggest you two rest your voices this evening.
You were going to say we had another game tonight. I was like, I don't think so. I hope not.
No more. No more today.
No more today, but we have got 8 players who are through to the next round, as we'll have a look at the other brackets and confirm everybody who'll be joining us on Sunday. Group 2, Bracket B. Any surprises on this one, Casey?
not really surprises, but it was a very exciting. I mean, at the end of the day, we had so many bracket resets in this last set of games, and that alone is going to be very, very exciting. I don't know if you guys noticed, though, but at the end, there was no handshake after this game. So there was no handshake.
I don't know what happened. Basically, all I saw was Dylan Mike shushing, but I think he was in his own celebration. I think Jose thought he was shushing him. I don't think he was, and yeah, unfortunately, there wasn't really a handshake, was there, between the two? But look, big stakes on the line here, FG.
It's competitive esports. That's what we want to see, Mike. Me and you love that, don't we?
We have too many friends in the community. I'm more for it. Do what you got to do.
You've got to do what you've got to do, which is textbook Mike Lavelle. Let's go to bracket C. What a story that is for Adida FIFA, the man who missed his high school graduation to be here, the only free agent who's going through to Sunday right now. And like Brandon said earlier, if there's any esports organisations out there who need an FC player, this is very, very good value.
What do we say? That top 16 will have surprises in there. That's the surprise that we've been speaking about. Look at the players that did not get there today. MS Dasari, Oli Lito on that list as well. There's been shocks.
There's been shocks indeed, and of course, we've still got one more player from Group T who went through today, and that is none other than this man, Casey.
Yes. I know in your guys' predictions, you did think that Marlon was going to take this one. We had a bracket reset, but it was Max from Ajax who took it.
How do you predict everyone had a bracket reset? Every game went to a bracket reset. I don't think I've ever witnessed that before in any of our competitions.
No.
So shout out to Max.
I don't want to witness it again as well, Mike.
Yeah, I mean, for the sake of our commentators' voices, we've got 2 days left, so let the carnage begin tomorrow morning. Let's take a quick look at Group 1 if we can as well. Earlier on this morning, there were more players who were competing, and there are more players who made themselves back through, who got through.
Yeah, it was Nicholas, as we said in the end, that did enough in our last game here. He got pushed, though. He did. Fair play. Diogo gave him a great game, but as much as me and Mike were saying it, you can give Nicholas a great game. You can push him and push him and push him, but he just always comes back.
And here we are, Group 1, Bracket A, which seems so long ago now, doesn't it, Mike?
I can't do any more recaps.
Was that today?
When today started, my hair was up. Look at it now. It's like I got bangs in the face, bro. It's done. I'm dusted.
Well, if that's your dusted look, you're looking great as always. Casey, Group 1 didn't disappoint us at all, does it? I mean...
No, it did not. Bryce did come out on top here. We had a half bracket reset, as Mike called it earlier, but Danny Pitbull couldn't quite finish it out there, so Bryce is through to Sunday.
He is indeed, and then we go to the second bracket as well, Bracket B, where we saw Footwiz Stokes miss out in the final to Dennis. He ended up losing twice to him on the day, which we spoke about. And value for money from Dennis, Brandon.
It was, again, mechanically, he just got everything down, didn't he? His corners were superb. He just knew the meta to a T, and that was the difference there. I mean, Stokes so close in that game as well. It was such an entertaining one for me. Probably one of our best grand finals we saw today.
Absolutely, and let's move on to Bracket C then from Group 1. Earlier on this morning, we also saw this man, Redlac, go straight through. No bracket reset here, Mike.
And I think Redlac did a lot for his stock. I know we talk about players doing well here, and then maybe you're looking at contracts, this, that, and whatever, but coming into this, I think a lot of people knew who he was, but maybe didn't have confirmation of what he could achieve on a LAN. There's a big step here. You qualified for a Sunday. You did it with relative ease. He got the results. He didn't need a reset. He didn't have to double dip on things. He took care of business.
And finally, Bracket D as well from Group 1. Manu Bashore, absolutely sensational. A man whose stocks are already through the roof, Casey.
Yeah, I mean, he's been dominating so well this year, and that just continued into this competition. Credits to Iago, though. 6-5 against Manu Bashore is not an easy feat, but Manu did come out on top.
8 players through, and we go again tomorrow. What a lineup we've got tomorrow. Tomorrow we've got players like Anders, we've got Umar, we've got Tex, we've got Matty, we've got Levy. The list goes on. Tomorrow is going to be sensational, isn't it?
It is. There's so many amazing players, and we're going to run it back tomorrow. Copy and paste today. We're going to do it all over again.
All over again, where 8 more players will be fighting for, 8 more players will make it for Sunday, where 2 spots for the Riyadh World Cup will be up for grabs. From all of us here on the host desk, I hope our commentary team get a rest today. And thank you very much, Brandon, Mike, and Casey, and we will see you all tomorrow.